those present today who feel more comfortable making their comments in Spanish, please let us know. We have someone available who will translate your comment into English. For those who require translation of the whole meeting, please make arrangements in advance with the clerk of the board, either by visiting their office in person or by calling our office at 831-454-2323. We want to hear from our non-English speaking community, so please do request assistance if you feel language is a barrier to your participation. Para los que estén presentes hoy, si se sienten más cómodos haciendo sus comentarios en español, por favor infórmenos. Tenemos a alguien disponible que traducirá su comentario al inglés. Si necesita servicios para toda la junta, por favor hagan los arreglos con la secretaria de la junta. Visitando a la oficina en persona en el quinto piso, cuarto 520. O llamando a nuestra oficina al 831-454-2323. Queremos escuchar a nuestra comunidad que no habla inglés, así que, por favor, contáctanos para ayuda.
Good morning. I'll now call to order the June 24th, 2026 meeting of the Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors for our final budget hearing. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Certainly, Chair. Supervisor Cummings.
Here.
Hernandez.
Here.
Koenig.
Here.
And Martinez.
Present. We will now have our moment of silence. Would any of my colleagues like to recognize anyone for this morning's moment of silence? Supervisor Koenig.
Yes, Chair. I'd like to recognize Dina Taylor. She was a member of our Seniors Commission and always showed up to advocate for others. And I'd like to dedicate this moment of silence to her.
Thank you. Anybody else? Supervisor Cummings.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd like to also dedicate today's moment of silence to Oliver Tree, who died on June 14th in a helicopter crash in Rio de Janeiro at the age of 32. Tree was known for viral stunts, alternative pop tracks, and his unconventional style and open heart. His family is honoring his final wish to start a foundation named Dr. Oliver Tree's Extremely Epic Grant for Baby Geniuses, dedicated to helping up-and-coming artists and ensuring that his legacy lives on. Our condolences go out to his parents, Christine, Began Nickel, and Jesse Nickel, who currently serves as 4th District Planning Commissioner.
Anybody else? Please join me for a moment of silence. Would you like to add?
I would just like to say that Jesse Nickel is the 2nd District Planning Commissioner. And thank you for honoring Oliver. Yeah, it's just a huge loss to the world. He just played a show in Las Vegas with more than 70,000 people in attendance. His music has been streamed more than 1 billion times on Spotify. And he was just a bright light. And Santa Cruz is so proud of him. So thank you.
Please join me for a moment of silence. Thank you. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We'll now move on to consideration of late additions or deletions. CEO Coburn, is there anything to change this morning?
Yeah, good morning, Board of Supervisors and Chair Martinez. We do have some additional materials and corrections. For item number 7 on the regular agenda, we have a revised staff report. Packet pages 7 through 13 have been replaced, and packet pages 14 and 15 have been deleted to remove blank pages. For item number 10, we have additional materials. We have a revised attachment and linked document for the 2026-27 UFS resolution cover sheet. This is packet page 52. And then for item 11, we have additional materials. We have a revised staff report replacing packet pages 54 through 55 and a revised attachment which is the last day attachment 1 for exhibits 1 through 3. These are packet pages 61 through 62.
Thank you. Would any of my colleagues like to remove any items from the consent agenda this morning?
Chair, I'm not going to remove an item from consent, but I do have some questions on item number, I believe it's 14, and may have some minor recommendations, but nothing substantial. Or no?
So now
Oh,
would be
sorry, item number 16.
number 16. Now would be the time if you'd like to remove it. Alternatively, you can ask your questions when we do motion or action on
Yeah,
them.
I'll just ask questions then.
You ask questions then?
After we hear from the public.
Great, wonderful.
Yeah,
Okay.
we won't pull it.
Thank you. Anybody else? Seeing none, we will now move on to public comment. Now would be an opportunity to invite the public to make a comment on any item that's on the consent agenda or the closed agenda item, or any other item that's subject matter within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors. If you would like to make a comment on an agenda item that is on the regular agenda that will be heard today, for example, the Public Defender's Office, the Parks budget, our final day hearing, that would be better served at that time. If you do intend to speak, I'd ask that you please form a line in front of the microphone so we can get a sense of how many people who are here to speak this morning. Go ahead. And Madam Clerk, how many people are raising their hand online?
At this time, 4 speakers have raised their hand.
Wonderful. Then I'll set the public comment period for 2 minutes each. Welcome and good morning.
How do am I on? Buenos dias, good morning. I'm Maria Elena de la Garza, the CEO to the Community Action Board of Santa Cruz County. Good morning to all. I just wanted to adjust this a little bit. Here we go. We were encouraged at the last meeting to hear board direct staff to explore continued support for essential services, including food security and healthcare access for the immigrant community. And on behalf of CAB, we have a partnership with the county to help support Medi-Cal enrollment for vulnerable communities. What we've learned in the last 5 years are CAB has the privilege and the honor to serve those who are the furthest away from the systems created to respond to those needs. And CAB serves a very important bridge role to ensure that those in the community get the information that they need. While we were successful in landing some grants that are to help support the services moving forward, there's still a gap that will impact services. Currently, we receive $279,000 that help us reach over 6,000 residents through outreach, education, enrollment, and renewal assistance. It preserves trusted community-based system that connects vulnerable residents that have issues around access due to language barrier, tech issues, administrative capacity, or lack of support. And so we encourage, especially right now, because of the political rhetoric, there is a wall that is impacting access for our community. So thank you for your consideration. Thank you for the partnership that we have had. I do not envy the position any one of us are in, but we do our job, and that is to advocate for those who don't have a voice and aren't able to come to this mic. So thank you very much for your leadership. And in my last 4 seconds, I'd like to invite you to support the World Cup watch party tonight at Jalisco's.
Not gonna say who I go for, but you know who I am. Anyhow, good morning. My name is Bess Padilla. I'm the Chief of Programs for Impact for Community Action Board. For the past 60 years, CAP has been trusted partner serving some of the most vulnerable people here in Santa Cruz County. Throughout our multilingual and cultural response staff, deep community relationships, and flexible service delivery, we help bridge the gap between healthcare coverage and healthcare access. Since July 2025 alone, CAP has reached more than 6,600 residents through community outreach, enrollment events, and phone banking. To put that in perspective, and just imagine this, over the last 5 years, we have connected with more than 30,000 individuals across Santa Cruz County. During this same period, our team has provided one-to-one assistance for more than 200 residents seeking Medi-Cal enrollments and renewal support. So over the last 3 years, CAP has successfully submitted more than 2,100 Medi-Cal applications, helping residents navigate the eligibility requirements. The impact of this work extends far beyond the enrollment numbers. We achieved a 100% client assistance rate among survey respondents, with participants reporting a greater understanding of Medi-Cal benefits and increased confidence in access care. These services help people access preventive care, maintain ongoing treatment, and avoid unnecessary healthcare crises and costly emergency room visits. As Medi-Cal policies and eligibility requirements continue to change, trusted community-based enrollment support remains critical to ensure that our residents stay connected to the care that they need. I thank you for your time and your consideration. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Iris Bojorquez, and I serve as an interim director of special projects at Community Action Board of Santa Cruz County. I oversee Medi-Cal outreach and enrollment team funded through our partnership with the county's Human Services Department. I'd like to share an example of what our outreach work looks like. Our team is committed to meeting community members where they are and intentionally plans each week how to connect with residents who may otherwise fall through the cracks. Most days, our staff conduct 1 to 2 outreach activities daily. In the mornings, they do canvassing in high-traffic areas. In the afternoons, they go to door-to-door in the neighborhoods to share information. When they return to the office, the work continues through phone banking, scheduled appointments, assisting walk-in clients who need help completing forms, renewing benefits, uploading documents to their cases, or simply making sense of the mail they receive. During critical Medi-Cal policy changes and renewal periods, our team has woken up as early as 4:30 in the morning to visit local panaderias, bakeries. There we engage with farm workers and working families as they stop by on their way to work, ensuring they receive timely information about the healthcare coverage changes before they miss important deadlines. We also rotate weekend outreach shifts at local laundromats, recognizing that these are the community spaces where they feel safe, and opportunities to connect with residents who may not be able to attend appointments or events during the week. We make follow-up calls during clients' work breaks because that's the only time they have sometimes. And we need to make sure that their healthcare is important and they stay connected. And in case you're wondering what our team is doing this weekend, we will be partnering with Salud para la Gente to do a Medi-Cal pop-up event where we hope to help complete many Medi-Cal renewals. And I hope that you take this funding into consideration because we are committed and it's really important for us. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. I'm Helen Ewan-Story. I'm the COO for CAB. As you've heard from my CAB colleagues before me, CAB has demonstrated our ability to effectively reach low-income and immigrant residents who are often disconnected from traditional systems and ensure they receive and maintain the healthcare benefits for which they qualify. As your board is evaluating difficult decisions on this last day of budget hearings, we continue to urge you to prioritize this proven, cost-effective investment in prevention, health equity, and community well-being for our county's most vulnerable residents. Recognizing the fiscal challenges our county is facing this year, CAB has sought out other resources and successfully was awarded Central Coast Alliance for Health grant to move these services forward. This grant does cover services for both Santa Cruz and Monterey County, however, and it is less than the current HSD contract. So there continues to be a gap for services for Santa Cruz County. So at this time, we're requesting you consider a reduced allocation of perhaps $120,000 to keep 1.5 outreach and enrollment positions functioning for Santa Cruz County, or even an initial allocation equivalent to a quarter of the work that we do with the current contract. That would be about $70,000 to help us continue the vital work in Santa Cruz County during the first quarter of the fiscal year while you await more information in August and reconsider funding options in September and your commitment to immigrant healthcare enrollment at that time. We really don't want to lose ground on the progress we've made in providing trusted, community-based healthcare access to those most in need for one of our most basic human needs. Thank you so much for your ongoing support and consideration. We know budgets are a manifestation of our values, and we hope you value this service. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. My name is Kelly Cady. I work at Second Harvest Food Bank for Santa Cruz County. And I wanted to thank the board for hearing our public comment this morning. And I also wanted to thank the administration for taking the time to meet with us to discuss the Second Harvest CalFresh Outreach Program. After the conversations we had with Nicole and Randy per the direction from the board at the June 9th board meeting, we've agreed to move forward with the same spending schedule and will amend the contract in the fall when the county is informed of their state allocations. So per our conversations with our legislators and the recent budget proposals that we've seen, we believe that those funds are coming to the county. So we will work with the administration to make those corresponding amendments at that time. I want to continue to thank both the board and the county administration for making it a priority to ensure support for Second Harvest and the more than 80,000 residents in the combined districts that we serve every single month. And we will see you in September. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Adriana Mata. I'm Chief Community Impact Officer for Second Harvest Food Bank. We want to thank you for your continued advocacy and commitment to our community. Now more than ever, we must strengthen the relationship and collaboration between county government and community-based partnerships. As our CAP partners mentioned, outreach efforts in our county are super important and are needed. The challenges ahead cannot be addressed by only one entity alone. And community-based organizations are trusted partners with deep roots in our neighborhoods and essential to reaching those most impacted by our economic uncertainty and potential cuts associated with HR 1. As resources become more limited, we must be strategic in how we work together. Leveraging our collective strengths to maximize impact is really important at this time. We want to thank you for your continued investment in partnering with community-based organizations that are the front lines of serving the most vulnerable residents in our community. And by working together, we can ensure that families, seniors, children, and veterans are working individuals continue working to receive the support they need during these challenging times. Thank you for your continued partnership and support.
Good morning. At this time when our country is in such a disaster and people are depressed and feeling helpless, I think it's not a good time. It's a good time to endorse and support things like the Museum of Art and History that bring people together in community, London Nelson Center that bring people together in community. We need things that bring people together so that they feel that there's some hope for the future. The Art League, Santa Cruz, it brings together second graders up to grandmothers, and they put on plays like Harry Potter, and they write the scripts, and they make the costumes, and they're just wonderful things going on. And the Art League, it's got programs for the whole of California, and classes at the mall for lifelong learners that I've gone to and really appreciate. So just thank you so much for, please do not cut funding for the things that bring our community together at this time. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Stan Grindstaff. I'm the chairman emeritus of the 418 project. Continued to be on the board for 13 years. And I just want to say how much I, along with our organization, appreciate the support that we've received over time. We now have a new executive director and team in place there's a new buoyancy and transparency in welcoming people of all sorts into our doors, where they can feel safe and where emerging artists can thrive. And along with what was just expressed, I found in our community of Santa Cruz, with the way it's developing, with our high rises and everything going on, that these places where there's an increased sense of community can thrive. So I appreciate being here, appreciate District 1. I live in Live Oak, and thank you for welcoming me this morning.
God is good. We can agree that it took 500 years for him to bring what most Christians in our county are trying to do. But it's you, the power of one. This is Richard Lewis. I like to be called Grandpa, and I'm a loose cannon. But here in the room are the power of one. I even see some friends who might remember they never went to an NAACP meeting. Justin, show up at one in the near future. They don't even have live meetings. Invitation. What I want to speak to is because of CAB has the team, and if anybody has the mic, it's not her 2 minutes, it's the CEO. So I believe that they were many years ago the advocates for the brown berets. They met downstairs in their place. I would like to see anybody take on leadership with the 30 years ago, the brown berets, friends of. So you know me, I'm here last time, and we talked about having someone invite Father Boyle, who could work with the probation department with that new program that Gina has. Is anybody taking a 2-minute share? Because I know the police were here, and I know the probation department was here, but there weren't a room full of people at your 14th budget meeting. Please, my God said, my heart doctor says it's okay. So I'm not gonna go away. Grandpa's signing what I always say, over and out. Thank you.
Anyone further in the chambers this morning? Seeing no one, Madam Clerk, will you please call the first online caller? Thank you.
Yes. Zoom guest, your microphone is now available.
Hello, I'm Kimberly Smith, a retired educator who has lived in Santa Cruz County for 2 decades. It's my understanding that supervisors and others have worked to find funding for the Public Defender's Office, including its social workers. I want to express my gratitude that you have found a way to save these workers who are critical to the county's holistic defense program. I want to ensure my tax dollars are not wasted on programs trapping the poorest among us in a cycle of incarceration without making any of us safer. By extension, such flawed logic traps entire communities. That logic being one part of a community can be made safer by locking another part of it away. This is the logic that has the U.S. incarcerating a greater percentage of its people than any other democratic nation on earth. I'm glad that Santa Cruz is using taxpayers' money more wisely. In this way, we demonstrate tangible care for the most vulnerable among us, and our county becomes a model for others. Like many, I want to be a member of a thriving, hospitable, and strong community supporting all who live here, a county where each person can develop their talents and everyone can make their contribution. This holistic vision is one board members have committed to honoring in previous years. Thankfully, you have not wandered from that commitment. Santa Cruz County voters support this important vision because we understand our well-being is linked to the well-being of everyone who calls this place home. Thank you.
Call-in user 902, your microphone is now available.
Good morning. My name is Nina Beatty. PG&E has begun a transmission upgrade project in South Santa Cruz County, apparently without any hearings or CEQA review. Notices to one commercial customer and one residential customer merely indicate a pole replacement. However, PG&E's press release on its website, which customers did not get, states this is a dramatic increase in capacity from 4 kilovolts to 21 kilovolts, over 5 times higher, and installing upgraded transformers and power lines to accommodate the higher capacity. This means higher electromagnetic exposure, which means health and environmental effects to those who live near these lines. It appears there weren't any public hearings or notices about this transmission corridor increase, and who made this decision? Was there a thorough analysis of this project and environmental review? If so, where are those documents, and why weren't customers informed of the process? The health effects of electromagnetic radiation, extremely low frequency radiation, and magnetic fields from power lines and electricity include leukemia and other cancers, especially for children, Alzheimer's and other types of dementia, sperm damage, and impacts on pregnancy and unborn children. Harmonics on electrical lines pose additional health problems. My website, MontereyBayMatters.org, has information on the health impacts and this project, what we know of it. PG&E's poor safety practices are well known, leading to deaths of many Californians. Given the extent of this project and the lack of information from PG&E, I request the board contact the CPUC to halt this project until the public has more information and their environmental review and public hearings here. Thank you.
Call-in user 915, your microphone is now available.
Good morning. This is Becky Steinbrunner. I want to support what Ms. Beatty just said and to bring to your information that PG&E is doing similar work in Santa Clara County, and it is subject to CEQA environmental review. Why hasn't that happened in Santa Cruz County? I want to let you know that this Sunday at 2:30 in Pinto Lake City Park, there will be a public meeting for the battery energy storage project, Seahawk, planned for 90 Minto Road. Please come. It's at 2:30 this Sunday, Pinto Lake City Park. We need to all be commenting on this. We have a lot of power here to make our comments heard with the California Energy Commission. And I look forward to your June 30th review of our county's draft BESS ordinance. I want to move now to consent item 16. I want to thank the anonymous donor who donated $200,000, almost the same amount as what we got from a state agency for litter removal. I think it is wrong that 40% of what has been spent in this program in the past was in only District 2, and I want to see it more equitably distributed among other districts. The need is thoroughly across the county. I want to now say that your board needs to reallocate Proposition 172 public safety money. It is absolutely wrong that of the $29 million this county gets, zero goes to support fire districts who are all struggling financially. Your board has the power to redistribute that allocation, and I urge you to do it now. Finally, I feel that the Parks Department should fund renovation of the Burke Scott Estate.
Thank you.
Leslie, your microphone is now available. Leslie, we're not able to hear you. You may need to remute or unmute yourself or address your volume.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. Good morning, supervisors. My name is Leslie Potenzo, and I live in District 1. and I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice, the Santa Cruz County chapter. This is the third year the Surge Santa Cruz County has drafted a community sign-on letter stating our message that public health is public safety and that funding prevention leads to better outcomes for all people and is more cost-effective than our carceral systems. Each year, the letter has received hundreds of signatures from individuals and community organizations. I believe that each one of us can contribute to creating and supporting the community we all want to live in, where all people are equally valued and have equitable access to resources and opportunities to thrive. We can contribute in different ways. Some of us provide vital and equitable services, such as the Public Defender's Office Holistic Defense Model. Some of us organize and mobilize for justice and equity. Some change false narratives through art and creativity. And some hold healing spaces grounded in cultural roots and connection, to name a few. It takes all of us. Let's continue to work together. I cannot be here to make a comment following the PDO's presentation, so I will add that I appreciate that the board directed the PDO budget shortfall be found, and I support the ways that this proposal does so. Receiving funding from the probation department and finding a revenue stream that the PDO office is eligible for this year and ongoing is very encouraging. I support a more rigorous commitment to fully funding the Public Defender's Office next year and ongoing. Thank you.
Call-in user 401, your microphone is now available.
Marilyn Garrett, and I wanted to support what Nina Beatty and Becky Steinbruner stated about PG&E and major KV increase to the electric grid corridors and recommend MontereyBayMatters.org. I believe my small private road, Redwood Heights Road, is part of this plan to replace 7 poles with all of this upgrade. One planned in front of my, at the end of my driveway, which is very unsettling because I moved here from Cox Road to get away from high power lines, endangering my health. And I think this is linked to the battery energy storage facilities planned near Watsonville on farmland and near a bird refuge, despite public objections, and also related to the planned proposed location on Freedom Boulevard by the substation opposite the high school. And what is all this AI increase for? I heard a congressman say, with AI, we're going to have to do a lot more transmission upgrading. AI is really for surveillance and the military, and I urge you to ban any plans for data centers or lithium battery sites in our county. The fire in LA, I just learned, is a lithium battery fire that they can't put out as we speak here. Act in the interest of the public, not AI and telecom corporations, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jace, your microphone is now available.
Greetings. My name is Jace Earl. I'm a Santa Cruz County artist, educator, cultural producer, and the founder of Afro Beats Night, which is a free weekly community dance gathering that has served thousands of residents over the past several years. I urge you to reject the proposed elimination of the Arts Council contract and the reduction in funding to the Museum of Art and History. Now, I understand that the county faces some serious budget challenges, but I'm concerned that the burden of solving a parks budget shortfall is being shifted onto one of the smallest and most economically vulnerable sectors in our community. As the organizer of Afro Beats Night, I regularly hear from attendees who tell me that gathering in community through music and dance is essential to their mental and emotional well-being. People often speak about feeling less isolated, more connected, and more hopeful after attending. These are not luxuries, they are vital components of a healthy community. The Arts Council contract does not simply fund one organization, it supports dozens of arts organizations and individual artists throughout Santa Cruz County, many of whom rely on these grants as their only source of institutional funding. Santa Cruz's own mission includes providing cultural opportunities for residents. Arts and culture strengthen community connections, preserve local history, support small businesses, attract visitors, and create spaces where people from different backgrounds can come to gather. And Afrobeats Night itself has benefited from grants, including this very year from the Arts Council. I respectfully ask that you preserve funding for the Arts Council and the Museum of Art History. Thank you very much for your time.
Before you call the next caller, I would just like to remind the crowd that in order to create an inclusive environment, we'll like to ask that folks refrain from clapping so everybody feels welcome to speak. Thank you very much.
KH, your microphone is now available. KH, your microphone is now available. As a reminder, if you're on a call-in device, it's *6 to mute or unmute yourself.
Good morning. My name is Catherine Hedges, and I'm a member of both Cheyenne for Racial Justice and Liminal Space. I'm very sad to hear about the cuts to arts funding. I don't think they should be reinstated at the cost of, say, the Park and Watsonville, but perhaps there's somewhere else in the budget those funds could come from, such as the enormous Sheriff's Department budget. I'm very glad to hear about the reinstatement of the funding for the Public Defender's Office. But I am concerned about hearing of cuts to the community organizations that do the outreach way outside the scope of what the county can do to make sure that everybody has the food and medical care that they need at our lowest levels. So I hope that the county can find a way to move funding perhaps from the Sheriff's Department to cover those organizations as well. Thank you.
Genoa, your microphone is now available.
Good morning. My name is Genoa Brown, born and raised in Santa Cruz. I'm a mother, professional musician, and music educator and director at Everyone's Music School, and a resident of the Tannery Arts Center. Artists have been asked for decades to make this town beautiful. We create music, performances, festivals, and cultural experiences that give Santa Cruz its identity. We are part of what makes this place special, but too often our value seems to stop at our ability to create beauty for others. When it comes time for artists to be supported, to afford housing, sustain our work, and build a life here, we tend to be pushed out. Arts funding is not an abstract concept to me. It directly impacts my ability to serve this community. Through my and Thomas Pedersen's music school, I provide accessible music education to children and families who might not otherwise have access. I see every week that music is not a luxury. It builds confidence, connection, creativity, and belonging. As a resident of the Tannery Arts Center, I've experienced what happens when a community chooses to invest in artists. Artists create community. We teach, mentor, perform, and contribute to the cultural and economic life of this area. But artists cannot continue to make a community vibrant if that community does not invest in our ability to remain here. I understand that budgets are difficult and that difficult decisions are being made, but I ask you to consider the long-term cost of cutting arts support. When artists are pushed out, we lose more than programs. We lose educators, mentors, cultural workers, and the future generations of artists who could help carry this community forward. Please protect funding for the arts and recognize that supporting artists is an investment in the future of Santa Cruz. Thank you.
Hannah, your microphone is now available.
Hi, I'm Hannah Pedersen, and I live in District 2, a longtime Santa Cruz resident, and I am the manager of the art department at UC Santa Cruz. And I was pretty devastated to hear about this suggestion to cut funding for the Arts Council and the MA. And I know how important those are for our community and for our students. So I just wanted to express that here. Thank you.
Carol, your microphone is now available. Carol, please accept the unmute to begin making your comments. If you're on a call-in device, it's *6 to mute or unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great, thanks. So number one is thank you very much for allowing the community to speak and express our concern about the possible potential cut to the Arts Council and the Museum of Art and History. I think you've heard some voices already that were very strongly opposed to doing that. I know that there are hundreds of people who join them in opposing this proposal. You have to realize that the arts are very vulnerable to cuts these days, especially at the national level, which trickles on down, that art is essential to the lives and mental well-being and enjoyment of life for thousands of people here in Santa Cruz County. It's not just isolated people doing this or that. It's an essential part of the community, and I respectfully ask that you continue to fully fund or increase funding for the Arts Council and Museum of Art and History. Thank you. Bye.
Pam, your microphone is now available.
Hi, hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Pam Sexton, and I'm a teacher at the Watsonville Adult School. And I'm also a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice. And the school that I teach at is just a few doors from the Arts Council building in Watsonville. And I just want to start by saying that cutting that funding will impact our community so deeply. And I just really want to emphasize, as other speakers have, how essential the arts are. And then I want to shift to really urging you to ensure the complete funding for holistic defense. This is something that's in the county's strategic plan, and it's a goal to have holistic defense, and it takes investing in it. And it saves money on the other end. Investing in art saves money on the other end. Investing in holistic defense, investing in our public defender's office, it saves money in reducing recidivism, in getting people contributing to the community in ways that we need, ways that build joy, ways that keep families united. And so please, you can find funding. The Sheriff's Department continues to be fully funded. There are places that you can find funding for these things, and please do so for the sake of our county and community. Thank you.
Zia, your microphone is now available.
Thank you. And I want to thank the board for taking time to hear the comments of the community. My husband and I own a small glassblowing studio in Davenport. We've been so fortunate to be part of this community and part of the arts in Santa Cruz. So I want to second everything that the previous speakers have said about the importance and the benefits of the arts and how essential really the arts are to the identity of Santa Cruz. If you think about what we are known for, in addition to the natural beauty and recreation opportunities, one of the things that really distinguishes our community and makes our identity so cohesive is the arts and our engagement with the arts and support of the arts. So I think other speakers have spoken really eloquently on this. So I just want to add one last comment, and that is that according to a 2023 study, the arts brought in $68 million to the economy of Santa Cruz County. That's no small amount, and I think that if you consider that in proportion to the proposed cut, you can see that it's really not a good economic choice. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, how many more callers have raised their hands?
At this time, we have one final speaker with their hand raised.
Okay, I'll remind everybody online that right now we are hearing comments on the consent agenda, and if you've called in to speak on a particular budget, such as the arts budget and the parks budget and the public defender, we'll be hearing those items shortly, and that would be the appropriate time to speak. Go ahead and call the final caller.
Bernie, your microphone is now available.
Yeah, buenos dias. Good morning, Chair and Board, staff, and everyone else that's tuning in. Bernie Gomez with Milpa. Milpa resides in District 4, and I just wanted to take this time to uplift and just say gracias to District 4 for their work on Pájaro del Valle County Park. The County Parks Department and staff, right? We were able to attend the park yesterday and bring some of the youth, the young adults that we work with, and it was just inspiring for them. And I just wanted to provide you with a little bit of like a note from that impact of just simply being part of this, being part of a process that they didn't think they had access to, or that was even a process in general, right? And as we move forward, you know, with challenging times and yes, the budget stuff and all these things, you know, and strategic planning, and I just really want to encourage this board to keep in mind the impact that having open spaces, creating open spaces, you know, parks and trails and all those, nature, you know, just access to nature, the actual impact that it has on our families. And if the young person is feeling good and healthy and motivated and wants to get involved, you know, wants to become civically engaged, you know, so they can be part of the change, you know, it transfers to the families, transfers to the siblings, to their parents, you know, and it's just a holistic process of like health and well-being. So moving forward, just keep Pájaro del Valle in mind and let's get it done. Thank you.
We have no further speakers online, Chair.
Thank you. I will now return to the board for discussion and action on the consent agenda. I'm going to start on my right with Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. I actually have a couple questions real quick, and I don't know if there's anybody here from CDI. This is for item number 16, which is authorize the Director of Community Development and Infrastructure to execute grant agreements with the California Department of Transportation and an anonymous donor, approved 2026-27 last day budget actions for county-led volunteer litter abatement program and take related actions. Hello. Morning. I'm just curious, so I think we're really fortunate to have an anonymous donor donating $200,000 to help support the Pitch-In Initiative project. I know that's been going on since 2022, and I'm just curious how much do we know how much that's cost over time in the different years? Because, you know, they do the Pitch-In Day, there's signage all around the county, and my concern is that $200,000 is not going to be enough for us to take this on indefinitely, which is what it seems like. So I'm just kind of curious what that annual cost is likely going to be, and how we're anticipating funding it.
Thank you. My name is Carolyn Burke. I'm the Assistant Public Works Director over Special Services. And so as far as signage and things like that, you know, Pitch-In didn't give us a number of how much they had been spending on an annual basis. We're pretty familiar with signs, though, in Public Works, and that they can get pricier. So we actually have a big stack of signs that were given to us to start off with, and then we're going to just incorporate them in for, you know, maintenance as it comes up. We do have the $241,000 that Downtown Streets team had been using on an annual basis. So the program coordinator position doesn't take up that entire amount. So we will have some left over to be able to do signage and things of that nature. The anonymous donation was one-time monies, and it does have a portion of that is for signs. There were percentages allocated to signage and outreach and cameras and different kind of priorities that had been in the Pitch-In wheelhouse. So, yeah, we don't anticipate that there's going to be one great need one year. We're going to just be doing that on an ongoing basis, and we also will be looking for that program coordinator position to be researching grant opportunities to leverage those funds up.
Right. Well, I do just want to express a little bit of concern moving forward, because I know that with the Pitch-In Day, like that was also a countywide effort to get volunteers out to go do trash picks up, which is great. But I think that as we're talking about challenging budget years, how much that's going to cost moving forward, and the fact that it's an indefinite cost, I think it'd be worth us having a full understanding of what the costs are going to be to maintain this program over time. So maybe that can come in the fall when we have our kind of final budget day, or maybe that can come during the mid-year budget. But I think it's just worth us and the community better understanding, like, what's that going to look like? Because all those cameras are going to need to be replaced. Like, the costs are going to be there over time. And then last thing I'll say too is that I know that the Homeless Garden Project is also starting to consider taking on some of what the Downtown Streets team used to do, and the benefit, and hopefully this can be incorporated into this volunteer coordinator position, is that the effort that they did not only helped us clean up our neighborhoods and clean up our environment, but it also helped in terms of workforce development for people who were experiencing homelessness. And so I think that there's a little bit of a loss that we're going to experience without having that incorporated into whatever this next iteration is going to look like. So to the extent that we can consider building some kind of model that can also help us secure, I mean, because I know that there's other funding they were able to draw down to help support that effort because it was workforce development, and to the extent that we may be able to do something similar with the county, that can also be a way for us to help reduce costs as well. So.
Absolutely. We anticipate that with the volunteer cleanups, that we'll be able to train volunteer coordinators that may be able to staff those cleanups moving forward. And I think that there is an opportunity for that to be, you know, good material for future resumes and things like that. So I do see that we have an opportunity to explore that, most definitely.
Great. Thank you. Yeah. So I'll support this today, but I do just think that I do have some concerns, and I think we should think about how we can, as we move forward with this program, kind of leverage what the Homeless Garden Project used to do and try to bring in some revenue to support this ongoing effort. Next comment I had, Item number 14, I want to appreciate all of our nonprofit partners that help us with enrollment. Based on conversations I've had with HSD and because of HR1, the landscape has changed, and I think we're still trying to get a better understanding of what that means previously. And I just want to give all the respect and thanks to our nonprofit partners who've helped enroll people over the years. But my understanding now is that with HR1, counties are now mandated to enroll individuals, and if there are errors in the applications, we can be penalized for that financially. And the last thing we want to do is to lose money that could go into helping support people who are experiencing poverty. So I think we need to have a deeper conversation about how we can partner with, how the county can partner with our nonprofits to ultimately do what we really want, which is to keep people on their benefits and keep people fed. Definitely moving into some difficult times, but I think we really have an opportunity to start thinking about how the landscape's changed, how we need to pivot so that we can maximize benefits for folks in our community. And so I'm hoping that between now and when we get the final state budget, we'll have a better understanding of where things are at and how we can best collaborate. But for today, I'm going to move forward with the staff recommendation on this item. And with that, Chair, I believe that concludes my comments on the consent agenda.
Thank you. Supervisor DeSerpa.
Thank you. Regarding item 16, I just want to thank the founder of Pitch in Santa Cruz County, Sally Christine Rogers. For many, many years, Sally has shepherded the idea that she wanted to make Santa Cruz County the cleanest county in California. And it was not just one pitch-in day, it was multiple days every month, volunteers all over this county picking up trash and trying to effectuate that byline. Their goals were to eliminate litter from encampments, dumping on roadways, waterways, and ag lands, educate and engage the community, nonprofits, schools, and local governments, take care of health and well-being, economic value, and the beauty of our region. And we appreciate Sally Christine so much, and I hope that we can do half the job that she did in terms of making sure this program goes on in perpetuity. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez.
Thank you. So really quick on item 16, I'm actually really excited about this this project, I guess. We had a lot of litter abatement, litter cleanups that were volunteer, both in District 4 and District 2 as well. And we always had volunteers and always relied on our community partners like Watsonville Works from CAB that would always bring folks that are getting off the streets and joining the workforce. And so it was really exciting to have all that collaborative effort with our community partners. And I hope that continues in this next chapter of litter abatement within our county. I know that a lot of the signs were actually pre-purchased already, and a lot of them are up already as well, the signage for no littering. So I don't think there's very many signs to be put up still, but I'm really excited about this project. I'll be supportive of it as well. And on another thing, not really related to anything on the agenda, but it is I want to make sure that I think we gave direction last time as a county for us to send letters of support for the assembly budget. If we can actually share that, a draft letter of that for our community partners to see if they can be in support of this assembly budget so that we can get a bigger impact within our community to support the assembly budget so that we can continue funding these different programs that we have. And that's it.
Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair. On item 16, I also just want to appreciate our anonymous donor and the $200,000, which will help make our county more beautiful. I mean, I know I often have the same thought looking around our community and seeing trash that I wish I could spend all day just out there making our community more beautiful, picking things up, and planting more native plants. So I think this program provides great opportunity for people to collaborate in our shared environment and improving things. I also echo Supervisor Cummings' concern that we should make sure that we match both volunteers and people who are dedicated in doing this, if not fully professionally, semi-professionally, or in a training capacity. Volunteers ultimately can only do so much, and we need to approach it from multiple angles. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Koenig. As my final comments, I just want to thank everybody who spoke with us this morning. It's a very difficult budget year, so I do appreciate all the advocacy that's happening from all angles to help us make decisions that best reflect our community. And I particularly want to thank everybody who's involved in CalFresh and Medi-Cal enrollment. I think that the report in the consent agenda helps illustrate the picture at the state level and some of the challenges ahead of us. But I hope that it's also recognized that there's a deep commitment from our county and from our community partners to ensure that all people who are eligible for benefits have access to them, and that we're going to work very hard to ensure that people don't fall through the cracks when the impacts of HR 1 continue to roll out throughout Santa Cruz County. So with that, I will accept a motion and a second on the consent agenda.
I'll move consent agenda.
I'll second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Hernandez and a second from Supervisor DeSerpa. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Supervisor Cummings?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Aye.
Koenig?
Aye.
DeSerpa?
Aye.
And Martinez?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. We'll now be moving on to the regular agenda. And our first item is item number 7, which is to consider approval of the proposed 26-27 budget for the public defender, including any supplemental materials, and take related actions as outlined in the referenced budget documents and as recommended by the county executive officer. So by way of process, we're going to start with a presentation from our CEO and our public defender. Then we will be going to the public for public comment, and then we'll be returning to the board for dialogue and action. So with that, welcome. Feel free to introduce yourself and proceed.
Good morning, Chair Martinez, Supervisors, CEO Nicole Coburn, defenders, and our community. I'm Heather Rogers. I'm honored to serve as your public defender. I'm here today with our talented Administrative Services Manager, Myrna Guerrero. We're grateful to the many people who have worked so hard on this budget, including our CEO team, our administrative team led by Myrna, Chief Deputy Public Defender Athena Reese, and the many defenders, stakeholders, and community members who showed up to add their voices and ideas to this collaborative process.
Good morning, Chair Martinez and members of the board. As you know, I'm Nicole Coburn, your County Executive Officer. Both the public defender, Heather Rogers, and I worked on what we're going to be presenting to you today, both the original proposal and the revised proposal. Together, we worked with Heather's team and members of my staff to bring and close the gap. So we're going to walk you through our revised recommendations, and I'll turn it back to the public defender.
When I was in my early 20s, I lived in Quito, Ecuador, which is a capital city high in the Andes. It's a place where indigenous culture and languages are still a part of everyday life. That's where I first learned about the minga. It's an Andean tradition of shared work. A minga is a way of getting things done. But more than that, it's a way of seeing the world. When a road washes out or a family falls on hard times, people come together and they do what they can. Some make food, some bring tools, some pitch in with labor. Everyone takes a role in preserving something bigger than themselves. I've thought a lot about that these past few weeks. This budget process has been hard. People worried about their jobs, their families, their livelihoods, their futures. And good people have advocated for different outcomes. And at times that created hard feelings, mistrust, division. Scarcity does that. It narrows our vision to what we might lose as individuals rather than what we might create together. In the end, decisions were made, and not everyone agreed with them. But what I want to focus on is what came next. People started calling, meeting, coming together. County leaders, community members, and clients all asking the same thing: how can we help? They understood that this was bigger than any one office, any one contract, any one budget line, that public defense belongs to all of us, and keeping it strong is a responsibility we all share. What happened was a minga, and today's proposal is the result. Santa Cruz County will keep facing hard choices, and good people will continue to disagree about how to meet them. As we continue to do this work together, I'd ask that we hold on to the spirit of the minga and to the values that animate it: connection, contribution, and stewardship. Connection. Even when we disagree, we belong to the same community. Contribution. We ask not only what we need, but also what can we offer. And stewardship. We're caretakers of something bigger than ourselves, and we want to leave it better than we found it. This proposal centers those values. It gives us confidence that we can make hard decisions without losing sight of one another, that together we can keep building a Santa Cruz County that's worthy of all of us who live here. We'll walk you briefly through these 5 topics today. First, we'll give a quick overview of our proposed budget. Next, we'll summarize the decision and direction this board gave us on June 10th. And third, we'll get to the heart of the minga. We'll talk about the adjustments we're recommending to carry out your direction. Next, we'll request a budget born out of connection, contribution, and stewardship, a budget that centers the community we share. And in closing, CEO Coburn will lay out next steps as we plan for the future of public defense in Santa Cruz County. Before we get to the numbers, I want to acknowledge the Defender team that carried this office through a tough budget season. Many can't be here today. This morning, they're in courtrooms, at the jail, and out in the community serving our clients. Together, they serve some of our most vulnerable community members. Through a holistic, interdisciplinary model built for Santa Cruz County, our defenders represent clients by treating the root causes of system involvement as inseparable from the case itself. It is hard work in the best of times, and it's been especially hard over the past few months as they worried about their livelihood, their colleagues, and about what staffing reductions would mean for those we serve. Today's proposal preserves a 2-division public defense system that includes the Public Defender's Office and conflicts contracts. The Public Defender's Office handles around 8,000 cases a year, adults and children who can't afford a lawyer, in criminal court, juvenile justice, conservatorships, care court, record clearance, and collaborative courts. When the Public Defender's Office has a legal conflict and can't represent someone, the case goes to conflicts representation, about 850 first-tier cases a year through a contract with the private law firm of Page and Dudley, and about 200 more through a panel of private attorneys administered by County Council.
So this is the budget that the public defender and I brought to you on June 10th. It proposed a new alternate public defender's office, what we're referring to as the APDO. This was intended to bring first-tier conflict work in-house. The proposal did two things. First, it helped bridge the budget gap, and it extended the county's interdisciplinary holistic defense model to about 850 more clients a year. This was not a sudden idea. Transitioning conflict services to a new model is something the county has anticipated. We built it into our current contract with the conflicts firm. Recommending and implementing the APDO was my decision as CEO. I made it given the county's financial constraints, and it was weighed carefully against the alternative of deep staffing reductions and layoffs at the public defender's office, which is already leanly staffed with high workloads. On June 10th, you did not approve this recommendation, and you made it clear that you wanted us, what you wanted us to return with today.
We took that direction, and what we'll present now reflects collaboration, contributions, and compromise. You directed us to do three things. 1, to keep the status quo budget. 2, preserve the private conflicts firm contract. And 3, close a funding gap of just over $1 million. Holding the budget flat and the private firm's contract intact while finding more than $1 million in an already lean budget was a real challenge. Under the direction of CEO Coburn and her team, we worked with other county departments and leaders to find solutions through a process animated by the values we talked about earlier: connection, contribution, and stewardship. Connection. The people we serve don't draw a distinction between attorneys from the public defender's office and contract attorneys. They simply need strong public defense. They are our relatives, our friends, our neighbors, and they're connected to us by this community that we all share. So we leaned on our collaborative relationships with other county departments who serve these same community members, and we accepted their help when it was offered. Contribution. We asked not only what we needed, but also what can we offer. We looked hard at our own operations for savings that wouldn't compromise services, and our partner departments did the same, contributing under their own pressures and constraints to help close this gap. Stewardship. We're a new department, opened July 1st, 2022, with a clear mandate from this board to build a public defender's office grounded in the holistic interdisciplinary defense that this community needs. At this early stage, stewardship means stabilizing what's working, rather than risking the services and gains that your consistent investment has made possible.
Your direction also asked us to engage the conflicts firm to identify contract-based savings and to close the gap without layoffs. We reached out to the conflicts firm to identify those savings, but they declined to provide any, so we shifted to other options. Reducing staff at the public defender's office was an option we weighed when we developed the original proposal. After the June 10th budget hearing, we concluded that substantial staffing reductions at the public defender's office would destabilize the agency, which handles roughly 85% of indigent defense in this county, and it would widen an already significant gap between the workloads at the public defender's office and the conflicts firm. Today, county defenders carry caseloads on average more than 60% heavier than their counterparts at the conflicts firm. Cutting the busier office isn't equitable and it isn't sound stewardship. County leaders work together to find a better path, and we're going to walk you through that now.
The next part of this presentation is about what came out of the Minga. how community spirit, shared sacrifice, and a good deal of determination bridged an over $1 million budget gap. The first thing that we did at the Public Defender's Office was we looked for ways to save money while offering the same level of service to our community. That meant avoiding deep staffing reductions while looking for ways to adjust staffing without decreasing services or dramatically increasing our workloads. We proposed delaying filling one of our senior investigator positions, deleting a limited-term administrative aide position, and extending some recruitments for unfilled positions to save about $342,970. Next, we went looking for ways to increase the revenue generated when our social workers and client advocates help a client get into treatment or stay connected to care. With the help of the Health Services Agency, and particularly Nikki Yates and her amazing MA team, we found ways to earn $311,651 more Medi-Cal administrative activities revenue. And this is doing work that fits squarely within our interdisciplinary holistic defense model. It's work that helps more clients participate in their defense, more clients benefit from mental health diversion, more clients access treatment for mental health and substance use disorders, secure housing, keep parents with children, reduce unnecessary incarceration, and address the root causes of system involvement. Even after scouring our budget for ways to save money and increase revenue, we were still left with this gap of $408,998. We'd reached the limit of what we could do on our own. And this is the moment the story stops being about the Public Defender's Office and it starts being about what we can do when we see our work, our community, and ourselves as connected. This is where spreadsheets end and the Minga begins.
When the conflicts firm declined to adjust the cost of their contract, two departments stepped forward. The probation department reallocated $283,998 in their budget. The Health Services Agency also reallocated $125,000. Together, they contributed and met the gap of $408,998. This was the amount we needed to save jobs. They found this through their own hiring controls and salary savings. They did it because they understood that a stable public defense system protects all of us. I also want to note that they recognize that their clients are the public defender's clients as well. They're working together to change the trajectory of some of our most vulnerable residents.
This is what shared responsibility looks like. And CEO Coburn and I are deeply grateful to both directors and their teams, including Chief Probation Officer Sandra Mendez, Health Services Director Connie Moreno-Peraza, Assistant Chief Probation Officer Valerie Thompson, HSA Director of Administrative Services Jessica Randolph, and the many others who scoured their budgets to help us maintain our staff and service levels.
This is what public leadership, public service leadership looks like at its best, so thank you.
The gap is closed, services are preserved, and revenue is up. Not a single person lost their job. None of that happened because one department pushed itself to a breaking point. It happened because several departments decided to carry the weight together. It happened because our county leaders embraced the idea that when something essential is at risk, we all have a role in preserving it. And it happened because this community made it clear that we value an equitable public defense system centered around interdisciplinary holistic defense. CEO Coburn will speak briefly about the longer-term questions in a moment. Before she does that, I'll leave you where we started. Aminga is about everyone understanding they have a role in preserving something bigger than themselves. It's about working together to reach shared goals. And over the last few weeks, this county has lived that principle. Leaders stepped forward. We shared resources and ideas, and together we protected services for some of our most vulnerable community members. At the heart of the Minga is this belief that we are responsible for one another, and that when we work together, we can do big things that none of us can do alone. This budget reflects that spirit. The revised fiscal year 2026-27 budget for the Public Defender's Office includes revenue of $1,287,916, expenses of $21,531,387, a general fund contribution of $18,228,942, one-time funding of $1,605,531, a general fund reallocation of $408,998, and funded staffing of 64 full-time positions. I respectfully ask that you approve this proposed budget. But first, we'll turn to CEO Coburn to talk briefly about the future of conflicts representation and how that will fit into the future of public defense in Santa Cruz County.
So we've spent this hearing talking about how we balanced the public defender budget in a hard year. This involved many pressures, difficult choices, and we talked about how departments in the community came together to meet them. I'm really grateful for everyone who was involved. But I'd be doing you a disservice if I let one year rescue stand in for a plan. The general fund that protected the conflicts contract this year came out of other department budgets. In this moment of stability, now is the time to look forward, to make sure we're not back before you next year having the same hard conversation. What I want to share is a plan for a conflicts defense model that is transparent, sustainable, and built on the same interdisciplinary, holistic representation we provide at the Public Defender's Office. Before we look ahead, I want to recognize how we got here, how we proposed a balanced budget that preserves core services without a single layoff. Again, the outcome wasn't the work of any one department. It involved the Public Defender's Office, the Health Services Agency's MAW team, the Probation Department and Health Services Agency that came together with contributions of their own to serve our shared clients and community. So thank you all who were involved. It's exactly the kind of shared responsibility we pride ourselves on as a county. And that same spirit will guide the work ahead. So next slide. As we look beyond this year's budget to fiscal year 2027-28, we are examining questions related to conflict representation models, holistic, interdisciplinary defense, cost and revenue generation, transparency, accountability, and stewardship and equity. So in regards to conflicts representation models, we are looking at how to best deliver this work over the long term, which we'll examine through a competitive process and a review of alternate defense and conflict representation models working in communities like ours. In terms of a holistic interdisciplinary defense, we are looking at how we sustain in the integrated social work, client advocacy, and related legal services the board has recognized as critical for effective representation. These are services that stabilize clients, return revenue to the county, and improve public health and public safety for our community. We are also looking at cost and revenue generation. This means looking at what we pay per case and revenue generated through MAW claiming at no cost to clients. We are looking at how different models foster transparency, accountability, and stewardship, because public dollars should be spent in the open and fully accounted for in a system where partners work together to build public defense that is equitable, sustainable, and effective. Lastly, we are looking at whether every client receives consistent representation no matter who is assigned and whether workloads are distributed fairly across the public defense system. As we continue to take up these questions, let me be clear about what this is and what this isn't. These aren't questions about the people doing the work. These are questions about the structure around it. Whether access to services is consistent across the system, whether it's sustainable and whether it sets everyone, clients and defenders alike, up to succeed. Next slide. This timeline lays out the road ahead. The current conflicts firm contract already provides for transition planning and invites the conflicts firm's collaboration in it, work that has been underway for quite some time. Between now and December, we'll cost out and examine all options for conflict representation going forward. This includes the in-house APDO model, a right-size updated contract model, and an all-panel model, and any others we might find across the state. We'll return to you in December with that analysis and our recommendations well before the current contract expires on June 30th, 2027. This was a challenging process, but what it showed us is clear. No single department solved this. We did it together by sharing resources and accepting help where it was offered. That same approach will build a more stable, more equitable system going forward. We solved a hard problem this year by working together, and we intend to solve the next one the same way. Thank you.
Thank you, Public Defender Rogers and CEO Coburn, for the presentation. At this time, we will now be going directly to public comment on this issue. If you are here and wish to speak on this item, can I please see you raise your hand? Okay, we got about less than 10. How about online?
Currently, one speaker has their hand raised online.
Thank you. I'm going to set the public comment period for 2 minutes each. If you're here to speak, please form a line in front of us. Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Christopher Davis, District 4 resident, and I serve as Holistic Defense Case Manager for for Page and Dudley, as well as Housing for Health Connector. I want to begin by simply saying thank you. Over the last several weeks, many of us have spoken in person and or written passionately about the importance of stability, continuity, and trust. I appreciate the seriousness with which the board approached these difficult decisions and your ultimate commitment to finding solutions that preserved services and avoided layoffs within our office, as well as the Public Defender's Office. I'm also a current member of the CARES J group, originally convened by former Supervisor Leopold. One of the sayings coined by fellow member Bella Bonner we use in CARES J is that values are verbs. Values are not simply things we say, they are things we do. Over the last few weeks, the board demonstrated that. Faced with over $7 million in combined needs between the sheriff coroner and the public defender, you engaged in difficult conversations and found solutions that prioritized stability and continuity. Difficult problems are not impossible problems. I hope future budget discussions continue to reflect that same understanding that public safety and justice require balance. And I hope that same spirit of creativity and commitment can extend beyond the criminal legal system. If this board can come together to address challenges of this magnitude, then preserving investment in food security, healthcare access, arts and culture should not be too tall in order, because values are verbs. And when we say we value safety, justice, healing, creativity, and community, our budget should reflect those values in action. Thank you for your leadership, your deliberation, and your commitment to putting people and community first.
Good morning. My name is Emily Fontana. I'm an organizer with SCIU 521, representing the members of the Public Defender's Office. Not only am I an organizer, but before that, I worked for the courts. So that was here in this county. I live in District 5, and I'm also raising my kids here. We want to thank you guys for the collaboration that we've done over the last couple weeks. While we were so happy we found a way to preserve jobs and preserve these services, it would be without saying that it was so nice to see collaboration amongst the county departments, amongst the community, and it's a shame it wasn't felt on all sides. So while you hear the stories of my workers and of their coworkers at the Public Defender's Office, For this year, we're so happy that we have a way to preserve these jobs, but I think it's really important, as CEO Coburn said, to look to the future of how we can preserve these services and extend them further out into the community. Thank you.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Yesenia Lopez Duran. I was born and raised in Santa Cruz, and I'm a social worker at the Public Defender's Office. I was one of the first 2 social workers hired and have been with our office since September 2022, when our first director joined. I appreciate the proposed budget that avoids layoffs. However, it does so by leaving unfilled and borrowing general funds from probation and HSA. These are sacrifices being made by county employees, while the contract with Page and Dudley firm remains fully funded for the next year. It is also difficult to watch the public sector workers absorb the impact of this financial crisis, while our partners at Page and Dudley do not appear to be sharing the same sacrifices. I want to speak specifically about the social worker 2 position. The holistic defense model is built on the understanding that these legal problems rarely exist in isolation. As defense social workers, we provide expertise that the attorneys are not trained to perform. We identify mitigating factors, conduct psychosocial assessments, review critical records, develop treatment plans and diversion plans, connect clients to services, prepare mitigation reports that provide courts with a fuller understanding of our clients' circumstances. Our work strengthens legal representation, helps clients access support, creates realistic plans for our clients that promote community and support for them. We also coordinate with treatment providers, community organizations, families, correctional facilities, and the courts to ensure these plans are successful. Social workers are necessary, and we are core members of the defense team. Preserve the resources that allow our office to provide meaningful, client-centered representation to Santa Cruz County. Thank you.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Lillian Nathanson. I'm a social worker at the Public Defender's Office. I've been with the Public Defender's Office for 4 years now, and I want to express my gratitude to HSA and probation for assisting in this proposed budget, and I also want to thank Myrna and Heather as well. I know that this process requires balancing many competing priorities, and I appreciate the work that has gone into bringing this proposal forward. As a social worker at the Public Defender's Office, I've worked closely with individuals facing some of the greatest challenges in our community. That work has reinforced my belief that investing in people and in services that support them is one of the most important things that we can do as a community. Whether it's housing, behavioral health services, or other critical resources, these investments make a meaningful difference in people's lives and strengthen our community as a whole. I support the proposed alternate budget, but I would like to express my concern additionally, considering that we have a social worker 2 position unfilled, and that is increasing the burden of the workload on the rest of our team. I encourage each supervisor to continue to look ahead and think about the bigger picture. Many challenges facing Santa Cruz will require long-term planning, sustainable funding strategies, and a shared vision for the future. Approving this budget is an important step, but it should also serve as a foundation for a broader conversation about how we want our community to grow and thrive in years ahead. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. My name is Kathy Lass. I'm a resident at Aptos, and I also organize with Showing Up for Racial Justice, the local chapter. I'm here just to make a brief statement in support of the updated Public Defender Office budget. I appreciate that this update reflects a holistic view of the budget, not just department by department, but showing how one department's work affects another. I appreciate how we're all acknowledging that the budget reflects our values and that it's important to use an equity lens, and that using values and an equity lens is what makes fiscal sense. Thank you for this effort.
Good to see you again. I'm an advocate for that 30 million, and now whatever it is now, whatever your budget is, I just want you to see the people in my familia, some to whom I still live with, to whom they still need a public defender. And so I urge you, I don't think it's any problem. I think because of what the CEO said, that budget is going to be passed. My invitation is, what's the next step? And so if I walk in, I may wear my Power of One Daniel Boone hat, but I really would like to see you because I'm over to the vet center in Philippi in person. They don't think you are behind it. I know you are. And if we all work together, look at this room. Viva Mexico, one block where Cab had a whole bunch of people ask you. I'm not a stranger. So you who don't know me by name, I'm from the Lewis Volkswagen family. I'm an offender. I am not today at my 89. It's all a story. But like I said earlier, please go to NAACP and ask that young adult, when's the last time you went to a meeting? They don't even meet in person. Come over to the Betts building any Wednesday. Ask for Grandpa. That's a good brand. Appreciate, you don't remember me, but you might when you had tacos over there on 41st. Please look at what we can do. 8 minutes. I'll be back. I am a loose cannon, but I'm good. Let me say God is good because I'm going to live and be back.
I apologize ahead of time for the rapidity of my speech and the lack of extemporaneous elocution, as I'm allocated only 2 minutes. Okay, I might be able to get through this. First off, I want to thank the members of the board, the county executive office, and the finance department for putting together a remarkable achievement this year and balanced budget at the start of a series of impending crises in a time of great uncertainty. I would also specifically like to thank our public defender, Heather Rogers, for her remarkable achievements to the public defender's office, including helping establish the bridge program, if I'm correct. In addition, her team's attempt to avoid layoffs while continuing to honor union negotiated salary increases is commendable. However, the current budget reality from Washington and Sacramento means we can't have both a salary increase and a flat budget. That leaves two options: layoffs, tax increases, or increased caseloads. Wait, that's three options. However, there is a fourth option. Declare what everyone already knows. We are in the start of a budget crisis that is expected to result in a deficit of over $60 million within the next couple of years. We need to get to work on efficiency, and we need to do it now. In fact, the technology and admin proposal budget of this year, if I've read it correctly, amounts to an additional $110,000 in HR compliance and support ticketing software in order to deal with the incredibly complex and arduous regulations and requirements of a municipal government office. An alternative approach exists, one that some of the highest rated public defense departments in the country use, an independent nonprofit organization that has the flexibility of a wide range of funding sources and can conform to California AB 690. Human Intelligence Systems Management is a local small business technology company that specializes in helping nonprofits with technology. We help manage California FarmLink and the Community Foundation of Santa Cruz County. We urge the board not to give up and to not leave any citizen of Santa Cruz County behind, including the Alternative Public Defender's Office. Thank you very much. We are the technology for formerly Page and Dudley and the new Alternative Public Defender's Office. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Mitchell Page. It is my office that was intended to be cut. We were given 90 days notice, and later in the process, we were asked to give up some salaries or fire some people to contribute to this without changing the end result for us of being fired as soon as we give that money back. We made it plain to the county that we were willing to discuss that if we had a longer term contract from which we could borrow from the future to give you back money now. That wasn't offered. So it's a bit of a misrepresentation to indicate that we were not willing to be cooperative. We do provide holistic defense. I don't want to break the mood of all being on the same page, but the comparison has to be made because we have been impugned. We're providing it more robustly than the main office. We are housing people. We've had someone trained to be a connector. I don't know that those things are true at the Public Defender's Office. We are on board with that. What we could not do is cut caseloads, increase caseloads, cutting attorneys. And if you thought that that was appropriate for a budget that has no fat to begin with, we'd be laying off attorneys and the bench would not be happy with that result. I suggest that we renew this process of discussion and exploration of alternatives, that we include all of the players in the criminal justice system in our discussion, starting with the bench. We've had, from my perspective, I'm sorry to say, we've had virtually no input to the county, but from one source that's conflicted. So I don't know what the result will look like. I know that we have a transparent model ready to go, a nonprofit in place. You are aware of that. And we're here to discuss how we can do it economically for the county. Thank you.
Seeing no further speakers, Madam Clerk, will you please call the first online caller?
Bernie, your microphone is now available.
Once again, good morning, Chair, Board, staff. Bernie Gomez with Milpa. I don't want to iterate what's been said already. So one is, this is a life jacket for this year, right? Being thrown out, put on. And so I just want to encourage the board to look into understanding the intricacies that happens in the criminal justice system, starting with first contact with the public defender's office, just the process, so you can get like a good overview of what's actually happening. But the one thing that I want to advocate for and really lift up is myself as a formerly incarcerated person, individual, man. If there's instability and dysfunction at the representation level, if there's conflict between defenders, because of money, right? It's not their fault, right? This is a county like fiscal responsibility. You have to make this right if that's what you want to see, good representation, good county services. But in the trickle down, the most impacted are going to be the individuals that are going through this process. Their confidence in being represented properly, so they can do their time, or in a good manner, right, per se. Those folks are going to end up coming out, and it makes an impact. It makes a very big impact on how people are being represented. And that's from personal experience. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Louisa, your microphone is now available.
Good morning. My name is Louisa. I live in the city of Santa Cruz, and I wanted to say thank you to everyone across the many parts of county leadership who applied their care and creativity and commitment to equity to this budget. I really appreciate the commitment to addressing root causes of system involvement, because this is the kind of work that really makes our community healthier and safer. Helping people get the services they need helps stabilize individuals and families and the whole community. So yeah, I'm pleased with this new proposal. I think it's both more compassionate and fiscally wise, and it really protects the most vulnerable and our community as a whole at the same time. Thank you.
Pam, your microphone is now available.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, I also don't want to repeat anything that I said already, but I want to thank you. I want to support this this proposed budget and yeah, care, collaboration, addressing root causes, all super, super critical. And also, I guess what I want to add, that looking ahead, I appreciate that the probation department contributed to this. And I know the sheriff's department, corrections department, probation department, budgets are increasing and we need, looking ahead, I urge you, I beg you to really look at that and how to take this model of sharing, Minga, sharing the burdens and take it seriously and look at what is really effective. And we know that carceral systems are not meeting the needs of vulnerable communities. They're not meeting all of our needs. Public safety really does require investment in things like arts and public space, open space, and holistic defense. And I'm sad to see that our public defenders and alternative office had to face so much stress. And I hope that right now you start working to make sure that doesn't happen in the future. They're doing critical work. Thank you.
KH, your microphone's now available.
Good morning. This is Catherine Hedges. I'm also from Showing Up for Racial Justice and the Care Not Cages Coalition. And I'll just save time by saying I co-sign everything the previous speaker just said. I appreciate the collaborative effort this year and hope we can be more collaborative across more departments in the future. Thank you. A thriving community is a safer community.
Chair, we have no further speakers with their hands raised.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll now return to the board. And before I call on my colleagues to make comments, I want to make an initial observation regarding what's before us. I appreciate the CEO and public defender and the way they've worked hard to respond to the board's direction at the last hearing. I really appreciate you grounding your response in the values of connection, contribution, and stewardship. However, I want to be honest. I have a major concern that a portion of what's being brought before us does not reflect those values and doesn't reflect what we asked every county department to do as a part of our overall budget process in this time of financial crisis. Most, if not all, county departments were required to sacrifice resources, staffing, goals, and accept cuts in order to adopt a budget that is workable to the county. As a part of this discussion, it's my understanding that the Page firm was asked how they could cut back on their charges in order to meet this moment. And they essentially told us they were unwilling or unable to help in this way. I simply cannot accept that other departments are making hard decisions to do more with less as we face reductions in resources, but we're somehow fine with an outside contractor who's unwilling to do so. More than ever, we need to make sure that every penny of the public's money is being used to get the best possible results. I have no doubt that the people working for Page and Dudley are well-intended, experienced lawyers. But their office does not provide the access to the wraparound services that our public defender's holistic defense model is able to provide. It's not cost efficient or best practice for lawyers to be acting as social workers. We have seen amazing results from our public defender's office. We've heard from other departments, like our probation department, how critical and irreplaceable these services are. But times are tough, so we asked the public defender's office to do more with less, like we did for every single department in the county this year. And our public defender, who's been reliably providing great results with what was already very limited resources, said okay, and worked very hard to come up with a very difficult but viable proposal that would get the best possible results from every penny of the public's money. I still strongly believe that this board should adopt the solution that was recommended to us on June 11th and terminate our agreement for contracted conflict defense. But if that's off the table, I'm going to be looking for support from my colleagues to, at the very least, reduce appropriations for and payment of the contract by 15% if we're not going to terminate. If Page and Dudley is not willing or able to get creative and stretch along with the rest of our public servants, then I feel that that speaks for itself as to which will be the best way to get the most out of our limited taxpayer dollars. Lastly, I think that this is a good opportunity to acknowledge and congratulate our public defender, Heather Rogers, on being appointed to the Blue Ribbon California Independent Commission on Public Defense, which is a highly distinguished group of legal scholars, legislators, and other experts studying challenges within our justice system. So with that, I look forward to hearing discussion from my colleagues on the board. I'm going to pass it over to Supervisor Koenig. I'd like to hear from all of us before a motion is made. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start with a couple of questions. The first is, how would the reallocated amounts from other departments be treated in next year's budget?
Some of those may be one-time reallocations. There is some potential for some restructuring in one or both departments, but we will need to get into that with the budget development for 27-28, but right now we're treating them as one time.
Okay. And then, of course, one of the sort of success stories in filling the gap of $1 million was the additional Medi-Cal administrative activities revenue. I'm just curious, have we explored any models where county social workers work with the Page firm or the Alternative Public Defender's Office in order to get some of those MAA revenues, regardless of who's providing the legal defense?
Yeah, we're actually very interested in claiming for MAW for whatever activities we can. And so we've raised that. And so that's something as part of our analysis we'll be looking at.
Okay, that's great to hear.
Yeah.
I mean, just generally, the reason that I did not support cutting the Page firm at our last hearing or in this hearing is that I feel that I was just not satisfied with the analysis done to justify that. It suggested that effectively 3 attorneys working in a new alternative public defender's office could do the work of 9 attorneys that are currently working in the Page firm. And it also suggested that doing so we would need very minimal increases to the conflicts panel, increased costs to the conflicts panel, which seemed unrealistic to me. So that was my big reason for opposing the elimination of the contract with the Page firm. I also think that this whole narrative that has been created that the attorneys at the Page firm are just not working as hard as those in the public defender's office. I mean, I think first of all, we don't want to minimize anyone's contribution. And second of all, it's really an apples to oranges comparison for a number of reasons. I mean, I think if we look at the actual salaries of those at the Page firm, they'd be, especially fully loaded, they're going to be less than those working for our in-house public defender's office. And then the cases are almost by nature more complex. There's just statistically more felonies on average that go to the alternate, or that go to the conflicts firm than are by the public defender's office, who gets the first cut at the cases. And so I think that's, I mean, in private sector, these would be called vanity metrics because they make your case look good, but they don't really get to the core of the issue. And so obviously this is going to require ongoing analysis as we figure out how to solve this effectively $2 million budget gap next year. And what I'm hoping to see is just more thorough analysis that actually gets into, the real cost per case that separating misdemeanors and felonies, and with realistic anticipation of how our conflicts panel will be impacted by workloads as well. And finally, again, I'm just glad to hear that we're looking at ways to explore Medi-Cal administrative activities, regardless who's providing the legal defense for our conflicts firm. My big concern here is really that $2 million budget gap that's being, $1.6 million taken from one-time reserves. This is a huge problem that's going to remain outstanding in next year's budget. Thank you.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Thank you. First of all, to the Public Defender's Office, you're doing a good job. Thank you. So this has nothing to do with that. What this has to do with, for me, are the nearly 40 years of the Page Dudley firm working, interacting, developing relationships, helping people in this community. That mattered to me. I got tens of 20 phone calls. We all got multiple emails asking us, please do not cut the firm and the people that work there. I have personal relationships with people on the board. They've developed a nonprofit. I have some personal relationships over many, many years with people that are working there. I know the type of work they do because I was a social worker that practiced holistic defense before that was even named holistic defense. I helped multiple people in this county expunge their records. I'm a social worker, so I know exactly what the social work team does. I helped multiple people. I went to court with people who had been victims of violence. I understand time studying, how difficult it is to do the mob billing. Every 15 minutes or so, you have to basically report in what it is you're doing. So to get that extra money, I know is very difficult. But for me, the work of that firm is so important that I could not sit up here and justify cutting those services. Those attorneys, like Manu said, do not make a tremendous amount of money. It is a labor of love for them as well. I think working for the county, the benefits and the salary is much higher here. And I think the system is working well also for the bench. So that is why I strongly stand behind the decision not to cut that firm. I will say, and the technology guy has it exactly right, we are coming up on a huge cliff, and our CEO's office did an incredible job piecing together a budget this year that is balanced, and I know this was very, very difficult, but we have to start looking in other places for reductions. We're going to have to, and to all the community groups out there who rely on the county for contracts, et cetera, we all are going to have to tighten the belt. So while I appreciate Supervisor Martinez's remarks, I will be supporting this agenda item today. And thank you to Mitchell Page for coming up here. I do feel like his reputation has been impugned, and I appreciate his remarks today. And in a spirit of collaboration, hoping to make some cuts that will assist the county in balancing the budget. Thank you.
Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to start by thanking all the members of the public here today. I want to thank the Public Defender's Office. I want to thank the CEO's office and the Page and Dudley firm. I share a lot of the sentiments that were brought up by Supervisor Koenig and by Supervisor DeSerpa. And for me, something that part of the reason why I wanted us to look at, how we could fix this issue was because this really came out of nowhere for a lot of us, and especially us as board members. When I met with the Page firm, they had informed us that they were told that their contract was going to end in 90 days. That's a board decision. We never decided on that. And, you know, I've been through, this is my 8th year going through budgets, whether at the city level or the county level. And one of the things that I've found over time is that there's something that we are committed to, that we're passionate about, that aligns with our values, that the staff need to go out and figure out how to make it happen. And this is one of the instances where I'm really grateful that we found solutions. A number of our departments helped us get to this point. But I think it's really important that we see this as a win-win. We were able to keep the Page and Dudley services. We're able to keep the social worker contracts. And now we have an opportunity to really have a deeper conversation about what the next steps look like. To Supervisor Martinez's point, you know, the state sent out an email on June 16th, and it's this Blue Ribbon Commission that's being launched, Confront California's Public Defense Funding Crisis. I mean, we have to remember that the state mandates that we provide public defense, and they don't give us any money, right? So I think moving forward, this is an opportunity for us to take a pause, you know, continue moving forward, continue having conversations about what next steps look like, and really put pressure on the state and see what's going to happen after November. I mean, we could be in an entirely new world come our mid-year budgets. And in the meantime, we need to be having these dialogues and conversations about what the future means, because to have a firm that's been working in our community, providing this service for 47 years, that just goes to show how good of a job they've been doing. And for us to cut their contract at this point in time, we don't know what the impact that's going to have on their clients. We know that that's likely going to mean that their attorneys who are members of this community will lose their jobs and may not have a way to sustain themselves with very little notice. And, you know, I think that it's important that we're respecting the long-term relationship that we've had with the Page and Dudley firm. So that if we're going to move in the direction of cutting the contract, that is something that's going to have to come to this board and we're going to discuss. I was disappointed to see that there's a June 2027 date of when we're going to cut their contract when we haven't decided on that either. We don't know what the options are. We need to know what are the options for moving forward. There's a nonprofit that's getting created. Who else would be out there and how long would these contracts be? Because we can't have like a new RFP every year for a new firm to take over this work. This is long-term work when you're representing clients who have cases that are very complex. So I'm not comfortable with moving in the direction of cutting their contract by 15% because I don't know what impact that would have on their clients and on their attorneys. If we had that information and maybe there's some conversation, maybe that'll be possible. But today, I think that where the staff has landed on the recommendation is a good one. It's going to allow us to continue providing services, continue this conversation, and it won't result in impact to any of our services currently. So I just want to thank everybody for getting us to this point where it's a win-win for our community, for our clients, and for the services that we provide. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank Heather Rogers, Myrna, the whole PDO's office, CEO Nicole Coburn, for all the work that they've been doing. You know, I think that we said that preserving county employee jobs was imperative, and they really took that into account. I want to repeat that, you know, for me at least, and some of my colleagues here, preserving county jobs is imperative. Given that, I'm so glad that you guys were able to redraft this PDO budget, given the board's direction. I really want to thank Connie Moreno Peraza and the whole HSA team, Sandra Mendez and the entire probation department for making this possible. My question is, you know, well, let me step back. I want to say that I agree with some of the comments made, and Supervisor Martinez, I share the same reservations. You know, for me, I thought when our CEO asked our departments to tighten their budgets, for me, I thought it was going to be streamlining, cost efficiencies, and, you know, the plus with this PDO's budget was creating this holistic approach within in-house. So my question is, you know, given some of the concerns that Supervisor Cummings had, you know, that this came out of nowhere, and I heard some other concerns about difficulties in transitioning caseloads, given that with 47 years of service, it deserves a amicable transition plan. So I'd like to find out if there is some sort of, if we're working towards some sort of transition plan, because if we're going to be stuck here June, And without a transition plan, these same concerns are going to come up about transitioning caseloads and, you know, it not being an amicable transition or, you know, anything like that. So I'd like to find out if we're going to be working on some sort of transition plan, and which I think we should. I know it's a 1-year extension for June, but in that time, does a transition process exist?
Yeah, so the current amendment to the agreement with the conflict firm has the whole timeline in it, and now we're adjusting that timeline, but it includes the analysis we're talking about. It includes coming up with a transition plan. So right now, we're going to come back to you with the options for transitioning to something else this December, and we would probably follow that very shortly with the transition plan. You know, we plan to bring you all of that work so it's very clear what's happening. And so we'll have to cost out all the different models and the options for us going forward. We are required every 4 years as a county to do a RFP for all of our contracts. We have done this on conflicts one other time. And during my tenure here, I don't know with what frequency it was occurring in the past, but every 4 years, based on our purchasing policy, we have to build it out. That's what we do as a county. So that will be one aspect of what we're doing this fall.
And so we are working with the Page firm to create this transition plan.
Yeah, we don't know yet because we'll have to come to the board with what we're seeing from all of our additional research and analysis based on the questions and comments we've gotten from the board. So if it looks like we're transitioning from Page to something else, then we would of course be working with the firm for that. But what I want to do is finish all the additional research and analysis that your board has asked for. And we will also be working in tandem with the firm regarding that information. And then if it looks like we're moving to something different, we would work on that transition plan.
Well, thank you. And thank you for all your work, Nicole, Heather, Myrna, and of course, thank the team at Probation and HSA as well for all their help in making this happen.
Thank you. We've heard from everybody. I do have some further comments, but I would accept a motion at this time. Supervisor Cummings.
I'll move the recommended actions.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Cummings.
Can I make one more comment too, sorry.
And a second from Supervisor Hernandez. Supervisor Cummings.
Just based on the feedback we did hear today, and some of the comments were made by the CEO, I think it's also important that in addition to the Page firm, that the courts are also consulted, because we did hear that there were some concerns coming out of the courts. I haven't had those conversations, but I think that it's also important that we understand where the courts are at on this as well.
Yeah, of course. I meet regularly with the court executive officer, and I'm also happy to meet with the presiding judge. I get input from them regarding our conflict services, so I will sit down with them and talk to them.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion from Supervisor Cummings, a second from Supervisor Hernandez. I have a few comments. You know, the first is that I do want to address this sense that this came from nowhere. It's my understanding that this conversation about transitioning the contract started back when we made the decision to transition to our own in-house public defender 4 years ago. And the contract for our alternative public defender is scheduled to terminate at the end of next year. And in order to address our fiscal crisis, our CEO and public defender came to us to do it a year early, but started those discussions quite some time ago. And personally, I had those conversations quite some time ago. So I do want to acknowledge that I feel like the CEO's office and the public defender did their due diligence to begin these conversations years ago. I also want to again express, you know, I really have a problem with accepting that we have a private law firm who says that they're unwilling to take a haircut when every single department and many of our contractors who do the most good in our community had to do so. We heard from CAB today. We cut their contract by 50%. We heard from Second Harvest. We cut their contract by 50%. We will be hearing from the Arts Council and MA later today. We are proposing to cut their contracts. We have made cuts across Encompass, our many mental health and substance use providers, and most importantly, our own workforce. We were comfortable in March when we heard our budget presentation telling our workforce, do the same amount of money with less. Eliminate vacancies. Eliminate administrative overhead. Eliminate anything you can, but keep serving our clients. And that's the collaboration that we're asking for from this contractor, and we've heard no. So while it doesn't sound like I have the votes, I am gonna make a substitute motion because I feel like I have to stand up for our workforce. A substitute motion to approve the public defender's budget as presented by the CEO, but reduce the amount of the contract with Page and Dudley by 15%, with no reduction in the provided services, and have staff work with Page and Dudley to amend the contract to reflect this. Is there a second?
I'll second it for the sake of discussion.
So we have a motion and a second. And I'd welcome any further discussion, or I'll welcome the clerk to call the roll. Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to support the motion. I don't feel that it entirely or accurately represents the situation we're looking at here. I mean, the public defender's office as a whole, or this branch of activities, is receiving a 12% increase in our general fund contribution. I may have some of these numbers wrong, but if I dive into the salaries specifically for the public defender's office, there's almost a 24% increase, whereas the Page firm's contract is increasing from 2.407 million to 2.469, so a 2.6% increase. So I don't see that. I mean, yes, we are eliminating some vacancies, and that is going to result in increased workload, but there's also a pretty significant increase in compensation here for our county employees to make up for that. And I don't see those commensurate increases with the private firm. I mean, I certainly agree that across the board, when you look at the total landscape of services, we are talking about cuts, but in this specific area of service, I don't. So that's why I'm not prepared to support the motion.
Thank you. As a follow-up question to your comment, Supervisor Koenig, can either the Public Defender Rogers or CEO Coburn speak to the workforce and the contracts we have with our union and anything related to the cost increases in this budget?
We do have cost increases for salaries and benefits that have been negotiated. So those are in the budget. I believe on average across the county, and I don't have the specific number right in front of me for the public defender's office, but departments did absorb about a 6% reduction on average for increasing costs into the departments. But we, as you know, we have large fiscal challenges ahead. And at this point, we'll have to figure out how we handle that and whether we need to look at other options available to us in terms of addressing those fiscal challenges, which could mean, delaying COLAs or, potentially furloughs or all the rest of it. So that hasn't been implemented yet, but as you know, we have big challenges.
Thank you for that response. Further comments, Supervisor Cummings.
Yeah, again, when the vote came down last time at 3-2, the direction was for them to go out and to preserve the contract with Page and Dudley. And so what staff went and did was exactly what the board asked them to do. If the recommendation then had been to have staff go out and, preserve the contract with Page and Dudley with a reduction of 15%, that would have been an opportunity for us to discuss that and to understand what that means for Page and Dudley. I mean, I think that the issue here is that there's a tremendous amount of work that these folks are already doing. And because of the fact that we hadn't had an opportunity to even discuss reducing the contract by a year. I mean, sure, the staff's been working on this, but we have never had a conversation about reducing the contract by a year and having that 90-day termination of their contract. And so that's why, for me, not understanding and knowing the impacts is a big reason why I'm not comfortable with supporting the motion that's on the floor. And I will say that, you know, we've heard from a lot of folks who are saying we should reduce the sheriff's contract or the sheriff's budget. We didn't touch the sheriff's budget at all. So, you know, and people have been wanting us and been encouraging us to, you know, invest more in public defense and invest more in these types of services. And so by maintaining this contract, that's what we're doing. And so I don't think that, you know, we're, you know, while we've all taken hits, I think we're trying to make sure that we're providing the most protection for some of those vulnerable people who are in our criminal justice system. And that's what the board is doing. And that's what the majority of this board asked our staff to do. And so since staff has gone out and done exactly what we asked them to do, I feel like that's what's before us today. And that's why I'm not comfortable with making a 15% reduction. And for the next item, we're gonna have a long conversation about that too, and we'll see where that goes. But for this item, I think that staff has done what the majority wanted, and we should move in that direction.
Any further comments? Supervisor Hernandez.
Yes, I just wanted to reiterate, you know, we had given all the departments the direction to tighten the budget anywhere between 14 to 18%. And so all the departments did that. And, you know, either through streamlining, cost efficiencies, and we're here spending an extra almost 1.2 million, as opposed to looking at streamlining cost savings. So that's my concern right now. And the plus would be that it expands a holistic approach all within in-house. And so I think those two are the main concerns that I have moving forward with the staff recommendation.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll on, or not the roll, will you please, call the roll on the substitute motion?
Yes. And for the record, this is the substitute motion made by Supervisor Martinez, seconded by Supervisor Hernandez. Supervisor Koenig.
No.
DeSerpa.
No.
Cummings.
No.
Hernandez.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye. Motion fails 3-2. We will now move back to the original motion, which is the recommended actions. And with that, before you call the roll, I will be voting against this recommendation, not because I do not support the public defender and all the good work they do and everything else included in their budget. I believe I've been clear about what my position is and what I feel like inequity that I see in what's being proposed today. Thank you. Any further comments on that before we call the roll? All right.
Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
DeSerpa.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Aye.
And Martinez.
No. Motion passes 4-1. That concludes item number 7. We will now move on to item number 8, which is to consider approval of the proposed 26-27 budget for parks, open space, and cultural services, including any supplemental materials, and take related actions as outlined in the referenced budget documents and as recommended by the county executive officer. I'll give folks a few moments to get settled before we present this budget.
Good morning.
Welcome. Feel free to begin.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Martinez, fellow board members, and CEO Coburn. My name is Jeff Gaffney. I'm the director for the Santa Cruz County Parks, Open Space, and Cultural Services Department. Sitting next to me is my deputy director, Rebecca Hurley. Thank you for your time today. I first want to start with acknowledging the arts community that's here today, and that the last time I was here with the arts community was almost 10 years ago, and we were championing a raise in how much money we gave to the arts community, and so how different times are and how dire they are. And I also want to talk about, just for a moment, my love for arts started 45 years ago in the Summer Theater Arts Repertoire program in Gilroy, California, and my deep love of arts and the community. A cis white boy learning about so many different cultures and so many different people in the world and culture was so important to who I am. And so this is a very difficult budget for me to provide to this board, propose. So I wanted to go into a couple more things before we begin discussing the actual budget. I'd like to talk about the work we provide and do a little update about what we've been doing. This month, we launched our first ever ocean safety and coastal ecology program as part of our newly expanding outdoor education efforts. This program introduces all young people from across our entire county to the coastline, and specifically the North Coast. It teaches them about ocean processes and coastal ecosystems, and most importantly, provides them potentially life-saving education about ocean safety. Some of the children in our programs may have lived here all their lives and never been to the ocean. As we have talked about in the past, sea level rise and climate change are already reshaping our coastline. The ocean that our children will inherit will be different than one many of us grew up with. Stronger storms, changing beaches, coastal erosion, and more frequent flooding make it more important than ever that our young people understand both the power of the ocean and how to safely interact with it. And currently, communities around the world are experiencing unprecedented heat waves. Every year we see reports of people losing their lives to extreme heat or seeking relief in rivers, lakes, and oceans without understanding the risks they face. Parks, beaches, trails, public pools, open spaces, and outdoor education programs are no longer simply amenities. They are part of how our communities adapt to a changing climate, protect public health, and build resilience. That reality makes investments in parks and open space more important than ever. Parks provide shade, cooling, recreation, habitat, and opportunities for people to reconnect or connect with nature and one another. Through responsible vegetation management, we can expand the tree canopy, restore native habitats, rebalance landscapes, remove fuel loads, increase biodiversity, and create greener public spaces, which also reduce wildfire risk while protecting surrounding communities. These are not competing priorities. They are complementary investments in safety, environmental stewardship, and the quality of life. We face these opportunities at a time when resources are constrained and demands continue to grow. Our parks system is serving more people than ever. We are welcoming record visitation, maintaining aging infrastructure, responding to climate impacts, and expanding programs that directly serve our residents. The budget before you reflects the difficult choices required to balance those realities. It reflects a commitment to protecting core services, maintaining public access, investing strategically where we can, and position our park system to meet the challenges ahead. 2 weeks ago, your board rightly directed me to come back using our precious tax dollars for a larger investment in our parks and open spaces without asking county residents to give any more money for public services. This budget reflects that investment, people's hard-earned tax dollars being used to provide public services and spaces. This is highlighted by the fact that currently Parks is using less than 1/3 of our budget from the general fund. 32% is general fund. The decisions we make today will influence not only the condition of our parks and facilities, but the experiences, opportunities, and resilience of future generations of Santa Cruz County residents. Okay, so let's get into some of the numbers. I had to watch myself several times on video. I'm sorry. After watching myself, I was like, I talked too quickly, and I'm really glad that I'm gonna slow down and try to do this a little differently, but I had to watch it several times so I made sure we got right what you asked us to do 2 weeks ago. So clearly we were gonna remove revenue from the Pay to Park program. That's not gonna happen here. We included that as $340,000. we paid out $60,000 to get that 340, so the net on that is $280,000. You asked us to restore 7-day operations at Simpkins year-round. That's $80,000. Restored the contract for the portable restrooms around the county and our county parks, $70,000, and beaches. And then restoring our extra help is $160,000. So the total we needed to come up with was $590,000. What we heard and what we talked about at the last conversation around this was Districts 1 and District 2 would provide $100,000 from their future Measure K dollars each. We were able to work with County Risk Management on some of the preventative tree maintenance we know we're gonna have to do. They were able to provide $50,000. We also had $38,000 in contingency and another $12,000 in interest in the Measure Q fund. And this is the part that I'm sure a lot of people want to speak to, is the elimination of the Arts Council Cultural Services contract for $170,000, reducing our contract with the Museum of Art and History by $77,000, and then reducing our own cultural services program, which is a $47,000 program. We're reducing it by $12,000. That program also provides similar support to local artists and services throughout the community. And then we were able to eliminate a Lucidity program within the department that helps us with work orders. That's $35,000. That got us to $594,434. So again, restoring 7-day operations, you can see the breakdown there of how we get to the math. Portable restroom contracts are restored, maintenance help restored, which helps us with vegetation management and routine inspections and liability exposure, and then the gap from the pay to park program. So just so everybody can see it again on the big screen, here's how it all plays out. $100,000 will give us the support we need for $80,000 to restore the swim center and $20,000 to support the maintenance extra help. Another $100,000 will help us with the portable restrooms and $30,000 with our maintenance extra help against vegetation management primarily. County risk will help us with our preventative tree maintenance and vegetation management. And then the $50,000 Measure Q will also help us with ongoing maintenance around some of the deferred items. We have broken and dilapidated equipment. And then the offset, as I said, for the Arts Council, which is $170,000, gets us closer to the $280. Another $77 gets us a cumulative offset of $247. The $12,000 gets us closer to the $162,000 for the 9,000 hours of extra help that we cut. And then ultimately the Lucidity subscription gets us to the $280 that we need to restore for the hole we made with the pay to park program. And as I said, $594,343 with about a $4,343 surplus. And so the recommended action that we're at today before you is in front of you, with revenues of $10.2 million and expenses of $20.7, a general fund contribution of $6.7, and then the district sales tax contribution of $2.2. The other fund, that's the CSA 11 fund we've talked about 1.5, and that funds 57 FTEs. And we're available for questions and or comments.
Thank you, Director Gaffney. Like the previous item, we're going to start by going to public comment, and then we're going to turn to the board for discussion and a motion. I'm going to start by asking if you are here to speak on this item, please raise your hand. Hi, so I can see how many there are. Okay, we have quite a number of people. I am, per usual, going to set the time period for 2 minutes each. However, if you feel like your point has been made, feel free to make a me too, and we will get you, all right? So you're welcome to your 2 minutes, but we also would appreciate your me too if that serves you. Welcome.
Excuse me. Good morning, Supervisors. I'm Jim Brown, Executive Director of Arts Council, Santa Cruz County. Since 1979, through good times and bad, the county has partnered with us to fuel our creative economy. We understand the severe budget shortfall you face. However, finding out just last Thursday that our 47-year contract is on the chopping block gives our sector zero time to transition or plan. Between the elimination of our contract and the 50% cut to the MA, the cultural sector is being forced to shoulder a staggering 42% of the Parks Department's budget adjustment. Let me be entirely clear about the Arts Council's financials. Like the county, we also have a structural deficit driven by rising costs and flat funding. While we periodically show an annual surplus due to how our multi-year grants must be accounted, our board just approved a budget with a $130,000 deficit. We, like the county, are tapping our reserves to sustain programming, and we will not be able to absorb the proposed cut. Our contract with the county pays for over half of our regular grant-making budget. Losing it could mean breaking our funding commitments to 13 vital organizations and dramatically reducing funding for artists and arts organizations across the county. I've emailed you a list of our grantees this past year. It also kneecaps our ability to leverage $100,000 in matching funds from federal and state sources. Our nonprofit art sector generates $68 million in economic activity annually and supports 1,400 jobs. County funding is the seed money for that revenue. Furthermore, these cuts will damage our efforts to increase investment equitably in communities that have had the least access to it. Thank you to the 2 supervisors who have already stepped up. We urgently ask remaining supervisors to dedicate a portion of their discretionary Measure K funds to bridge this gap. Please do not end a half-century legacy of art support on a single week's notice. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you begin, for the sake of efficiency and also to ensure that we have an inclusive environment, I'm going to ask you not to clap when the speakers speak. You're welcome to do spirit fingers if you'd like. And also, Madam Clerk, we are going to be rotating 5 in person and 5 remote, so you can prepare the next 5 after we get through 4 more speakers. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Martinez and supervisors. My name is Mariah Roberts, and I serve as Executive Director of your nonprofit partner, County Park Friends. We know these cuts at the federal level have cascaded down. We know it's forcing decisions that must feel impossible. Here to speak about the vital work of our Department of Parks, Open Space, and Cultural Services. The breadth of their work to steward the places and programs where we connect and heal is astounding. Attendance today is testament. This is why we advocate for their full funding at every turn. We want to thank Districts 1 and 2 for allocating Measure K funds. We want to thank all of you for allocating funds from Measure Q to address gaps. We endorsed both of these measures with the clear expectations that funds would support parks, so thank you. And it demonstrates that each of you continue to have discretionary power to make a huge difference. For example, going forward, we do not need to reinvent any wheels to distribute the county's portion separate from the grants portion of Measure Q funds. We simply need to provide these resources to parks so they can implement community benefits that voters expect without placing additional pressure on our general fund. Our community has voted repeatedly to raise our own local funds, to invest them in our public spaces and programs, and really to care for each other. This is the best of us. We look forward to continue to work with you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tandy Beal from Zianti. I create new concerts, and I've been lucky enough to have them tour around the world, supported by the National Endowment for the Arts and the U.S. State Department. I've been a local working artist even before the original Cultural Council, and I know the difference between a community that only pays lip service to the arts and one that actually tries to support artists. Artists know how to make a dollar stretch better than anybody. The fact that we're still living here in Santa Cruz and none of us are making anywhere near close to the 6 figures that one needs to live here. We beautify Santa Cruz, the material world, and also the hearts. It would be a terrible mistake to cut the arts budget. I'd like to focus on the value of arts education because that's the clearest place. My company alone reaches 15,000 kids each year and employs 30 local artists, with thanks to this Arts Council. I've seen what happens when the arts are given to children. They transform, and classroom teachers get teary seeing the shift from disengaged to wonderment, from bullying to sharing. The arts are not a frill. They're a tool to learn how to solve problems in new ways, and that's what our next generation really needs. The arts teach you to work as a team without winning or losing. It's about how you work together for a common solution. It's what our country needs. These kids will become citizens who know how to solve unique problems. And most of all, the arts develop empathy, which we really need. Only with a strong imagination can we understand what it feels like to be in someone else's shoes, and then act with empathy and understanding.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Peggy Flynn. I'm the Vice Chair of the Santa Cruz Arts Council. First of all, I want to say the reason I'm in black and many of my colleagues are in black is because we're in mourning at the thought of these cuts, and also symbolic of what life is like without color that art brings to us. I appreciate Supervisor Martinez, your comment about messages, and my message is a little different. You know, one of the things that art can do for us is not these artists, whether it's dance, a movie, theater, watercolor, pottery, is that they not only show us the world and the community around us, but they show us things that we might not have thought about before. They bring a different perspective that helps us, and when we do think and reflect on the things, those perspectives that are different from our lived experiences, we have the opportunity to be our better selves. So I ask you here today to be the best, better selves of you all and not make these cuts. And I also want to say that we know the situation we're in is not of your making. It's the result of a federal government that does not prioritize the myriad and broad needs of a total community. And lastly, I would say to all the people, we know we live here partly because it's a beautiful place, and all the people who continue to visit here and live here for it because it's beautiful, I say, come for the surf, come for the redwoods, stay for the art. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. I'm Ellen Primack, the former longtime executive director of the Cabrera Festival of Contemporary Music in Santa Cruz. I feel compelled to speak because I want to ask you to be better than our federal government and our state government. The arts are not the easy cut. They are not amenities. They are actually hand in hand with the environmental landscape of this community. They are our identity. The creativity and arts of Santa Cruz is why people come and live here. They define the quality of life here. They define why people visit here. This is jobs. This is people's livelihoods. This is our arts and culture on the brink. This is probably about the same amount of money that the county has been investing in the arts when I came 35 years ago. Please do not cut it to nothing. This is essential. This is our identity. This is the best of us, as people said. So thank you for doing your best. I know that you have impossible decisions in untenable times. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you please call the next 5 online speakers?
Angela, your microphone is now available.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome, thank you. Good morning, Chair Martinez and Supervisors. My name is Angela Chambers, and I serve as a Youth Program Director and Community Engagement Director at the Tanwy World Dance and Cultural Center. I'm going to keep this quick, as many from my beloved community have already gotten to the core of my message, but I'm here to urge you to reconsider the proposed cuts to the Arts Council. For organizations like TWDCC, the Arts Council is more than a grant maker. It is a critical partner in providing arts education, youth development, scholarships, support, and community programs throughout Santa Cruz County. Earlier today, I heard the values of connection, contribution, stewardship, and quality of life lifted up throughout these budget discussions. And I'm glad you brought them up because I'm here to argue that the arts are one of the clearest expressions of those values in action. The arts create connection by bringing people together across generations and cultures. They foster contribution by giving young people and artists opportunities to share their talents and leadership. They embody stewardship by preserving culture and investing in local talent. And they directly enhance quality of life by creating opportunities for joy, belonging, creativity, and community well-being. When funding is cut from the Arts Council, the impact extends far beyond one organization. It affects youth, artists, families, cultural events, local jobs, and the vitality of our entire community. As you can see by how many have showed up this morning, probably in the middle of their workday, like myself, when my studio is filled with young dancers spending their summers training and investing in their dreams, Santa Cruz is a hub for the arts and for making the arts a tool for change. I respectfully ask that you protect this funding and continue investing in the people, creativity, and community connections that make Santa Cruz County thrive. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Liz, your microphone is now available.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Liz Wall. I'm an artist based here in Santa Cruz. I had a studio at 17th Ave Studios, which was a thriving artist community with over 50 artists and small creative businesses, and at least 3 larger businesses, including 2 auto shops and a cabinetry business. This property was sold last year and is being turned into boat and RV storage. I mention this because it is just one example of the ongoing deprioritization of the arts in Santa Cruz. It is difficult to measure the value of the arts, and that makes them an easy target in a situation like this. But I think you are underestimating what they do, not only for the community, but for tourism and for the reputation of Santa Cruz. The arts make people want to go downtown. The arts make people want to visit and stay in Santa Cruz. This is exactly what I mean when I say it is hard to measure the impact. And I think that this is a really short-sighted decision. Supporting the arts is not an act of charity. It is an investment in creativity, innovation, and economic growth, and will benefit us all in immeasurable ways. Thank you for your time.
Katie, your microphone is now available.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you so much. I'm Katie Simpson. I'm the Arts Education Manager at the Arts Council, and I'm a result of the arts here in Santa Cruz County. I would not be here without arts education, which kept me in school as a troubled kid. Arts do that, make communication, belonging, and care available to youth. Without arts funding, our county's population will suffer. Arts funds have been cut over and over and over the past few years. Programs have already been lost. Momentum, community, and belonging have been lost. Further cuts will devastate the whole community. The arts support and uplift families, kids, schools, teens, adults, seniors, that's everyone. Without arts, our workforce will lose creative decision-making skills. The Arts Council has supported thousands of our students, thousands of adults and seniors for my entire life. The Arts Council supports the economy with an already small budget. As an arts worker, I serve my community because of my involvement in the arts as a youth. Eliminating this funding will eliminate futures. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Sarah, your microphone is now available.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can. All right, my name is Sarah Michael. I am a freelance theater artist who's currently and in the past worked for organizations including Santa Cruz Shakespeare's Education Program, Cabrillo Stage, Santa Cruz Opera Project, Renegade Theater Company, and many more groups and individuals whose work is directly funded by the Arts Council. I would just like to add my voice to the outpouring of support for the arts funding in this room today and remotely. They are a crucial and vital component of life in Santa Cruz, as well as nationally and globally. The arts help make us better people. They help make us more empathetic. Without the arts, our community will suffer, and Santa Cruz is such a unique artistic place as it is. please, please consider saving this funding. Thank you very much.
KH, your microphone is now available.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Hedges, and I am an artist in Live Oak and a member of the Liminal Space Cooperative. And I'm not speaking on behalf of the cooperative, as that's just to give context, because we're the people who brought you the Circle Church. We did an installation at the MA, and I'm very disheartened to hear about these cuts in art funding, not only because her group might benefit, but just the community as a whole. Art builds community. Art builds culture. Groups like Milpa use the arts to help, keep youth on a good path instead of falling into the school to prison pipeline. And we should, cutting funding is penny wise, pound foolish, because it will decrease tourist spending, increase community problems. We need to maintain our arts funding. And the people who are most likely to be able to just pay for private lessons for their kids in the better off neighborhoods, they might be fine. It's the people in Watsonville and Beach Flats who won't be able to do that. So please maintain the arts funding, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead and proceed.
My mic on? Yeah. I'm an artist that has lived in Santa Cruz County since 1983 and in District 5 since 2009. I'm an educator. I'm an activist. I'm a volunteer. I've received grants from the Arts Council, and the grants program is going to be what's mostly hit here in this cut. I also want to, before I go further, acknowledge that I hear in your voice, Mr. Gaffney, how hard this is to choose one great program and sacrifice another. I'm getting a little bit lost and a little bit emotional. My main point I want to make is, in the same way that teaching children how to swim and ocean safety can save lives, I know, I've seen it, art saves lives. Teaching art saves lives. All these grantees have an educational component in their programming. I taught in community colleges for 27 years, and I had veterans tell me, sitting and doing an observational drawing, they forgot their physical pain. I've seen traumatic brain injuries heal through the connections that art makes. Students who cannot read well learn through visual. It's something that's just so important to connecting us to what makes us human and keeping us alive and connected. To ask the Parks Department to choose between being a Parks Department and being a cultural department just seems like throwing out the good to save the other good. And I would like you to figure out a way not to cut 100% of the Arts Council and so much of MA's programming. So thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Marcia Ochoa. I'm a resident of District 3, Supervisor Cummings. I have to congratulate y'all because I have never been to a budget meeting in my entire 20 years living in Santa Cruz. And I had to come out for this one. Also had to pay for extending my parking, which, wow. And so I'm a faculty member at UC Santa Cruz. I'm in the arts division on performance play and design. I'm also the provost of Oaks College for the next week and a half or so. My term is ending. You may have seen my op-ed in the Lookout. But I haven't looked at the county budget in ever, and was shocked to see that our county sheriff and coroner budget proposal is 124 million plus. And we're talking about basically the cost of about 4 deputies, to create place and home in Santa Cruz. I've lived here 20 years. Santa Cruz has never felt like home to me. And the only places it has felt like home is at the Ma in Abbott Square, you know, Neighbors Pub, and the ocean, right? Swimming in the ocean. So I just want to say that what we're asking you to do is to actually find a way to not make the arts an afterthought, not make the things that make this place special a total afterthought, and find a more robust structure to support the arts in the entire county, because this is crazy that we're in this position. So I really hope that you all figure it out. It's not a zero-sum game, and I'm really embarrassed that we've made this decision so far. So thank you.
Hello. My name is Charlotte McGee. I'm a media and communications coordinator at the Santa Cruz Museum of Art and History. I'm going to read a few words regarding the proposed arts funding cuts from my coworker, Erin Brookie, who couldn't be here today. The ever-expanding historical education that was not a part of public schools curriculum in Santa Cruz, but is now being taught through our history gallery, evergreen programming, and school tours. As a born and raised local, it is profound to learn about the history of Santa Cruz and to see younger generations integrate these truths into their awareness. Many guests see themselves represented in our ongoing exhibitions about the Chinese immigrant experience, the active Ohlone culture, the LGBTQ movement, and the legacy of Lyndon Nelson. The impact our visitors of all ages learning these stories is profound and undeniable. Our guests often comment on the power of the History Gallery's information and it inspires conversations that deepen the Ma's connection to the community. It would be a huge loss to the community and future generations to reduce our meaningful work in telling these vital histories. I would also like to personally add that many communities support arts and culture through a portion of their transient occupancy tax or hotel tax, recognizing that arts organizations help attract visitors and strengthen local businesses. Rather than cutting the MA's funding in half, I encourage the county to explore sustainable tourism-based funding solutions that preserve this vital community asset. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good morning, it's still morning. My name is Ginger Porchella. I'm the Executive Director of the Santa Cruz Museum of Art and History. I want to thank all of you here for your service to this community and remind you of the important service that the MA also provides. County funding plays a vital role in sustaining the MA and ensuring that the museum and the historic sites that we steward remain accessible to all. You may think that this is just a small piece of our income. However, it's a really important income stream that helps us leverage other funds. There really is not a lot of federal funding anymore, state funding for what we do. So these funds really help us cover essential expenses such as maintain our facilities, preserving our collections and archives, supporting staff, and delivering educational programs to youth across the county. Like I believe Monica said, we're increasingly being asked to do more with less. I myself am taking yet another salary cut this year to preserve my amazing staff that are here with us today. These are the sacrifices we make to continue to preserve what we do because we really contribute significantly to the local economy. We attract tourists, support downtown businesses, and enhance the county's reputation as a place that values creativity and education. We foster civic pride and provide meaningful connections and a sense of belonging as a place where people can learn, reflect, and connect through shared cultural experiences. When local government, businesses, and residents invest in the MA, they're investing in education, economic development, and community well-being. Funding from the county is not simply financial support, it's a commitment to preserving culture, inspiring future generations, and ensuring that arts and culture remain a meaningful part of the community life in Santa Cruz. A world without art is not a world that I think any of us want to live in. So I urge you to, reconsider this. I really thank you for listening, and thank you to everyone for showing up today.
Hello. First of all, it's also my first time coming to one of these meetings, and it's great to see so many familiar faces here. My name is Ruby Vasquez. I'm a lifelong community member of Watsonville. I've been involved with the arts for decades through my involvement with Mexican folklorico dancing. I am an assistant director for Esperanza del Valle, a dance group that has been in our county for over 45 years. Over the years, we have received support via the Santa Cruz Arts Council. I am also founder and artistic director for our local youth dance group, Estrellas de Esperanza, who have been in our county for 20 years. And I've also received financial support that the Art Council provides. The support helps us to offer programming that thousands of county residents, specifically adult residents and youth in Watsonville, partake in. This financial support helps us to bring to the community forefront the Mexican culture that belongs to the vast majority of our local population, but is often ignored or overlooked. A cut in funding for the arts will resume the historical practice of systematic erasure of the Mexican culture at the county level. The arts are an essential part of our community. The arts not only provides employment opportunities and brings into our communities folks that contribute to our local economy, but the arts provide a therapy and healing for participants and spectators. The arts are just as important as any other part of our community. I hope a review of what is being recommended can take place so that the arts can continue with the budget that the Santa Cruz Arts Council can continue with the budget that it currently has, and we as artists can continue doing the work we do that is making our county the special place that it is. And just a side note, Supervisor Martinez, I also agreed with you that the private firm should have been part of the Minga. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, please call the next 5 callers.
Call-in user 2, your microphone is now available.
Marilyn Garrett, thank you for your comments, Ruby. I always enjoyed watching Esperanza de Valle dancers. Fabulous. Of course, we need to maintain and actually increase funding for the arts, for music, parks, everything else. Where the heck is the money going in this country? I think of the bumper sticker I had on my car when I was a teacher in Pajaro Valley. It will be a great day when the schools have all the money they need, and the Air Force has to have a bake sale to buy a bomber, and we need food, not bombs. I remember there used to be a group, Share the Wealth campaign. 1.5 is $1 trillion, I heard on the news, is going for all these wars where schools and art places in Iran and Gaza and Lebanon are being destroyed with our taxpayer money and people murdered when we need that money here. We are fighting over the crumbs left over from this gargantuan military killer wars that's going on. I'd like to see the supervisors and all other elected officials join together to demand that the money not be siphoned out of our communities for this kind of a death empire that we're living in. Very disturbing. Thank you.
Bernie, your microphone is now available.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chair and Board. I just really quick want to say that the arts also, they are, from my line of work, working with justice involved youth and families and adults, it has been in my experience that art also serves as a prevention mechanism. It also serves as an intervention outlet, an alternative mode of education, of self-empowerment, of emotional regulation, right? Developing a creative thinking, developing critical analysis, messaging, a lot of these things, right? And each organization and their, has an important role to play in the health and well-being and development of our young people, and the security of our communities. So I just wanted to say that, and a me too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, we have no further speakers online at this time.
Great. We'll return to the chambers.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors and staff. Thank you so much. My name is Sonia Brunner. I'm a resident of County District 3, and I am here to urge you to find a solution before we eliminate something we cannot easily rebuild. I applaud the proposal for revenue with the pilot pay per park program that was not welcomed by the community. And I just want you to know that I had several neighbors that didn't understand the context and the whole of, well, if we pay for parking, that's money that will help support the arts. And so that message was lost, and I think you would have had stronger support had that context been included. Cultural services are not a luxury. It's infrastructure, and just as we invest in our roads and parks and keep our community livable, we invest in arts and culture to keep it human. The Arts Council connects local artists to real economic opportunity. We support livelihoods. We make Santa Cruz a place that people choose to live and work and visit. The creative industries are among the most resilient drivers of local economic vitality, and our Arts Council is the connective tissue that makes that ecosystem function. I know you all know that. The Museum of Art and History also does something equally essential. It holds our collective memory. It's where residents see themselves reflected, where students find history firsthand, and where our community gathers and shares stories. Both institutions serve everyone and every neighborhood, every income level, and strengthen our identity as a city and county, and values creativity, belonging, and civic life. I urge you to please find a revenue source and protect these investments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brunner.
Hi, my name is Tamara Liu. I'm a resident of District 3 as well, and I am the Grants Program Manager with the Arts Council. First, though, I was a musician, a flutist, a dancer. I dedicate my energy and time to working in the arts because I know how valuable they are. The arts have quite literally kept me alive when I was going through hard times, struggling with disability and chronic illness. I leave arts and culture events feeling healed on every level: spiritual, emotional, physical healing. They have given me hope when I feel hopeless. They have helped me build community, explore my identity, and understand differing perspectives. I have been so grateful to live in a place like Santa Cruz, where we have such a thriving creative community. And if this funding is eliminated, it will set our community down a totally different path, at a time when we need the arts more than ever. I wanted to share a few examples of artists and organizations supported with grants with county funds just this year. Cuentos del Campo, Palabra Campesina, storytelling workshop and show by Alex Rocha Alvarez, sharing Watsonville farm worker stories. Scotts Valley Multicultural Fair, a free family-friendly festival celebrating diversity. El Sistema, offering music opportunities for youth in Watsonville. The Santa Cruz Opera Project, accessible opera in unique venues, the only company in Santa Cruz. Senderos, offering cultural belonging for immigrants. The Watsonville Film Festival, Watsonville Taiko, White Hawk Indian Council for children with Aztec dance. And on average, 47% of Arts Council grant funds have gone to communities of color. Eliminating this funding hurts those who are already marginalized. A lot of funding has been lost, and we need this funding. Please do not take it away. I like the recommendations of reducing sheriff's budget and transit occupancy tax. Thank you.
Hello, back again, this time as a community member. I grew up in District 3. I then lived later in Districts 1 and 2 and 4 before moving back and finally settling in District 5. And one of the reasons why we chose this community to build our family is because of the arts. In elementary school, I was a part of an orchestra program. I did ballet folklorico in my school cafeteria. The arts quite literally made me who I am and makes this community what it is. So please find any alternative to save the arts funding. Thank you.
I once heard Neil deGrasse Tyson say the measure of a society is how it treats its scientists and its artists. My name is Bobby Marchesalt. I'm a Watsonville resident, District 4. I'm a K-8 music and theater educator in PVUSD, as well as work with all ages throughout the county as an educator and a working performer. At a time when we are actually currently fighting for more support in the arts in our largest school district in the county as well, please do not cut our contract with the Arts Council. I see how important, how vital the arts are to students on a daily basis, and much of this funding goes directly to supporting educational opportunities in the county. It saves lives, it contributes to public safety. You have several poor decisions, I get that. This is the worst of the options. We see in this meeting, including the last item, how systemic this issue is. We have a system of scarcity that pits services that work with each other against each other, rather than meeting all of the needs that are in our community. The whole system needs to change. What will get us there is not the same bureaucratic thinking that got us here. What can get us out of these conversations one day are the arts. In theater, music, visual art, poetry, we are inspired and are given visions of what the world could be. The invisible is made visible. Cracks in the current system are exposed. Critical thinking flourishes. The arts break open our hearts and imaginations to dream of and work together towards a better future that benefits all, so that we don't have to keep doing this. I had the privilege a few years ago of teaching improv in juvenile hall, seeing those students come alive and thrive. We need more of that, not less. It is not a luxury. It is the lifeblood of this artistic coastal community. Arts consistently bear the brunt of funding cuts. Please support the arts, and to go to what some other people said, where else can we find it? Perhaps look at the sheriff's budget for where there may be elements within there that draw from, rather than be designed for the flourishing and restoration of marginalized communities. Thanks for your time.
Buenos dias, good morning, Bajush. My name is Isaí Pasos. I'm the executive director of Senderos, a nonprofit organization that started as a community-based organization here in this beautiful city of Santa Cruz. I was standing in line thinking of what should I tell you or say, because everyone has actually covered everything. But then I was thinking I'm actually an example of a program that actually works. A program that the Arts Council is actually helping, providing services, that we can provide services for the community. I decided to choose a positive pathway instead of doing something negative on the streets. And I think I'm actually an example of what the arts do. The museum, the mall, is actually a very important part of the community as well, that keeps not only history, but also gathers all languages. I speak Zapoteco. I'm a trilingual. And sometimes it is hard for me to interpret what I want to say from one language to another, because I learned 3 languages. My first language was Zapoteco, second was English, and my third was Spanish, which is weird. And all I'm asking here, and why am I standing here, is that I want to say, protect basically the arts. I think it's very important for any youth, any person, even an adult, to learn the arts. It can be either in music, it can be in dance, art form, theater, or as I mentioned, even language. So what I want to say is, thanks to these, like the museum, thanks to the Arts Council, we as an organization can provide these services. So if these cuts happen, we also get affected, impacted. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hi. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. My name is Abby Mustafa. I'm an artist in Santa Cruz. I'm also the co-founder of the Santa Cruz Equity Collab and the community engagement coordinator for the Santa Cruz Equity Collab. I came up here as a case study for why arts in Santa Cruz and equity work matters. Through a grant from the Arts Council and also my first artist residency with the Santa Cruz MA, I was able to build a life of sustained artistic endeavors where I can support myself through arts and give back to the community in a way that has invited others who have generational wealth to redistribute that to people who need help living here through the arts, through Black organizations, through other organizations that serve the community that is often overlooked. I think we take for granted what arts can do, and we often want to cut the arts until we have something to say, and we need an artist to teach us how to say that, or to teach us how to reimagine a future that we haven't practiced imagining. So I implore you to find ways to save this funding and to also maybe give it some more. Thank you.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Melissa Kreisa. I'm a District 2 resident of Santa Cruz, an artist and founder of MK Contemporary Art Gallery downtown on Front Street, and co-founder of Ripple Effect Arts Festival, which just completed its inaugural year with 99 arts partners countywide. Both the gallery and the festival have received support from Arts Council Santa Cruz County. All of us here know what that investment does. It gives working artists and emerging organizations the legitimacy and infrastructure they cannot build alone. Eliminating funding for the Arts Council and you damage the connective tissue and of an entire creative ecosystem. The Museum of Art and History is a downtown anchor. It drives foot traffic to restaurants, shops, and galleries like mine. Culture is why people choose to live here, visit here, and stay. Cuts to art funding is devastating emotionally, but a poor economic decision. The numbers shared that Santa Cruz County's nonprofits arts sector generated $68 million in economic activity in 2022, supporting 1,437 jobs and over $23 million in tax revenue. Cutting arts funding is not savings, it is dismantling infrastructure that pays for itself. I am here today to add my voice to respectfully ask that you preserve, if not increase, funding for Arts Council Santa Cruz and the Museum of Art and History. The cost of losing them will far exceed the cost of keeping them. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kimberly Gomes. I'm a local author and writing teacher. And I moved here several years ago because of the arts community, and I've stayed here despite the crazy high rent because of the arts community. And I'm urging you also here to protect the funds for the arts today. I'm also help run Creative Mornings, which is a local community gathering where creatives come together just to network and help support each other's projects. And that's only possible because the MA graciously offers a space for free every month. And it's also possible to continue because the Arts Council gave us a grant to make it financially possible. And I'm just one of the many people who benefit from these organizations and help keep this culture of Santa Cruz what we love and know. So strongly urge you to keep these funds. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lisa Marie Rollins. I'm also, like Dr. Ochoa, new to coming to the council meetings, and I'm a professor at UC Santa Cruz in the Department of Performance, Play, and Design. I'm a theater maker, I'm a director, I'm a writer. I am also someone who focuses specifically on new and emerging artists, and so all I do is think about how I can support emerging voices and sustained, established, and mid-career voices. And so much of that is about how they're getting individual artists, not necessarily just students, but students living in communities are getting funding, and how they're, someone also mentioned like what it is to be a freelance artist here in Santa Cruz, and try to make a living with your art, and what a huge challenge that is. And county and city funding is where those gaps are filled for many artists. Before I became a professor, I was a longtime freelance artist who benefited from county and city funds, and I wouldn't even be standing here without that kind of funding. And so I really just stand also as just a body who is a product of art saving my life, as many people have said. And so I want to, much like all the voices here, just urge you to preserve this funding for the Arts Council and also for Ma. And thank you for listening to all of us.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Rebecca Escobedo. I'm the vice chair for the City of Santa Cruz Arts Commission and a resident and artist at the Tannery Arts Center, District 5. I'm here to echo what has already been said. Looking around today, it's blatantly obvious that the arts are extremely important to the people that make Santa Cruz so special. Since moving here 4 years ago, I've experienced a culture unlike any other city I've lived in before, and I can say with certainty that it's because of the arts. I've worked alongside different arts nonprofits, the Santa Cruz Art League, Senderos, and the Arts Council, and have seen firsthand the impact of the work they do. I've seen lives changed in ways I didn't think were possible through the arts, building confidence in youth, sharing cultural knowledge, fostering healing, building relationships, and establishing a foundation where all of us can thrive. Cutting Arts Council and MA funding goes beyond just 2 organizations. Both of these nonprofits play a huge role in maintaining the cultural integrity of Santa Cruz County. If this decision moves forward, we'll feel the ripple effect throughout every sector, as it will affect thousands. I hope you see the value that we all do and make the right decision. Please do not cut this funding. Thank you.
Good morning, afternoon. Hi, I'm Aubrey Vora. I'm a resident of Santa Cruz. Like the last few speakers, I moved here about 4 years ago, and one of the main reasons I moved here was the arts community as well. Before Santa Cruz, I was very nomadic, lived in lots of different places, always moving through the arts communities. If I were to settle anywhere long-term, it would have to have a thriving community that valued the arts, and that's what brought me here. Over the last few years, seeing the amount of funding that has been on the blocks has revealed that perhaps I misjudged the community that I thought I was being a part of. I've had a hard time connecting here, partially because the nature, which is so abundant and so beautiful that I value so much, does not create the sense of community and culture that I was hoping for. Through the arts, I have found that. Through nature, lots of different people, through lots of different identities, through lots of different values, find themselves here for the nature, find themselves here for the Bay Area access. What makes Santa Cruz unique is its history. Going to the MA when I first moved here was astounding to see what this is built upon and what we are building from, and having the art in that same space shows a living document of what this place is and what it could be moving forward. The arts and the community built around it shows a city's values. And I think this city has shown their values. I have been really encouraged to see the amount of people standing up to speak. I showed up today because I saw a post, so I spontaneously came. Other people were very well prepared. I felt moved because without the community of the arts, I would not be here. Seeing efforts to save the Catalyst, seeing efforts to keep the arts funding, seeing it as more than a recreation is one of the things that keeps me encouraged to be part of this community, because we are coming together to show you who we are, and we ask you to represent us.
Hello, my name is Linda Cover, and I first of all just want to say that I know you hold our community in your hearts. I can see by this is a tight moment. I lived for 30 years in Watsonville and then moved to the Tannery Art Center where I live and work now. I've served thousands and thousands of kids through the Spectra program that's a part of the Art Council. I'm an open studio artist. I busk on Pacific Avenue. I interact with people who come from all around the world for art. Art is who we are I mean, we also have our beautiful environment, which is our art also. But it's really important for us to maintain our soul. And I considered the Art Council and so many other art groups with their golden hearts. They lay golden eggs. They're like the golden goose. And we really don't want that goose to die, because it's so important for all of us. It defines the whole county, all but more north and south. It brings us together in so many ways. Thank you so much.
Good morning. I'm Leslie Harris, and I am a board chair of County Park Friends. I'm also a volunteer for the Santa Cruz Symphony. Exquisite nature and glorious music. We are so fortunate to have all of that here in Santa Cruz. I was here a couple of weeks ago when there was a presentation by the Parks Department, and they were directed to figure out a way to increase some of the cuts that they had made so that we would have pool open 7 days a week, that there would be restrooms in all of the parks. They went back and they did that, and here we are today now talking about cutting arts. I was really happy when I left the meeting last time because your discussion after the presentation was so passionate and insightful about parks and open space and what it means to this community and how it brings people together, how it provides a place for people to unplug, for neighbors to connect. This is going to become more and more important as there's more and more housing. But it is not parks against arts. These go hand in hand. And it's a question of where does the money come from? I have two suggestions. One was raised by Supervisor DeSerper last time, and that is that each of the supervisors look to their discretionary funds that they have available from Measure K. Supervisor Koenig offered his, Supervisor DeSerper offered hers. I ask you and urge you today to make up the shortfall so that we can go forward with the Parks budget and as well as the Arts Council and the MOB budgets. Another way, and we talked about this last time, you talked about this last time as well, was looking at Measure Q funds. And again, Measure Q expressly designates...
Thank you.
Oh,
sorry.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Hi, I'm Nancy Miller Gomez. I'm the current serving Poet Laureate of Santa Cruz County. Thank you very much for appointing me. I live in District 1, so thank you for supporting the arts with your discretionary funds, and thank you, District 2, as well. Everything's already been said. There's nothing I can really say to add to it. None of us can imagine living in a world without arts, or music, or dance, or literature, or stories. And yet, in these political times, arts funding has been decimated across our country. And I don't think it's a coincidence that our culture has simultaneously become polarized and less compassionate. That's not the world that we want to live in. And of all places, Santa Cruz County should be a safe bastion for the antidote of that, for the arts. I am also the co-founder of the Poetry in the Jails program. We teach 8 weekly workshops in all the Santa Cruz County jails. So I'm working with incarcerated populations that are going to be coming back into our community. I have seen how the arts change them. I have seen how men and women who've never been given permission or agency to express themselves become transformed through the arts, through the ability to express themselves. And I have been supported by the Arts Council in that endeavor, and I've seen the change. I also created and am the founder of the Rising Voices program. We teach in schools all across the county. I teach up at the juvenile hall. And I have seen those kids who've never been given permission to be creative just blossom. Recently, One was released and came to a reading and expressed himself not as a formerly incarcerated child, but as a poet. And that's what we want. We need more poets. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. If anybody else in the chambers hopes to speak, please form a line behind this gentleman. Thank you.
Good morning or afternoon at this point. Thanks for your time, everybody. I'm Jeremy Stone. I'm the founder of Sonivore. I'm also an arts commissioner for the city of Santa Cruz and a trustee for the Museum of Art and History as well as the Kumbo Jazz Center. And one thing I wanted to just point out was that this room basically is like full of everybody being here for this very topic. And just as somebody who does a lot of content creation, like, I'm not saying this in a detractive way, but reading the room is really important. Like, the way that this is the last thing that's being talked about, I think it's very metaphoric for where we place the arts in our discussions and like in our consideration. It's always kind of last to be considered. It's the first thing to go. This, I think, should have been the first thing on the agenda for today, because it's what everybody is really here for when it comes down to it, the majority of people. But just like on a very practical level, I like to find solutions for things. And so I was thinking about what are ways that we can actually bridge the gap here. And I was thinking first, what about scaled back parking fees? Because the proposal that originally was rejected for the $260K, it could instead be limited to high traffic parks and charged during peak season or weekends only. And there could be built-in resident discounts. Second, I was thinking about something that other people have said, which is a small carve out from the transient occupancy tax, because visitors partly come here for this part of the culture, which is art. And then third would be some kind of community match, which hasn't been mentioned, but I think also, you know, there's a huge support for the arts here, and we've seen that people will actually rally for the arts, and it would be totally possible to get people to give to match the funding that's needed to fill the gap.
Seeing no one further in the chambers, Madam Clerk, will you please let us know how many more people have raised their hand online and call the final callers?
Currently, we have 3 speakers with their hands raised online.
Thank you. We'll hear those 3 and then we'll proceed with the board.
Louisa, your microphone is now available.
There. So many good arguments have been made already. I'll just add a couple of things from my personal experience. I live with chronic pain and I've gotten great medical care, but just as important as the medical care has been access to art and access to nature. In my experience, they are equal to pain medicine in decreasing my pain. And just in the last few years, the medical research is starting to back that up, and doctors are actually starting to recommend that their patients engage in art and get out in nature. So one more reason that both of these things are so important. I also grew up here in Santa Cruz County, and back in the 90s when I was a student at Santa Cruz High School, I participated in the county-funded dance program that brought together students from all the high schools in the county. And it was a really beautiful program and the only opportunity we had to really connect with each other and collaborate on something beautiful and get to know people from different parts of the county. And it was really meaningful. And I think that art does so much that's unseen and really deserves to be protected. Thank you.
Allison, your microphone is now available. Allison, we're not able to hear you. You might either need to try adjusting your volume or mute and unmute yourself. We're still unable to hear you, Allison. Chair, I'm going to move to the next speaker. Jay, your microphone is now available.
Hello, supervisors. Name is Jay Brown, resident of Santa Cruz, cultural architect. And Jeremy, my best friend and partner, just walked up there not too long ago. He and I founded a campaign for the community to buy a catalyst, which generated over 1.1 million in community pledge intent to preserve a cultural institution in this county. And I really know what this community values. I talk to people in the community every single day. And what's interesting is that where I grew up in San Diego just recently faced this exact choice. They proposed gutting their arts budget to close a fiscal gap. And within weeks, there were leaders in the city and private foundations that put together 10.3 million as a restoration plan using hotel tax revenue and private dollars. They looked at the same pressure we're facing and they figured out another way. And that's what I think we have the power to do as a community, because I see it every day. We have the creativity, which I think speaks to a lot of the artists that reside here. And this matters because, in looking up numbers, 36% of Santa Cruz County's late night emergency calls are mental health related. Calls that land on the sheriff's desk. Arts programming, youth engagement, and community connection reduce the conditions that generate those calls. So cutting the arts and it doesn't eliminate that demand. We pay for it later, at sheriff's rates. And what's at stake is us being able to generate $68 million in economic activity, which supports 1,400 jobs and produces $23 million in government revenue. So we have the opportunity to find a different way, and I'd love to throw my hat in to help do that within the next 30 days. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thomas, your microphone is now available.
Hi, everyone. I'm Thomas H. Patterson. I founded and own the Everyone's Music School at the Tannery Arts Center, host the Speak for Change podcast, and do a lot of fun stuff in the community. And this conversation is inspiring, and it's unfortunate that the arts always gets put into this category because, I teach music and I have a lot of teachers who teach people who are neurodiverse, who have mental health issues, and music in a lot of ways has transformed people's lives. Even I've worked in Compass, which I know Monica has that connection with. And I've, played music with people who have schizoaffective disorder, and the voices stop when they play music. And so when you're cutting the arts, you're really cutting a line to the people of our community. And as an elected body, I think you need to honor the people. And so I think the arts is just something that is necessary in our community. It's not something to be trifled with and make all these leaders show up in the middle of our day and beg you to not cut it. But that's all.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, I said that there would be 3 final callers. Are there further people who have raised their hand?
Yes, we have the caller who could not connect, and then we have one additional individual who's raised their hands at this time.
Okay, let's hear that one final individual, then we'll close public comment on this item. The person who cannot connect. We'll call both of them and hopefully we can connect.
Nina, your microphone is now available.
Okay, thank you. I don't know what you all are thinking. Oh my gosh. I just found out about this and I'm in shock. You cannot do this. You cannot cut the arts. The arts is the last line of defense between us and fascism. The arts play a critical role in our body politic. And if you don't understand that, you need to step down. All of you who are voting for this. Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you.
Allison, your microphone is available once again.
Hi there. My name is Allison Steets. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. I lead product marketing for Paystand, a local B2B payments company here in Santa Cruz. I'm an artist, and I so appreciate everything everyone prior has said. In my work, constraints force us to innovate. Not just in my work, I just think in the universe, constraints force us to innovate. And so in the same way you've proved that in asking Parks and Rec to keep parking free because access was worth protecting, I'm asking that you set that same constraint around the arts, protect Arts Council and the MAW. And then I'd love to flip the question. So instead of what to cut, how can Parks and Rec focus their creative energy on generating that $247,000 in revenue across grants, community matches, the Parks Foundation? Because where our attention goes is where the energy flows. Please don't cut the funding, and I would love to collaborate with you all to figure out where we can make that money up. Thank you.
No further speakers online, Chair.
Thank you. I'll now close public comment and return to the board for dialogue and a motion. I'm going to start on my right with Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair, and I just want to thank everyone for being here today. I want to thank Parks for bringing this proposal forward and the CEO's office for all the work they put into this. And I'm just going to start by saying that like punk rock saved my life as a teenager. And so whether it's playing in punk rock bands or heavy metal bands or going to punk rock shows, like that literally saved my life. And we see how much the arts changes people's lives every day. And I share the same feelings. Part of why I decided to move back to Santa Cruz after finishing my PhD and spending 2 years in Miami was just the arts community and how important the arts are. And when I think about the arts, it's not only appreciation for the artists and the work that they do, not only is it a part of our culture, but it's a huge part of our economy. I mean, when we think about the fact that we have First Fridays every month and so many people come out just to go and see the artists work in our community and how much revenue that generates. We have the Art and Wine Fest, and we have the Art Walk in Live Oak, we have the Bonnie Doon Art and Wine Fest, we have the Capitola Art and Wine Fest. Like, arts are a huge part of our culture and our identity, and it's a huge economic driver. And I think that when we continue having these conversations about economic development, you know, the arts have to be at the foundation of that. And so I can't support the cuts to arts today. And I think, again, you know, this was a really challenging year with people stepping into new roles. And I think that we need to, you know, continue having this conversation about how we can support the arts and, you know, how we can be nimble in terms of our budget. Some folks today had asked us about using Measure K funds, and I just want to, and Measure Q funds. And I think that that would be very irresponsible of our board to use those funds. And the reason why is because when I led the effort on the board to pass Measure K, and shortly after we passed Measure K, we were sued. And we actually ended up settling that lawsuit. And part of that is there are restrictions around how Measure K funds can be used and where they can be used within our county. And what we know about the Arts Council is that funding goes to people who live in the incorporated areas. It goes to programs that are in the incorporated areas in addition to the unincorporated areas. So I have strong concerns around us allocating those funds today to specifically the arts. Additionally, when we looked at Measure Q is very specific in terms of what it's supposed to be spent on. And it's supposed to be spent on, you know, the outdoors, environmental protection, wildfire resilience. And so for many of us, at least in my office, and I'm sure in other offices, we've been working on projects to help support increasing wildfire resiliency. And Mr. Gaffney brought up the program that's teaching about ocean safety, and we have some programming up at Greyhound Rock that we're really wanting to support so we can get that property transferred. And I say that without knowing what the priorities of these other offices are, I find it, I'm not comfortable with, you know, voting on allocating other offices' fundings towards arts, for example, unless people want to give up their own money. What I will say, though, is that, I think that we've done a really good job of making reductions. And looking at the budget, we have about $43 million in reserves that we're pulling out one time to fund across all the different departments. And what I would be comfortable with is that, looking at where the cuts were going to come from, there's 3 programs that seem really important. One is the Arts Council, one is the MA, and the other is it's the POSCS grants program, and which is $12,000 reduction. And what I would suggest is that, given the conversation we've had today, we have 90 million reserves left. If we were to take what all those programs add up to is $259,243. That's 0.3% of our reserves. And I think that given the impact that that money can make, I think it would be prudent on us, and just given the conversation here today and the fact we have to pass our budget today, we can't come back. There's no time to come back for us to have further conversations. But I think today we've done a really good job of balancing our budget. This is a small fraction of our reserves that we can pull out to support parks. And then again, we can continue having these conversations. But I think that would likely be the direction I would want to head in, because we've got to keep moving. And just want to make a correction. This is actually we have 3 more items on our agenda after this. So this is not the end of our day. And to keep us kind of moving, I think that might be a really good way for us to move forward, especially knowing that if we start pulling K and Q funds, things can get kind of awkward and challenging, and I wouldn't want to put us in a situation where we have legal challenges that we're faced by allocating those funds. So that's the recommendation that I would make to help us resolve the budget issues for parks. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez.
Thank you, Supervisor Cummings. That's something that I would actually be supportive of. I would even be supportive of looking at some of the things that we've decided to cut, like the pool, for example. It's the least visited day was that Sunday. It's $80,000 there. But I want to mention that, I've had the opportunity to represent the city of Watsonville for 9 years, and their arts in our community is vital. Not to mention my colleagues there just recently got the official designation as a California Cultural District, only one of 24 cities in the state that has gotten that designation. So I know that my city is definitely connected and definitely wants to see arts prevail in our community. But I want to raise, 4 elements that really impact the Pajaro Valley, and that's economic development, youth wellness, and workforce development, and of course, equity. With workforce development, during these budget sessions, budget hearings since we started, we've heard a lot about economic development. And so cities always do economic development, but counties usually don't go too deep into economic development. But I think it's time that we do actually find creative ways that can create revenue and a sales tax base for ourselves. With economic development, I think that arts really stimulates local economies directly by creating jobs, boosting tourism, driving consumer spending at neighborhood businesses, restaurants, parking fees, lodging, and retail. Hence, expanding our tax revenue base. With youth wellness, recently we've seen more and more youth dealing with mental health crises. And I believe that the arts, especially for young people, provide a sense of wellness, combining art and wellness such as painting, sculpting, dance, writing, visual arts. It all helps reduce stress, process trauma, and improve overall mental health and well-being. With workforce development, in addition, community art programs help prepare young people for the future. Community art programs help forge social connections, it builds self-confidence, and it supports youth development. It also complements workforce development because employers now are increasingly seeking quote-unquote soft skills such as creative thinking, self-awareness, adaptability, self-expression, and social influence. And community arts programs directly helps develop these skills in young people. And I talk a lot about young people because, These art programs are especially critical to young people, especially in South County, which has the highest amount of young people. And access to the arts is still an issue. And this brings up the question of equity. Many of these funding cuts to creative resources affects historically marginalized communities like Watsonville disproportionately. And at a time that we should be making a systemic effort to ensure equal access to the arts in creative resources and funding, we're doing the opposite. So I think that I am in agreement with Supervisor Cummings in finding a way to fund these art programs.
Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to everyone who came to speak today. I think, given that we're talking about a relatively small amount of money, about $260,000, and just the sheer volume of people that came today, and actually all your very passionate and articulate comments, it's clear that a little money goes a long way when it comes to the arts. And so I agree that we should look for some way to fill the gap in the budget without cutting these programs. I guess I generally disagree with Supervisor Cummings, both proposal and description of the Q and K funds. First of all, I think an important way to think about our reserves is not the extra money that we have, but actually essential to cash flow in the county. I mean, like, we just might not have the money to make emergency payments if we eat down our reserves too much. And so I really don't think that we should draw down our reserves further in order to solve this problem, especially because that's a one-time solution and doesn't solve the problem going forward. I also think that with both K and Q, the parks budget is $20 million. I think there's ways to find applications of those monies that meet the intent of the voters without supplantation and without necessarily being within, spending that money within a city, still being within the unincorporated area. So I think, my treat of my colleagues would be, if we believe passionately what you just said, that we should make the parks budget whole. If we all just put in $100,000 from Measure K to make the parks budget whole, however that's done, we have more than enough funds to do so.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Thank you. First of all, thank you to all the artisans who have come here today, or people who love art and support it, to come here today to talk to us about why cutting this budget is a bad idea. I think you heard last time, the last board meeting, that I didn't think that was a good idea, and that's why I did pledge $100,000 to the parks budget, because I was hopeful that my fellow and sister board members would consider doing the same. Having said that, I know we all have important projects in our own districts that are very important to us. But I will say what is awkward in general about these discretionary funds is that, for example, my colleague, Supervisor Koenig, has 22 parks in his district. I have 12. Monica, do you know how many you have? Jeff?
8.
8.
I got 2.
Director Gaffney.
And Supervisor Hernandez has 2, and Justin has
I don't really have any.
0. And yet, each one of us.
One, sorry.
Okay,
one with another one that's,
Right.
and it's kind of going through a process and half of another one.
Right. So the greater point is that I'm not even sure the allocations are fair, right? If you have 22 parks in your district that are falling apart and need a lot of work, I'm not sure the allocations are fair here. So I just want to put that on the table for a future discussion. I am not in favor at all about taking money out of our reserves. Our reserves are only 10.4%. And while that might not mean a lot to you, other communities, other county budgets include how much, 20 or 30%? Right, Nicole? Like what should be our reserves?
Yeah, I mean, Marcus I don't know if Marcus is in the room, but on average, I think some of our peers are close to 30%.
Right. So we only have 10.4% in our reserves now. And any extra revenue that we get in, which we hope that when the governor signs the state budget soon, that we'll get an increase in revenue for some of our health and human services. But much of the new revenue that comes in will likely be pushed to reserves because we are so low right now that it is dangerous. So at any rate, thank you to my colleagues for considering placing some of your discretionary funds towards the parks budget. And I think that's it for my comments now. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll share a few comments. We still don't have a motion on the floor yet, but I'll share some thoughts about that as well. I do want to start off just by extending my gratitude to every person who took time to speak to us today, who emailed us, called us. You know, it is clear that, and it's no surprise, that we have a thriving arts community here in Santa Cruz County, and you make up the fabric of our county in so many ways, and I'm incredibly appreciative of that. You know, I also feel, you know, a deep just connection. You know, our arts community, it's also made up of our LGBTQ plus community. It's our BIPOC community. It's the people who make our community the diverse place that it is, and that we hope to continue to support over throughout the future. And so I'm incredibly sympathetic to where we are today, because this isn't where anybody wants to be. I want to just begin with repeating what I shared in prior budget hearings, which is that, you know, our CEO and staff, I feel like, accomplished the nearly impossible by balancing the budget, plugging some structural gaps with one-time reserves, and that was a risk, and that continues to be a risk, and it has really put us on the margin. And so dipping into the limited reserves we have, unfortunately, is kind of a non-starter at this time, just from a place of fiscal prudency and responsibility. It's just part of our job to ensure that we are able to meet cash flow, able to make payroll, able to pay down our debts, and be in good standing with our creditors. So that's just the difficult position that we're in. I'll also say, you know, I know that there's, for each of us, tremendous demand on our just very, very limited discretionary fund. I have committed mine probably more over than I even have, based on the tremendous demand that's happening in my district. I'll have some in the final action, a couple comments on that as well, and in some additional direction. You know, I might be able to, if we make it work, go up to like maybe 20,000 from my discretionary fund to see where I can take haircut from other places to support this, as I was saying previously, but nowhere near the gap that currently exists. I would, before we get a motion on the floor, would be curious to CEO Coburn where we may go from here. It's clear that, you know, our community is asking us to preserve the arts funding. And we know that this is your best effort. You know, this is coming from a place of trying to meet the request that the board gave you 2 weeks ago. So just curious if you have some thoughts about how we might proceed as it relates to timing, as it relates to passing a budget before our June 30th deadline.
Yeah, so, well, first, I just want to say we can't take anything more out of reserves. We need the cash so that we can issue our tax revenue anticipation notes this summer. So that we can definitely not take any more out of reserves. We're actually infusing cash from other funds into our general fund, as you saw as part of the last day actions. So we have enough cash to issue the TRAN. So what I would like to do is, if you are serious about wanting to restore this, then I would appreciate direction. We need to take it from somewhere else. And I would need to delay approval of this budget until June 30th to come up with a plan. So I conferred with council. He believes that would be appropriate if we wanted to come back with a plan, but it will not include reserves. It would include something else. And what would be very helpful is if you indicate where you want me to look, because it needs to be a reduction somewhere else.
Thank you. I'm a parent of 2 kids, and right now everybody loves something called a Nido. And if you're familiar with a Nido, when you squeeze one end, another thing pops out. And so think about our budget in that way. If we were to, you know, put this back, something else is gonna pop out. And I appreciate the direction to, you know, consider this as a board, because like I said, reserves isn't okay with me. I'm hearing that it's not okay from our CEO's office and from some of my colleagues as well. I'll turn back to my colleagues to see if there's some suggestions or thoughts about where we might take cuts, and then provide some additional comments that I have as well.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. So at our last Parks budget hearing, we discussed using Measure Q funds for the coming year for the Parks budget. And I understand that there's the issue of supplantation, but I mean, we're also, as was brought up then, you know, Parks is dealing with increased risks, costs because of climate change. There's also, I believe, some equipment in the budget that is related to fuel reduction. I mean, it seems like, can you just discuss what thinking went in there around why Q can or cannot be used to fill this gap?
We would need to identify Q specific expenses that are eligible. You know, I'm thinking of potentially some of the vegetation management or related expenses maybe. As well, you know, we're coming back to the board in August with the county allocation. And so I believe there are things the Parks Department wants to request as part of that process to fund its budget. I just don't know if the timing aligns perfectly right in this moment, but I don't know, Director Gaffney and Director Reed, who are a part of the Measure Q, if you have any guidance related to the Q and just the timing of the county allocation.
Sure. Deputy Director Hurley's been partnered with Director Reed on most of the Q items, but from the perspective of what could or could not be funded with Measure Q, that's a board decision, obviously. When it comes to the county discretionary portion, which ends up being about $900,000, there's about $500,000, each member gets $100,000 of Q discretionary. And so, as I understand it, having talked with council in the past, if we were to do new programming or expanded programming and or new items or deferred maintenance or any of those types of things, the vegetation management, those are all things that qualify. It's written into the ballot language. But as you said, August is a time to have that discussion, or was the time that everybody would like to have that discussion. I can further talk about it, but that's where we left it.
Yeah, and I just, we did put together some alternatives for options for other scenarios. And so we are prepared to maybe mention some of those today if you want to get into that. And Director Gaffney and Assistant Director Hurley could go over those.
We have a spreadsheet ready to go. One of the things that is the easiest is to take our $35,000 in cultural programs and put that in to fill the hole. So in other words, we had $47,000, we cut $12,000 of that. That leaves us with $35,000 that we were gonna fund programs that we do similar to the Arts Council and similar to some of the things the MA does. You would be basically taking the county parks cultural programs and giving them to the Arts Council. So that's $35,000. And then we could delay the purchase of a high weed mower, which is obviously a vegetation management tool, which we had budgeted for $43,000. So that gets us closer, $78,000. We also could increase our wedding fees. Currently, an average wedding in some of our parks is about anywhere between $1,800 to $2,000. We could double those costs, and it would probably bring in about another $15,000 to $20,000. We start getting into the weeds with some other things where we could find another $3,400. I mean, this is.
I would say if you are interested in some of these proposals, what would be best is for us to return on the 30th with the whole package, but it would be great to know among these things that we're mentioning, if we're headed in the right direction so that we can get the board to adopt or approve the budget.
Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. I do want to make a couple comments. One is that while I might, like, for example, while I might not have a lot of parks in my district, I do have a lot of vegetation management, and we do have fire risk, which is a huge, obviously, for all of us, but having had my district just go through one of the biggest fires in the history of our community, we're doing a lot to try to, address fire safety. And that's also part of what those Measure K funds were supposed to be used for. Along with now having the rail trail opening up, we're going to start seeing higher activity. So how can we mitigate garbage and all these other impacts? So we might not have official parks as many as other districts, but we do have need that is aligned with Measure K. And that's why I think that it's really important that, in my district, we're really trying to figure out what some of the priorities are. And we've been in discussion with parks on that. It might not be seen in this, reflected in this budget, but there's definitely projects that we are actively working on to try to address those needs, which people have put as a priority for my district. I do want to go back to, because one of the things in this is restoring 7-day operations to Simpkins. It's $80,000. And this was kind of a one-day part of the year closure, right? Rather than a longer term closure. So I'm just going to wonder if you can speak to that for the public, just so they can understand what that savings would look like.
Sure.
And what the current activity is on the days proposed for that elimination.
I'll let you talk about that.
Hello, good afternoon. So the proposal previously had us close 9 months out of the year on Sundays, so that's all day. Currently, we are open 7 days a week, year-round, and the programming, as I understand it, but please, I may omit something inadvertently, is lap swim. There's warm water swim for families. There's also, I believe, there's instructional classes such as water aerobics and adult fitness.
Yeah, because I also think that, that, again, it's $80,000. It's 1 day out of 7 days a week for only a portion of the year. And I think that I personally may be willing to open that up for discussion as well, because that would bring in a lot of savings. And, the pool will be open 6 days a week outside of that 1 day closure for part of the year. It sounded like the vehicle, the vegetation management apparatus or vehicle that you were mentioning, is that something that could qualify for Q?
Yes.
Because I think if that could be a savings and we can delay that until August so we can have conversations around that, that might be an opportunity for us to have the savings happen then and then come back in the fall and discuss that. And maybe there's even interest with each board member putting in a little bit of money to help us purchase that vehicle as well. Because that's something that can likely be used countywide. And then, we put $160,000 back into the extra help, and that may be an area where we can do a slight reduction there to offset and bring back some savings as well. So that's something that I think would be good to explore. And then I don't know what other options are out there, but I think that kind of what we're hearing today is the board really wants to maintain arts, the MA, and I think we should have future conversations. And even if that we keep the one time, the POSCS grant, if we do keep that reduction of 12,000 in, maybe that's something we could, consider as well. I was hoping that we'd keep that funding, but there's still some in that pool of money, and so maybe that reduction could remain. So I'm just expressing kind of based on our conversation, trying to find savings. That's some of the things that maybe we should explore.
I did want to comment, the confusing thing at times about our budget is first of all, only about 30%, 32% of these positions is general fund. So if we cut positions, sometimes it may not be all general fund dollars. Because we're also factoring in revenue that those positions might generate oftentimes, or it's a way of looking across our budget. So I'm absolutely supportive of and happy to do what you're asking, but I'm also saying that it's not always a direct dollar-to-dollar savings. Sometimes it takes a lot of kind of calculus to figure out, okay, eliminating this many hours is going to get us this much money back, but we lost this much revenue because we did that, especially like at the swim center. There's a whole revenue factor that we are pretty good at estimating, but sometimes can go wrong. And you know that having a place like a swim center has become another form of resilience, another form of places for people to go on hot days, places for people to go for third space. And I know you know this, but a lot of your residents in District 3 use our pool too. So, I mean, I don't like the idea of cutting the pool, but it was a choice we provided. It's an offer that we made to do.
And I appreciate all that work too. And I'm just saying that since it's something that was brought to us before, and based on the conversation we're having today, maybe exploring that. I think as well, that's also why this needs to come back on the 30th, because there's so many things and potential and moving parts. And because of the fact that it wasn't published publicly, I feel uncomfortable with trying to just on the fly figure out where we're going to pull money from and where we're going to put it. I think it's because, I mean, similarly, if we had eliminated arts funding at our last meeting, I mean, the art community would be here today yelling at us like, why did you do that? So I think that based on the conversation we've had, I'm just letting you know kind of where I'm at.
Right.
Oh, and then, you know, can I ask one more question? County Council, you were shaking your head earlier about Measure K allocations and Q allocations.
Yeah, I was shaking my head at the global comment that perhaps we can just use Measure K to backfill the arts cuts, because the Measure K funding, as you noted in your earlier comments, can only be spent in the unincorporated area on specific things. And so I would be concerned around that, around just making a blanket statement that let's just use Measure K money to backfill this, and it would require a longer conversation.
And Counselor, I did want to point out too, actually, what we suggested was the Measure K we were going to use was for the pool at Simpkins in the unincorporated area. So that was how we were looking at that, and also portable restrooms in the unincorporated area. So yeah, we're trying to be very focused on Measure K staying in the unincorporated pockets.
But the comment I was responding to was a suggestion, I think, from a board member that additional monies from Measure K go towards solving the problem that has been identified today. And so that's what I wanted to be clear about.
Yeah, I mean, but to be fair, the problem is artificially created by offering up the Arts Council and the MA as the contracts that we want to cut.
Well, I can't speak to that.
I'm just saying, I mean, there's a hole in the budget. A solution was proposed. I mean, we're, you know, by using Measure K dollars to fund, you know, a complete parks budget. It's not, I mean, who's just,
I don't understand what are you asking a legal question? My legal input is that Measure K can only be spent on certain things. So if something is identified to me, can we spend that? I will answer that question.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I feel confident that doing some analysis of the parks budget, we could find ways to allocate the K dollars that is within the intent of the voters and the fact that it needs to stay in the unincorporated area. I just wanted to respond to the pool comment. I mean, part of the reason I felt that we should not try to implement that cut was that, I mean, I believe that the $80,000 was an estimated amount of savings.
Correct.
But does it account for lost revenue?
The assumption is that people who swim, since it is the lowest attended day, that they would find another day of the week. So we did not account in lost revenue for that. So potentially there could be additional losses.
Right. I mean, so I don't know that that's entirely realistic to assume that 100% of the people that swim on Sunday are going to find another day of the week. I mean, certainly some people that swim have flexibility in their schedules, but not everyone. And so I don't think that the actual savings are going to be $80,000. Is there an opportunity to kind of go the opposite direction on this and look at maybe just making the pool free on some number of days using Measure Q funds? I mean, as was pointed out, it's, you know, potentially a respite from hot weather. I know there's been talk in the past of dollar days. That, I mean, it's located actually right. The pool is located right in the heart of Live Oak, which has a lot of low-income people who probably don't frequent the pool regularly because of the $8 entry fee. I mean, so is there an opportunity to use K dollars to just make the pool free on some days and still fund savings?
I think you said K and Q. I think for sure K, but if we were to do a new program that was free, that sounds Measure Q qualifiable. I don't see a downside to that. So if you're proposing free Sundays or free Sundays year round, or we could do the math on that. I mean,
right. I mean, I don't know how much the entry fees offset the cost of operations, right? I mean, I can't remember. Is it 50% of?
When we looked at the potential lost revenue, if no swimmers came on other days, it was about $40,000.
So yeah, roughly half. So I mean, maybe there's $40,000 in savings there of making the pool free for some number of days.
Yeah. I think we could do some math on that, but we know that the 9 months was 58.8, and 14 was our estimate for the savings on that side, and then you're just eating you're not getting revenue, so yeah, that's the 80,000, another 40,000, yeah, probably 120,000, 100,000, something like that for the year.
Thank you.
So I'm hearing from my colleagues that there likely isn't the votes to support the proposed cuts to the Arts Council and MA today. I'm hearing from the CEO's office a request to have some general direction to come back. We've heard some of that. I'll add a little bit to it, and I'll ask my colleagues if they have any more further sort of direction or whatnot, and then look for a motion to come back on June 30th. While I have the floor, I think I've talked to you about this before. Where we can look at revenue options is something I continue to be supportive of. In my district, we do have Quail Hollow, we do have Highlands Park. These are wedding venues that, while are kind of high in price, they're not very high compared to the general cost for a wedding venue. And so if we need to increase those costs for people, particularly people from out of town who are coming to have a beautiful wedding location in my district, which is very beautiful, by the way, I will happy to charge them to do that. Similarly, where we can, charge people who are seeking our beautiful environments, where that may be. If we weren't supportive of a general parking fee, but if there are parking fees for people who are renting, spaces for particular events, perhaps that's something that we can look at that doesn't impact our neighbors. I think that, like I said, I could probably find somewhere around 20K from my discretionary funds, but it would have to meet the requirements of the funds and ideally support 5th District residents. And with that, I'm going to turn it over, I think, to Supervisor Hernandez and then Supervisor Cummings, hopefully for a motion and action. Supervisor Hernandez.
So we talked about some of the concerns. We talked about some of the concerns with using reserve funds and some of the issues or legalities with Measure K, Measure Q. I want to ask our CEO, what about one-time contingency funds?
That we typically need to, based on policy, we need to set aside 1% of our general fund expenditures. I would probably use that as a last resort if I absolutely had to, because we also use those for emergencies and unforeseen circumstances. So I would put that last in my list of things I would go to. But before reserves. And actually, reserves are off the list.
Thank you.
Supervisor Cummings.
Yeah, well, I'll just echo the sentiments brought up by Supervisor Hernandez that, if we have to get down to contingencies, I think that we're finding some savings and it may be a very small amount in contingencies that we may need to pull to use to fund these programs. And as part of my motion, just for the sake of conversation, I'm going to leave the 12,000 reduction for parks, open space, and cultural services, which means that there'd still be 35,000 in that to help reduce the amount that we would need to find. I think it would reduce it to 247,243. So just one more way to try to get there, but I'm going to go ahead and make the motion. We're going to direct staff to return on June 30th with the final budget for parks and direct staff to find funding to maintain the MA and funding for the Arts Council. And I'll leave a motion there.
Can I just add information for the board? Jeff alluded to, right, we're shaking the park's couch cushions. We're trying to find all the funding where we could help offset this. We've done that. We have a spreadsheet and it speaks to it. And without any % of reduction to these contracts, which we don't want to do, right? But as we do the math, it doesn't math unless there's more, thank you, Supervisor Martinez, discretionary funds put back in. And without that, then we would have to look at potentially eliminating some portable restrooms, looking at closing the pool a portion of the year. So I just want to make sure that this board understands that because we can't make it whole completely in parks.
Can I add to that? Like, I totally understand. And I think that what would also be helpful is meeting with our individual offices to have those kinds of conversations. Like, if we're going to put some money back in through our discretionary funds, what does that mean for us? And how much would we be willing to make? Because there might be in my office a willingness to help fund something. It's just like, what is that? Yeah. And if we don't have that conversation, then it's hard for me to say what we can fund. And, you know, what we've been discussing today is, you know, the reductions that came forward were arts, arts. And for me, it's just based on my experience with Measure K. Like, I don't feel comfortable from a legal perspective of backfilling that, right? And so I think that between now and then, you know, with you all having your conversations, if there's ways that we can also meet to discuss options, I'm open to that as well.
I want to ask the obvious question. Having watched the video the last time for 2 weeks ago, clearly we want to refund entirely all. We want to make the arts programs whole, both of them. Okay. That's what
I think Director Gaffney's asking if you would entertain a reduction, like not a full elimination or the levels we're at, but any sort of reduction is part of our Plan C. So obviously this plan does not work for the board, but is the board willing to reduce, kind of like our last conversation?
So if that's the case, then I can amend the motion, direct staff to return on June 30th with a final budget for parks and direct staff to find funding to maintain the MOV, funding for the Arts Council, and additional options for the board to consider. So bring back options, I think, is because it's like, if we want to fund arts, we want to fund, if we want to fund arts, are there other areas in the parks budget that we can consider for reductions, and for you all to come back with recommendations for that? And there may be opportunities for us to use our Measure K and Measure Q funding depending on the area of the reduction, right? If we fund Arts Commission and MA, and then it turns out, you know, that's taken from vegetation reduction, that's something that's more appropriate for us to use Measure K and Measure Q money on, right?
Yeah, no, we understand that,
Right.
and we would love K or Q for eligible funds, and we understand what those expenditures are. So we'll talk with each of your offices offline.
Thank you.
So I would second it if we just add, and not limited to contingency funds as last resort.
Sure.
So we have a motion from Supervisor Cummings, a second from Supervisor Hernandez. Supervisor Cummings, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, and I was just going to say, with the consideration of contingency funds as a last resort. So just to clarify the language, yeah.
Okay. What I'm hearing is further clarity requested. I'm a one person, I'm not a full vote, but I can tell you what I was uncomfortable with the last proposal was the pay for parking. That was only about $260K or something like that of the full gap. That's what, you know, after that, you know, everything else whether it's a day closure at Simpkins, it's some extra help, it's some porta potties. I'm trusting that the department has looked at what you're paying for and is giving us your best recommendations. And if those are back on the table, then, you know, I was comfortable with it then. I was a hard stop on pay for parking. So but I am one person. I am hearing that there is, you know, strong support across the board for the arts. That should come as no surprise. This is arts, you know, impact everybody. I'm also somebody who's kind of looking at everybody to kind of share the hurt. If there's a 15% reduction, that's something that, like, you know, just out of a sense of equity with the food bank, with the CAB, with all the contracts that we're doing, trying to get to across the board, you know, that I get that. I get where we're at. We're needing to make some difficult decisions. And so I'm trying to offer to you some flexibility to do your best. And I want to remind the board that after June 30th, there is no June 31st. We need to pass a budget. There's going to be difficult decisions. And this is just the beginning, unfortunately, what I'm concerned about, of the difficult decisions to come in the next couple of fiscal years. And so we need to get into the practice of saying no. Or compromising where we can. I'm going to turn it over here because we haven't heard from this side for a moment, unless you're comfortable with them.
Yeah, I just have a quick comment. As a trustee on the Pajaro board, when I took my seat in 2010, it was just a really bad, horrible budget. So much had already been cut and I had to cut more. I will say that somebody said something today that I find to be very true in my experience, is that sometimes if you cut programs like this, it's almost impossible to rebuild them back as much as you want to. So for example, we had cut all music across the district. We had to at that time. And they still do not have robust music programs today. There are a couple, you know, choir teachers, but there's no marching band at any of our comprehensive, or maybe there is a small one, but like if you don't have music available 5th, 6th grade, like there, and you don't start playing an instrument until your freshman year, you cannot have a robust music program. So that's just an example in the schools, but I would like us to figure out a way to fund arts. I think that is very, very important. Many of the grantees are in the Pajaro Valley, and so whoever's making those decisions, we thank you very much for providing those opportunities for our Mid and South County. Again, you know, even if every one of us up here gave $50,000, that would be helpful. So I'm sorry that not everybody can do that today.
Supervisor Cummings.
Yeah, I had a question. Maybe this is for County Council, but I'm just wondering, like our budgets, our agenda for the meeting, for the June 30th meeting, I imagine it's supposed to be printed tomorrow? Because, I mean, usually the agenda goes out the Thursday before the meeting to give the 72 hours. And that means our agenda is going to go out tomorrow.
Yes.
And so I'm just wondering.
So this is gonna, so.
It's gonna be a fire drill.
So am I.
Yeah, this is gonna be, we're gonna get direction to add this right now. And so the agenda language will be added, so it's posted appropriately and the public is noticed that this item is gonna be on, and then materials can be added up to the very last minute on Tuesday as needed. I mean, the staff's gonna work on what you've asked staff to work on, and it will be prepared.
Okay, well, for everybody out there, stay tuned for what's going to be on the agenda. I think it's going to be important that people are very vigilant about this, and yeah, I'll end my comments there.
Director Gaffney.
Yeah, I just, we put a lot of time and energy into this going back into February and March, and there's not a lot left to cut. And so you're going to be looking at dry grass at Felton Covered Ridge. You're going to be looking at dry grass at Willowbrook Park. You're going to be looking at no bathrooms in places. And these are the tough choices that we have to make. I get that. we'll figure it out. But, and the positions that we're cutting, the 9,000 hours of extra help, we went in good faith forward back in March to try to make this happen. And it's not going to look good in 9 months or 10 months where the County Parks Department will be.
Can I make a comment on that? Because I've talked to Jeff about this. I'm starting to get already complaints about Aldrich Park in Corlitos, where it gets very hot back there, that the water had been turned off already to save some money. And I just want to say, when kids hit the ground and it's parched, they break bones. So we know that because that happened in the school district when we had to also stop watering during difficult budget times. So I you know, again, Jeff knows how I feel about this. We need to water.
Well, and it also, it provides a cooling environment for people when they're playing. It's a proven fact that dry, hard ground is not does not provide a cooling effect.
Any further comments?
I mean, I'll just say I'm going to support the motion just because I don't see that we're going to solve this up here on the dais right now. And clearly conversations need to be had with each of our individual offices to figure out where the additional money is going to come from. I'll just say also that I think an idea was thrown out that the transient occupancy tax should support the arts, and why not? Then there will be a hole in the parks budget in another way. Maybe it's the maintenance on the North Coast Rail Trail, since they can start to understand the impacts of unmaintained parks that way. And then Supervisor Cummings should fill the gap with his Measure K fund. So, I mean, those are the kind of conversations I think we should have, and I do think it's a worthy consideration that we just move these two contracts out of the parks budget in the future.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, are you clear with the motion?
The clerk would appreciate a restating of the motion as currently presented.
All right. Will the maker of the motion please restate the motion?
Give me 1 second. Okay. Direct staff to return on June 30th with a final budget for parks, and direct staff to find funding to maintain the MA and funding for the Arts Council, and return with options to the board with contingencies as a consideration of last resort.
Thank you.
Will you please call the roll?
Supervisor DeSerpa?
Aye.
Koenig?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Aye.
Cummings?
Aye.
And Martinez?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. So it's 1:25. I'm going to ask that we recess for lunch. We have no closed session, and so return at 2 p.m. It's 1:25. Welcome back. We'll now return to our regular agenda of our last day budget hearing, and we're going to begin with item number 9, which is to consider a report on Medicruz utilization trends and County Medical Services Program assessment findings and take related actions, a presentation from our Health Services Agency. Welcome. Go ahead and introduce yourself and your roles, and we'll go ahead and hear from you.
Good afternoon. Connie Moreno-Peraza. I'm your Director of Health Services Agency, and I have our great team here.
Good afternoon, Jessica Randolph, Director of Administrative Services.
And the rest of our team's on the other side.
So, Argelia Soria, Senior Health Services Manager with Health Services Agency.
Christine Williams, Chief of Fiscal Services, Health Services Agency.
Well, we're going to try to keep this as seamless as possible. We're going to do a two-part, it's an integrated presentation, but we're going to come back and report to you on Medicruz, on the utilization trends and costs. And then we're going to go into the second part of the Medicruz comparison to the County Medical Services program that exists. It's called CMSP in the state of California. So we will, again, do a team presentation. I will kick it off, and then we'll leave time at the end for questions. So next slide, we're going to do a little bit of background and situation. We will go over, Jessica will cover some of the Medicruz utilization trends and some of the costs. And then we're going to have Argelia Soria, who will do the Medicruz and the CMSP comparison for you. We'll do some key findings and next steps. So basically the background, so here in Santa Cruz, we are required under Welfare Institutions Code, Section 17,000, to provide medically necessary care for indigent residents in the county as the payer of last resort. Next slide. So the situation that we have is the county must fulfill its legal mandate under this same section of 17,000 to provide care to an expanding indigent care population as a result of the state and federal changes with HR 1. So the response to that situation is we're evaluating the MediCruz program utilization costs and trends, and then assess the potential participation in the County Medical Services Program, CMSP, comparing fiscal and operational impacts. At the bottom of the slide, you can see the projected population at risk, 8,605. So these are individuals that may be unable to comply with the new community engagement and work requirements. And on the right side, you'll see the number of 2,449 as the projected enrollment that will be incremental. So next, I'll turn, the next one is, so our MediCruz program is what we call in Santa Cruz County our indigent care program. Like I said, there's 35 counties in this state out of the 58 counties that are under the program CMSP, which has real specific criteria to become a CMSP, but we in Santa Cruz, we call it our MediCruz to comply with the mandate under this section 17,000. So we provide the medically necessary specialty services and access to county-operated primary care for low-income, uninsured, eligible adults, 19 years of age of the residents. So we look, so with access and eligibility, the patients are referred through local healthcare partners. And the three criteria that we look at for eligibility is they must meet specific income requirements, of course, being Santa Cruz County residents for 6 months, and then meet resource limit requirements. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jessica.
Okay, so MediCruz is highly dependent on state realignment funding, which accounts for nearly 3/4 of its budgeted revenue. As Medi-Cal expanded under the Affordable Care Act, AB 85 permanently redirected more than 46% of county health realignment funds away from indigent care healthcare services. The EMS fund is a dedicated revenue source for emergency care reimbursement. EMS revenue provides about 22% of MediCruz funding, but has declined over time due to its reliance on traffic citation surcharges. And lastly, the charges for services make up about 6% of the funding. MediCruz utilization declined following California's 2024 Medi-Cal expansion, which made full-scope Medi-Cal available to income-eligible undocumented adults. So anticipating that shift, the county proactively expanded MediCruz eligibility and eliminated the share of cost requirements to ensure the program continued serving residents who would not qualify for Medi-Cal. This demonstrates that MediCruz is a flexible safety net program that can expand, contract, and adjust based on community need and your board's direction. The story behind this data is really one of successful healthcare coverage expansion. Even with those program enhancements in 2024, specialty utilization continued to decline, demonstrating the significant impact that Medi-Cal expansion has had in connecting community members to comprehensive healthcare coverage. While enrollment has decreased, this reflects a positive shift in access to care. And unfortunately now, just as MediCruz has adapted its eligibility criteria in anticipation of the 2024 Medi-Cal expansion, we're now preparing for the opposite, for MediCruz to once again serve as a larger role as a safety net program for uninsured residents.
The next part of the presentation is as HR 1 continues to create major impacts, fiscal and operational, our county decided to do an analysis and a comparison of our MediCruz program and to explore the participation of the CMSP program, which is a statewide program for indigent care. So I do want to thank our team publicly for the many hours that took to do this analysis in a very short time frame, but we do want to present that to you today for your consideration. So I'm going to have Argelia Soria cover that analysis.
So, good afternoon, everybody. Before I share the findings, I just wanted to take a moment to thank the HSA admin team health centers, in particular Jennifer Fan, who was instrumental in the comparison, as well as HSD and CMSP for answering the many questions that I had, and people who know me know I have a lot of questions. So anyhow, as far as MediCruz, we're doing a comparison hearing. You have a slide in front of you. As the HSA director mentioned before, MediCruz is the county's indigent care program that meets the obligation for Welfare and Institutions Code 17,000 through a medical referral-based model. We provide specialty care, emergency services, and county-operated primary care services through our county-run FQHCs to low-income uninsured adults. CMSP was established under Welfare and Institutions Code 16809. While established in state statute, CMSP is governed by the CMSP Governing Board, which oversees the program on behalf of the participating counties. There are 39 counties that are eligible, and 35 of them are participating in the program. The Governing Board has overall programmatic fiscal responsibility for CMSP, and it establishes their eligibility standards, defines covered benefits, as well as sets reimbursement rates for the services that are provided. In contrast, Santa Cruz County retains those responsibilities locally through MediCruz. As the administering entity under WIC 17,000, we're responsible for program eligibility, defining available services, managing program operations, and ensuring access to care for eligible residents. While both programs are designed to support low-income uninsured adults, the key difference is that CMSP's responsibilities are carried out collectively through the CMSP Governing Board, whereas MediCruz responsibilities are administered directly by Santa Cruz County and approved by the board. Next slide. So before you is a comparison of the program. So here, both programs serve low-income and uninsured adults, but the important thing to notice here is that MediCruz serves young adults starting at age 19, while CMSP eligibility begins at age 21. MediCruz serves individuals regardless of immigration status, and effective January 1st, 2027, CMSP proposes to provide only emergency services to the UIS population. The enrollment model is different too, in that one of the most significant distinctions is that MediCruz operates a targeted medical referral program. So we connect eligible individuals to county-run primary care services or specialty services based on medical need and a referral, where CMSP functions as a broader health coverage program combined with eligibility up to 200%, which is an increase from ours. CMSP has 200% of the federal poverty level. CMSP has the potential to serve a significantly larger population of uninsured adults compared to MediCruz. The potential larger enrollment pool under CMSP is driven by those two factors, the higher federal poverty level criteria, as well as the access to the program, which is administered through Social Services Department, and currently our MediCruz program enrollment occurs through Health Services Agency eligibility determinations. At the same time, broader eligibility does not necessarily translate directly into greater access to services. Under the proposed CMSP changes, individuals above 100% of the federal poverty level will be subject to share of cost requirements, which could be a barrier to access. And those changes, as I mentioned, are not effective yet, but are proposed under CMSP through a public hearing process to be effective starting January 1st, 2027. As far as scope of services, both provide access to care. They just do so throughout a different model, where CMSP serves a lot more like an insurance coverage program versus MetaCruz, which is very targeted. The key takeaway is CMSP would expand the potential eligible population through the broader coverage model and higher income thresholds, while MetaCruz retains local design and is a referral-based program connecting eligible residents to needed health care services. Next slide, Jeff. So as far as financial considerations, CMS would require an executed participation agreement by June 30th of this year. Their proposed transition from MetaCruz to CMSP would proposes a go-live date of April 1st, 2027. Starting April 1st, there would be a 30-month term where the county would be responsible for all costs associated with CMSP. And then beginning October 1st of 2029, the county would be eligible to participate in their pooled funding or risk-sharing structure. But those future participation costs and availability of CMSP reserves remain uncertain, as beyond the 30-month period, we would have to amend the contract and be in a restated contract. Next slide, Jess. So the comparison before you is looking at a projection of about 2,449 clients over a 15-month implementation period. The model is based on CMSP's estimate of the 2,449 individuals resulting from Medi-Cal disenrollment. But rather than assuming that everybody would enroll at once, the model outlines a gradual ramp up over a 12-month period beginning in April 2027. The Pre-Affordable Care Act utilization assumptions and program cost estimates were applied to this projected enrollment amount. The largest cost driver in both programs is healthcare utilization costs. Using the enrollment ramp-up model, we estimate approximately $8.8 million in utilization costs with MetaCruz compared to approximately $12.8 million under CMSP. Staffing costs would remain essentially the same in both scenarios. One would require HSD to do the eligibility determinations. Those staffing costs in MetaCruz we would just utilize to ramp up the program structure. CMSP also includes additional administrative, startup, and participant cost-sharing expenses that are not reflected in the MetaCruz model, as we do have infrastructure. While it's bare bones, it is there and can be modernized and ramped up. So the primary takeaway from this slide is that under these assumptions, CMSP costs are estimated to be approximately $4.3 million higher over the 15-month period, or roughly 42% higher than the MetaCruz program. Next slide. As I mentioned, one of the big differences with CMSP model is requiring HSD to do the eligibility determinations. And so we checked in with HSD, and implementation would require additional staffing, system configurations, training, and cross-departmental coordination. The estimated costs for 7 FTE is approximately $902,000 annually, and HSD has determined that its earliest operational readiness date would be July 1st, 2028, which creates a gap between the proposed April 1st, 2027 go-live date for CMSP. Next slide. So as far as the key findings, CMSP provides a partial solution to the county's indigent care obligation. MetaCruz currently operates under the policy direction from the board, giving the county local control over the criteria that we mentioned. Participation in CMSP would transfer many of those decisions to the CMSP governing board. CMSP only serves individuals who meet its eligibility requirements and would not serve adults aged 19 and 20. And beginning January 1st, undocumented individuals would generally be limited to emergency services. As a result, the county would likely retain responsibility for certain populations and would still need to address the gaps. In addition, CMSP's reinstatement of 100% share of costs for individuals above 100% FPL may create barriers to accessing care. And then second, while CMSP may provide access to additional services, the fiscal impacts remain uncertain beyond the 30-month initial term. Our analysis indicates that CMS costs are higher than MediCruz, and the county would be responsible for the full cost of participation during that 30-month period and costs beyond as well. Because of those reasons, there would be greater kind of long-term financial exposure potentially. Finally, HSD has identified that it's not currently feasible a go-live date of April 1st, and the soonest they would be ready would be July 1st, 2028. If the board were to decide to move forward at a later time, that start date for HSD would need to be reevaluated. In summary, CMSP offers certain benefits, but it does not fully replace the county's indigent care responsibilities, introduces fiscal uncertainty, and reduces local program control, and cannot be implemented within the proposed timeline. And then I'll turn it over to HSA Director.
Thank you. So with all that great information, the recommended next steps is number one, to strengthen and prepare internally, and then engage the countywide ecosystem. So under the preparation phase, we want to continue monitoring MediCruz utilization. We want to prepare and build capacity for potentially an increased demand. If needed, we will recommend changes including eligibility criteria, cover services, and share of cost. Continue to explore CMSP and other indigent care service models that are out there in California and in other places. Track and monitor statewide indigent care. The PATH proposal that was as part of we're awaiting a response in the state budget to protect access to health care proposal, which includes the $125 million to help with emergency services. And with regards to engaging the ecosystem, we want to engage and convene structure collaborative planning, facilitate cross-sector planning, and co-design an expanded indigent care model, strengthen partnerships with HPACs, hospitals, and community providers, and assess and modernize the hospital and access to medical care agreements. So the recommended actions that we present to you here today is to accept and file a report on MediCruz utilization trends and the County Medical Services Program assessment. Number two, accept the Health Services Agency recommendation not to pursue participation in CMSP at this time, and direct the department to continue evaluating CMSP and alternative indigent care service models. Direct the Health Services Agency to return in the fall of '26 with findings and recommendations regarding alternative indigent care service delivery models, and direct Health Services Agency to return during or before the fiscal year 2027-2028 budget hearings with an update on MediCruz trends, ongoing evaluation of indigent healthcare delivery and financing strategies, and any recommended actions. Thank you for your time. We're open for questions.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm going to begin by opening this item to public comment to see if anybody'd like to speak on this item. Is there anyone here who'd like to speak? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, is there anyone on the phone?
I see no speakers online, Chair.
Thank you. I will now return to the board for questions, dialogue, and a motion. Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you. Great presentation. I think you laid out pretty clearly why it's better to retain local control over this program. Is there any level of utilization where utilizing CMSP would become financially advantageous?
So currently our FPL is at 160%. If we were considering reducing our FPL to 100%, I think we would strongly reconsider. There are other factors, but I think if there was a scenario where it would be worth looking into more, it would be if we were looking at reducing our FPL significantly.
And sorry, FPL stands for what?
Oh, sorry, federal poverty level.
Right, right. So you're saying if we reduced eligibility?
So the reason I say that is currently CMSP is going to implement a share of cost for people who are above that threshold of 100% of the federal poverty level. And so that share of cost is significant, which makes access to healthcare, it really poses a barrier. If we were to reduce our federal poverty level because of meeting any kind of financial constraints, that would be a scenario where there would be no share of cost for folks under 100% federal poverty level. And that would be very similar to our current program where we have no share of cost.
But if we reduce eligibility like that, wouldn't there also be cost savings within our own program? So, I mean, it still might not make sense to move over. I mean, we could.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, I think depending on what our eligibility requirements are and the benefits we're providing, if we change them to the degree that our costs rose and we're more similar to CMSP, then it might make sense to join CMSP. But right now, it does not. We're actually serving probably more people for a lower cost because of just what our eligibility is at currently.
But, right. Okay. And then I saw that you're projecting that in the future, basically within this period looked at between 2027 and 2028, even with MediCruz, $10.2 million in costs over a 15-month period. And whereas previously we were spending about 2.3 million or so in the low twos. And so, we're basically projecting, that if you reduce that 15-month period to 12 and assume the costs are evenly distributed between all the months, that's $8.16 million per year. So, still roughly 4 times higher for cost for MediCruz is projected in the future compared to past utilization and costs.
So we ran a model with using pre-ACA utilization cost scenarios. And so I'm not sure if I'm going to be answering your question, but even with that, our costs running MediCruz currently and what it would actually cost to do so to serve 2,449 people or individuals would be that 42% less than CMSP.
I understand that it's less than CMSP. Okay. I'm asking, the anticipated utilization seems like goes up significantly, right? Is that because we're just assuming more people are going to get kicked off of Medi-Cal than even pre-ACA?
Yeah, this is all based on the HR1 changes. So more people are not going to be able to meet the work requirements or going to get kicked off because they're not going to follow up with the redeterminations. And so these are numbers that have been projected of the additional clients who are going to have to be served by indigent county programs.
And right now we're at 160 FPL. Federal poverty level as far as eligibility, but is the whatever it is, government code 1700 or something, like our requirements are only to serve 100% FPL or less?
We can set our eligibility, and we're going to be coming back to the board to revisit eligibility. So CMSP, because they're seeing this huge projected increase in clients, and because all the counties who are eligible were looking at joining, they actually have gone through the practice already about revisiting their eligibility requirements and their benefits, and they've already made changes because their costs are going to go through the roof. And so that's something we're going to have to look at as a county too. Do we need to change the levels at which someone's eligible for MediCruz? We can set it locally however we want. And so we're going to be having that conversation with you when we come back about what are our options and what are we experiencing.
And then also, in 2010, our utilization was higher, and we're anticipating moving towards that again, and that's why there's such a big jump from like 2 million up to the 8 million. Back in 2010, we had our FPL set to 100% so that we could kind of control the costs in our county. But in December of 23, because of ACA and the rollout, hardly anyone was qualifying, so we moved FPL up. So you guys could decide to move that FPL back down to control the costs in the county.
Got it.
That makes sense.
Yes, thank you for that clarification. I mean, is there also any sort of lever or decision-making ability about what services are provided as far as like specialty care versus emergency care?
Yes, so there's a list of covered services, not covered services. That is also at the discretion of HSA, who administers the program, and then the board would approve any program changes that are made. So all of that would be set to be reevaluated, the federal poverty level, as well as services, share of cost potentially too, just like Executive Officer described. CMSP is proposing a lot of these changes. Currently, their FPL is at 300. They're reducing it to 200. That won't take effect until January 2027 in anticipation of these, if this increased potential.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions? Supervisor DeSerpa.
Thank you. And we've been waiting for this for several months, so I appreciate you doing all of the analysis and getting back to us. The utilization right now is low because most people still have Medi-Cal, but it is, we think, about 25 to 35,000 people will lose their Medicaid services in our county. So this particular numbers that you are projecting are just people that might need emergency healthcare services, right? They show up at the ER and they need some type of a follow-up afterwards?
No, so my understanding is that about 28,000 may be subject to the work requirements and community engagement. And of those, the likely amount that may return back to services would be about 8,500. And so the idea is it would be this kind of ramp up incremental enrollment, because as people are reevaluated for work requirements, they do so kind of like at 1/12 of the year. So a certain number of people, then the following month they'll evaluate those. So people would start potentially falling off gradually, and that would start occurring in January 2027 is my understanding of the work requirements.
And so just,
Supervisor DeSerpa, if I may, I'm so thankful that Randy Morris is here from HSD as well. If there are any questions on the Medi-Cal numbers, thank you, Randy. We have him here if you have any other more questions on that.
Hi, Randy. Yeah. And so, can, just for the public's sake, what type of things would be covered under MediCruz? Like what type of healthcare? So somebody shows up at the ER, is the hospital going to be covered? Or just the specialty care that they might need afterwards? Or, I mean, I see that primary care will be in a county FQHC, great. But if they need orthopedics or endocrinology or oncology or any of those things.
Correct. So those are specialty services that, so when a referral comes through, the medical director reviews the referral for medical need. And then upon that approval, then the patient is, if they're deemed eligible, they are connected or linked to service. As far as the emergency room, my understanding is we have a Maddie and Richie fund in which those funds are utilized to cover some of those emergency costs. So there's cost reimbursement that way. Then there's the specialty care, and then there's the primary care services that are available.
How about people, okay, so for our UIS population, So not just the people who are falling off because of the work requirement or their behavioral health needs, they can't coordinate getting their recertifications in, but just the UIS population?
So my understanding is that, and Randy can corroborate this, that the beginning January 2026, there was a freeze for new adults of UIS.
Go ahead.
Hello.
Thank you.
Randy Morris, Human Service Director. There are a lot of moving parts, both federal and state. If you bundle it up into who is at risk of dropping off of Medicaid, California Medi-Cal, work requirements is the big change under HR 1, not related to undocumented, unsatisfactory immigration status. I want to summarize that there is not only the opportunity to have to meet work requirements, but you can meet exemptions. So right now, we do not have guidance from the feds to State Department of Healthcare Services what work requirements are going to look like in January 2027, so we can't really speak yet. This is the new dance with the state and the feds. But the state is working very hard to try to auto-exempt people ex parte without having to go through a whole process, so they don't have to meet work requirements. So that's in motion. To the UIS, California rolled in undocumented immigrants eligible for Medi-Cal over a 5-year period, and now all are eligible, but then the state closed eligibility, as was said, this past January. So now the issue is once you're in, everything we can do to keep them on, because if they drop off, they cannot come back in. So that was actually discussed this morning when Community Action Board came forward, because there are one organization who's out there trying to help people renew. So I think when you add that up, it's very hard to guess, because we don't know how these things are going to play out. But I think we're tracking both of those. If you're in Medi-Cal, we want to do all we can to keep them on Medi-Cal if they're undocumented. And until we get policy guidance from the feds and state, we don't quite know yet what the work requirements and exemptions rules are going to be. And we're tracking and waiting. So I think added up, the numbers that were shared by Argelia are our best guesses.
Okay, thank you. And what about people who might have legal status in terms of a green card? Do we know, are they eligible?
I don't know off the top of my head. This is some of what HR 1 changed. There were people under federal law who were eligible with status in between that the feds now made ineligible. And I don't have the details, but there are answers to that. I just don't have that specific right now.
Okay, thank you very much.
Supervisor Cummings.
I just want to appreciate all the hard work you all have done to bring this analysis to us today for our consideration. And based on the information we've been provided with, it sounds like sticking with the MediCruz model makes the most sense, especially given the fiscal impacts that would cost us to move towards the state model. So I don't have any further questions, just, wanted to stay in touch and get updates and understand how it rolls out and how we're able to best kind of keep people on, keep people connected to services and, just follow up on ways that we can help improve the services as we move forward into this new landscape it's going to be a little bit tricky to navigate. So thank you.
Thank you. 3 quick questions, hopefully. The first is just in the budget that we passed a couple weeks ago for HSA, I assume that MediCruz is in there as you expect it to be. So yes.
Yes.
Correct. And then I know you're projecting for an influx of utilization. Is that currently budgeted, or do we have contingency in the event that that happens in the current fiscal year?
It's not budgeted at the higher rate. We plan to come back mid-year if we need to make a change to the budget.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question, I thought I understood that there was about 4 counties that were eligible for CMSP. Yes. And Santa Cruz is one of them.
Mercedes, and they just opted in.
So that was my question. Do we know the status of the other 3 counties and they're opting in?
San Luis Obispo shared that they were, I believe as we speak, they were going to go for a letter of intent to their board of supervisors. And then Placer's the only one outstanding that we don't have any update on them. But Merced just opted in on the 16th of June.
Do you know what influenced that decision for them?
So for Merced, they don't have an indigent program as well organized as Santa Cruz County has. And because and I hope I say the right terms, my colleague Randy can correct me, they're exempt, their numbers are going to be lower. They had identified like 3,500 potential enrollees. Okay. It dropped to 45. So they're going to start from, for to them, it made sense to go with CMSP because they don't have anything. So Kristen, who's my counterpart, I'm in constant communication. And SLO, San Luis Obispo, they were just contemplating different service models and they want to explore CMSP.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I do very much appreciate the presentation and the analysis that you did. I think I was a little more hopeful or optimistic that this might be a route, but really what you're showing us is that we're better off as is, and maintaining local control will keep our costs down and allow us to continue to meet our unique needs. So naturally, I support your recommendation, but do hope that we can continue to have this dialogue as the environment changes, and hopefully if there's any ramp up that needs to happen in order to join CMSP, that we don't get caught on our heels, because it does sound like it's quite the process if we decide to go in that direction.
Yes.
So with that, I'll entertain a motion to accept the recommended actions.
I'll move to accept the recommended actions.
Second.
Cruz.
We have a motion from Supervisor DeSerpa and a second from Supervisor Koenig. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Supervisor DeSerpa,
Aye.
Koenig,
Aye.
Hernandez,
Aye.
and Martinez.
Aye. Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to item number 10, which is to hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution amending the unified fee schedule for fiscal year 26-27. Welcome. I'll ask you to introduce yourself and your role.
Good afternoon, Chair Martinez. Marcus Pimentel, your County Budget Manager. I'm here with Gina De Martini-Kuhns, our Senior Administrative Analyst. And we have a quick presentation on the Unified Fee Schedule. The long story short is the Unified Fee Schedule comes to the board twice a year in December and part of the budget hearings in June. You've actually approved all but Parks Unified Fee Schedules within the department budgets. So this is just the consolidated amendment schedule. You've reviewed all those. We have various increases that happen routinely for each year that include increases in county costs, whether it's an hourly rate, indexes that are tied to a consumer price index. We have a few new fees this year. We've got some removal of old fees. And occasionally, as you know, or as a government entity, we're required to increase certain fees based on what the state may do. So that's the quick overview. Again, you've already reviewed all these fees as part of the department budget. With that, this concludes our presentation. We now recommend that the board hold a public hearing on these amendments to the Unified Fee Schedule, and then at the close of the public hearing, consider adopting the resolution to confirm the amendments, including parks, because those fees are baked into their baseline budget. While they may come forward with new fee increases, this is their minimum fees.
Thank you. I'll now open the public hearing and see, is there anyone here who'd like to speak on this item? Seeing none, is there anyone on the phone?
No speakers online, Chair.
Thank you. I'll return to the board for questions, discussion, or a motion. Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think we've seen these come up a number of times now, so I'll just go ahead and move the staff recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Cummings, a second from Supervisor Hernandez. Any further discussion? Well, thank you for bringing this before us. It's an important item, even though there's not a lot of discussion. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Supervisor DeSerpa,
Aye.
Koenig,
Aye.
Hernandez,
Aye.
Cummings,
Aye.
and Martinez.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
Good job, Gina.
Well done. Fastest one yet. All right.
Can I ask a question for clarification?
Supervisor Cummings.
Yeah, just because of what happened at our last item regarding parks, I'm just wondering, like, would it make sense for us to continue the final budget adoption until, or should we just make adjustments?
Yeah, no, we talked about it during the break. We want you to consider this item. We will be, this will allow us to load the entire budget except for parks. And so we will just take up parks on Tuesday, June 30th. So.
Thank you for that clarity, CEO Coburn. So I'm going to call item number 11, which is to consider approval of the County of Santa Cruz proposed 26-27 budget with last day concluding and related actions, approve 25-26 realignments, and take related actions.
Thank you, Chair Martinez, Board of Supervisors. Before we begin, I really want to extend my deepest gratitude and appreciation. This has been a challenging year, and we recognize that and we see that. It started in the fall with departments getting large reduction targets that they all had to meet. They had about 3 months to meet those targets and come back to the CEO with those proposals. So it's in deep recognition of all that work they did to meet our expectations. And then we asked them for some more in the month of January, and they met those expectations. So the county departments and all their budget teams really did a really good job in meeting a really hard year. So I just want to express my deep appreciation to them for all that work, countless hours. And I mean, that word is used often too much, but I mean that carrying a lot of weight in this moment. Countless hours from November all the way till about an hour ago and continuing into next week. I also want to take a moment to thank, because often they get overlooked, your clerk of the board, Juliet, and her incredible team. They've been really responsive and dynamic in responding to a lot of the changes and agenda updates, and I appreciate all their work and support and guidance. Her staff members include Elizabeth Padilla and Delissa Escobar, who've just been really, really great to work with. I want to acknowledge our ACEO, Elisa Benson, who I know is not here today, but she's done a phenomenal part and played a big role in getting to this moment. We talked about her at the last meeting about her role in capital projects, but she was also a lead guide into our operating budget. So I just want to acknowledge her. And then sitting next to my right, Ryan Friedrich stepped into a big new role this year. He's always been there for capital projects, but he stepped into the helping with the operations side. And he's really done some phenomenal jobs offering criticism, critiques, suggestions, and making this a little bit better and more transparent. So I just want to acknowledge Ryan's extraordinary work and weekends that he's given to this process. And Gina DeMartinez-Coons, who sat next to me, she's had a lot of numerous roles, including projecting positions way back in earlier in the season, and Lana Martinez-Davis, who's out on maternity leave, but it was at the beginning of our budget process. They all set us up for success. And I do want to acknowledge all the rest of our CEO team, including our administrative analyst, Amika White, who's behind the scenes, and she's going to hate that I mentioned her name right now, but she's behind the scenes and actively updating the budget and getting ready to update our website for the summer. Including our ACEOs and deputy CEOs, Melody Serino and Sven Stafford, our principal management analyst, Peter Detless, and our other senior administrative analysts, David Brown, George Intis, and our executive secretary, Denita Gonzalez, and new administrative aide, Andrea Lozano. They've all played different roles, scheduling meetings and helping. We don't take a moment to celebrate all their hard work that's done behind the scenes that you don't see. So I just wanted to give them a shout out and thank Laura Bowers and her team. They play a big role in validating our budget, getting it set up. And certainly Nicole Colburn is our CEO. She's led a phenomenal, challenging year in her first year. And it's been an honor to work with her during the season. We've had a really tough cycle, but it's the quality and the performance have been outstanding, and I appreciate her leadership. And of course, thanking this board and all the community who stand behind it. So that's my opening just moment to say thanks and appreciation. Where we're at in the budget season was, while this is and was set up to be our last day of budget hearings, we'll have one more budget reconsidered on June 10th for the Parks Department. The state budget met their June 15th deadline to have an outline of a budget in place. They still haven't approved their final budget, and that final budget still won't tell us what it means for our county until July and August, all the trailer bills, the budget junior bill, and then the subsequent schedules that we get. So we're still in the learning pattern, and we expect to have all that information brought back when we present the final form of the budget on September 29th. The revised budget where it currently stands is at 2,677.28 FTE. We're at $1.3 billion total county budget, $851.4 million general fund budget. And while our reserves technically increased from 10.3 to 12.7%, they'll still revert back to that 10.3%. Part of this last day action is, as you've heard throughout this budget presentations overlaid, we're also having a cash challenge in meeting the issuance of our tax revenue anticipation notes that we'll be talking about in the fall, in August. part of today's actions bring in some revenue into the general fund temporarily as cash. It'll temporarily increase our natural disaster reserve, but then that money will be used to pay down bonds in 26, 27. So we'll have a temporary increase in our reserves to 12.7%. But once we pay down our bonds with that funding, it will drop back down to 10.3%. So we'll have just on the surface, a slight increase. We do continue to have a balanced budget funded with $43 million in one-time uses. There are no layoffs in this budget. Moving forward, the updated position schedule, including the adjustments and some of the positions were not approved in the public defender's budget, have been reflected and shown here. Still standing at 23.1 positions reduced in health services, 24.5 in human services department. This is just a quick visual of our reserves. Again, our target is 12, where we came into the year at 12.5%. Right now, with today's actions, once the board approves this last day letter, we'll temporarily go up to 12.7%. Once we pay down our bonds, we'll drop back down to our 10.3% cash level. That's just above our 10% floor and short of our 15%, very conservative, very thin target of 15%. We do have anticipation of doing a comprehensive review that considers all of our risk factors, which might recommend, and I would expect the recommendation to be closer to a 20 to 30% range for a county with our risk factors. With that, this is meant to just be a recap of a lot of things. You've approved all the department budgets that are incorporated into this action except for Parks. Parks will come back on Tuesday, June 30th. We do ask that you modify the motion to approve this action except for the Parks budget. Also included in this is a loan where we're doing a loan substitution that allows the general fund to bring in $5 million through a workers' comp loan to the risk and liability fund. That's part of today's actions. That's atypical. We're doing this to strengthen our cash position so we can meet our issuance requirements for the tax revenue anticipation notes. And we always have year-end adjustments that are required to do to prepare the final form of the budget. The final form of the budget in September 29th is more of a state compliance report than a public report. So there's a lot of actions to convert today's actions into the report that's submitted to the state of California. I do want to pause and meant to open the opportunity for Nicole to have any final comments before we move this over to the board.
Thank you, Marcus, and thank you, Board of Supervisors, for supporting me and team and all the departments in my first proposed budget. I know it wasn't always easy, even today. We navigated some sticky issues, but it's good to be able to move into the new fiscal year. And I imagine, we're going to be waiting to see how the final state budget lands. I'm really hoping that as much of the county funding that the legislature put forward is going to stay in that state budget so that we can incorporate it in the final budget in September and hopefully return some of the money that we used for health and human services from their restricted funds back to their restricted funds and the reserves. So we'll keep you posted on that. And of course, we'll have a presentation when we bring forward the final budget in September. This is a balanced budget, but we have some really challenging fiscal conditions that are going to continue for multiple years to come as the HR1 impacts only increase in terms of the number of people who are falling off our safety net programs and who might be reliant on county services in other ways, as well as just our structural issues with our costs exceeding our revenues. I'm looking at bringing revenue measures to the board to consider for helping with some of these issues. That might help our safety net challenges, that could help in other ways with bringing in specific funds for roads or public safety or other areas. So you can expect in the months ahead for us to be talking about those things. This budget allows you to continue some of the investments you've wanted to make as a board because of our structural and the deficits we're projecting in the years to come. we very well are going to have to make hard decisions about reducing some of our investments, reducing some of our more discretionary county services. So I imagine this fall, I would like to start having a discussion with the board as part of a study session on what we do as a county and where or how we might look to make changes, because I can guarantee you these budget hearings next year are going to be much harder than this year. So a plan for that this fall so that we can start brainstorming together about what we might like to do as a county. With that, thank you again. I really appreciate everyone involved and your support throughout these hearings.
Thank you, CEO Coburn. I'll now return to the board for discussion and a motion. I'll start on my right with Supervisor Hernandez.
I was going to say public comment. Do you want to take public
Thank you.
comment first?
Yes. Oh, man. Welcome. You've been waiting all this time. I'm opening it up to public comment.
Do I get 5 minutes? I'm just kidding. Hello again. My name is Kathy Lass. I live in Aptos, and I organize the local chapter of Showing Up for Racial Justice. And I too just really want to thank the supervisors and the executive office for the hard work this year. I'm really, really impressed and really appreciate all the attention that's been paid to everything. I know these very same discussions and disruptions are going on in every single county in this country, and it's just really heartbreaking. To address some of the comments made by some of you today, I want to touch on just a couple of points. One is like reviewing and studying the budget. It's not clear that every single department was asked to do cuts. For example, it's hard to see where the sheriff was asked, and if they were, like, the transparency there would be appreciated. In tough times like these, I think we do have to continue to look at overall structural change. And so looking at these departments one at a time sometimes is hard. So I really appreciate what happened during the Public Defender's Office and what else can be done when looking at how departments interact with each other and how those budgets can be shifted or collaborated on. Lastly, echoing Supervisor Cummings' point about sometimes getting, a lot of the community was surprised with some of these actions. So is there ways to, and we've asked in the past maybe for town halls earlier, like budget town halls. You've just mentioned a study session if the public can be invited or included somehow. So is there ways for all of the risks to be highlighted earlier so that the public isn't as surprised? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here who'd like to speak on this item? Madam Clerk, is there anyone on the phone?
Yes, there is.
Thank you.
KH, your microphone is now available.
Good afternoon. This is Catherine Hedges, also from Showing Up for Racial Justice, and I'd like to echo Kathy's previous comments about the care the county takes, but also the necessity of including the public in a dialogue about the choices we're making with the budget far earlier in the process. I only moved here last year, and before this, the mayor's budget message and the county budget message come out in March, and that gives the public about 3 months to engage in dialogue with their elected officials. And the process here seems to be a lot of wait and hurry up. So hopefully you can move the process a little bit earlier in the year. Well, several months earlier in the year. Thank you very much.
I see no further speakers online, Chair.
Thank you. I'll now return to the board. Supervisor Hernandez.
Got a mint in my mouth. I just wanted to ask an update on the situation with Second Harvest. I know there was conversations that were had. Just wanted an update on that.
Yeah, so for Second Harvest, the contract, we've agreed to allow them to spend against the rate that we've budgeted, the $200,000. And then we're going to see where the state budget lands and then come back in September with an amendment.
And out of curiosity, if that budget comes in with the what was it, the assembly budget, and it's promising. Is there a possibility that we can have that conversation with CAB as well?
Yes, that's what we're planning. We're
Okay.
planning to have that conversation with both in the fall.
Thank you. All right. Well, I'll move staff recommendation.
Minus the parks budget.
Right. Minus the parks.
We have a motion from Supervisor Hernandez
I'll second.
and a second from Supervisor DeSerpa. I'll continue hearing from others on this item. Anybody have comments? Supervisor Koenig?
We'll start with a couple of questions. The first is, so in the staff report, it talked about moving available funding from the federal disaster recoveries within the 2022-23 winter storm fund to transfer to the general fund, an amount of about $20 million. So that's money that we've received from FEMA that is available to pay down the disaster bond that we took out, but we're holding off on paying it back because we need the liquidity. Is that from understanding?
Yes, yeah. That when the board issued and approved the 2024 disaster bonds, we communicated and included in that direction was that as we receive federal reimbursements from the 22-23 storms, every dollar of those reimbursements would be used to pay down bonds. When we got to our window this year in May to pay down the bonds, due to some just cash flow timing differences and some challenges with issuing our TRAN in our normal cycle, we needed to pivot and hold off on paying down those bonds. We're earning interest earnings on that, so it's not necessarily a loss, other than we're waiting a year to pay those off. So they'll be held and there'll be a larger pay down in the next season.
Right, and so the idea that we would wait till sort of the end of this coming fiscal year in order also to have like cash on hand to respond to disasters this winter?
Yeah, our payment window is during the month of May every year annually, so those proceeds would be in our reserves until that point in time. So,
Okay, so we're gotcha. Basically just delaying repayment for
Correct.
a year. Right. Excuse me. And then, I also asked the CEO's office to do some analysis on our ability to respond to winter storms. I understand that in 22-23, or particularly the two federally declared disasters in 2023, we spent about $5 million for each disaster to respond, just on short-term,
Yes.
like debris removal and sort of life-threatening repairs.
Yeah, and we did, so for each of those disasters, we spent about 10 million on Cat A and Cat B. I do want to note that was some of that, not all of it, was on consultants and contractors. And we've shifted how we're spending our funds now in terms of our cost controls. I shared with you, we have thresholds now that we need CEO approval. There's much more awareness of what we're spending on a daily basis in an emergency. And we've also shifted from the contractors to using our own staff, unless we need some sort of specialty service. So that alone was $3 million in contractors that we spent for those disasters, that we would probably looking at other ways to handle those services for a future disaster.
And so we've actually audited those expenses from 2023 and said, yes, we could eliminate $3 million of those.
We have not,
under the new framework.
we have not audited them, but every disaster looks differently. You might need a different type of response. So to look at those disasters and say exactly what you're going to need for the next one, it's really hard to say. And those are just two examples. I imagine if we looked back, at other examples, whether it's other flooding events, the wildfires, earthquake, they're all going to look very different. So I feel with our cost controls, we have a really good system in place to monitor what we're spending. And we have $8.5 million contingency, $1 million of that, which is dedicated to natural disasters, We have a $4.5 million reserve for natural disasters. We have additional reserves if we really had to that potentially we could tap into. I feel like we have enough there to weather a disaster and maintain our costs.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it is concerning that, I mean, I hear what you're saying. We could break into additional reserves or contingencies in order to pay for a natural disaster. But I mean, nevertheless, we basically budgeted $5 million for the coming year. When the last major storm season we had to spend $10 million. And I mean, yeah, some of those are contractors, but I mean, I'm pretty sure like Granite Rock was one of the contractors repairing the blowout of North Main Street, which stranded 440 homes, right? So that's not exactly like a contractor cost that we could just not spend money on. You know, I think one thing you said, CEO Coburn, is certainly correct, which is, you know, we're gonna have to look at next year's budget pretty hard. I mean, this is, in many ways, and I appreciate all the work that went into this, in many ways, it's still a status quo budget, right? I mean, we have not, that's probably my biggest concern with it, is we have not made any really significant adjustments. We're delaying all of those until next year. I mean, it sounds like this fall, right? We'll start to have those discussions. And so I'm concerned about that. I mean, we're spending down our reserves to continue operations that we have no clear funding source for next year that will only become more expensive. And I mean, to be honest, I'm not sure that a commitment to no layoffs was the best approach because of that. I mean, and while it's you know, yes, HR1 is largely to blame, it's also the negotiated salary increases across the board. And so I think we should have looked at that in this budget. I'm also concerned that, you know, we're not really making any special preparations for a predicted super El Nino this year. I mean, yes, we're doing the regular road maintenance, but we're not doing anything above and beyond. You know, the FEMA CBDGDR grants were mentioned, but those don't show up until after this winter and maybe the year after that. So we're really not going above and beyond to prepare for extraordinary circumstances. You know, we're effectively continuing our borrowing from the last disaster in order to have sufficient resources on hand to respond to future disasters and to shore up our reserves. And all that is, you know, on top of all that, we're continuing deferred maintenance on our roads, which we know can lead, and parks, which can lead to significant liabilities. So, I mean, I think we're going to be forced to address deferred maintenance in the near future, whether we like it or not. I wanted to address one other sort of larger category, which has come up in many public comments, sort of in the expression of, well, why didn't we just cut the sheriff's budget? And Kathy and I actually had an opportunity to talk about this a little bit over lunch. And I do think that as we, you know, this is sort of the last status quo budget and moving forward having to make serious changes, we need to look at the public safety and justice system as a whole, because, I mean, frankly, it's the most wasteful system you can imagine. I mean, and it's not just the sheriff's budget, right? I mean, it's also the district attorney and the public defender and probation and all the social services that go into it as well. I mean, we end up paying from every angle in order to support people who, yes, certainly need a lot of help, but is this the best way to help them? And so I think we need to look at ultimately designing a new system that's more efficient. I mean, we heard from the sheriff himself, a third of the jail population has been arrested at least 45 times, that 70% are on some form of medication, 50% some sort of mental health medication. You know, how many, like, have we looked at the caseload through the DA and the public defender's office? How many of those people we've seen before, right? And actually this came up in speaking with Heather individually about her office's budget. She said, you know, if you were in the courtroom watching us defend one of our clients, you wouldn't ask, you know, why do we have social workers there? You'd ask, why do we have lawyers there? And our budget spends a lot moving people through the court system over and over and over again without an efficient outcome. And so we need to look at how do we create a place for people to be that is less expensive and more humane than jail. And, you know, ultimately probably going to have to define a plan that's going to reduce expenses across the public safety and justice system. And then we're going to have to, you know, estimate how much we can reduce caseloads and occupancy in the jail. And we're going to have to probably borrow against that and say that whatever it is, in 2030, we're going to have a 20% reduction in cases. We're going to be able to reduce all of these budgets by 20%. And we're going to use that, bring that money into today in order to build an alternative model. But I mean, this system is just headed for collapse. I mean, on its current trajectory. So, I mean, I'm really torn, honestly, on whether or not to support this budget. You know, I recognize all of the hard work that staff has done to get us to this place, and for those reasons, I want to support it. But I also think that it has some pretty glaring deficiencies, and I'm concerned that, you know, especially if we have a bad winter, we could be in a really, really bad place come next year. And I think that we probably should have done more to prepare ourselves for the challenges next year than we have. I mean, and of course, this board is largely to blame for not doing more. I mean, it's pretty evident we have trouble making any hard decisions. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
I didn't really want to follow that. Well, I'm not going to be as broad, I think, but we do, obviously, we know we have structural deficits that we need to attend to upcoming. This is our CEO's maiden year in her job, and so I respect the fact that she tried to balance a budget that seemed fair. Everybody did take cuts, including public safety. I actually think our public safety continuum runs lean, but there is a core group of people that need a safety net, and they get served from multiple entities, from public health to social services, from behavioral health, law enforcement, DA, public defender. And it takes up so much of our budget that there's not a lot left over for people who need roads and want to have a clean and functioning park system, et cetera. Have some arts to make their lives more beautiful. So I look forward, well, I don't look forward to next year, but we are going to have to make a lot of hard decisions. I mean, I think we're hoping that the state comes through and gives us some relief on some of the HR1 reductions. So we look forward to hopefully hearing some good news on that by Friday, I think, or at least by next week. And it would be great if the public defenders can pull off trying to get funding from the state so that it doesn't have to come out of our general fund. So I've had to make hard decisions before. I'm willing to do that in the next year, and everybody should probably get ready for some difficult conversations. And I appreciate the leadership, Nicole, and thank you to everybody, all the different departments for tightening the belt already and getting ready to do it again next year.
Supervisor Cummings.
First, I just want to start by thanking our CEO's office and thanking all of our staff for what was a really challenging budget year. And, you know, I do want to give kudos to CEO Coburn, because coming into this job, you know, coming into the beginning of this year, we didn't know who our CEO was going to be. And having Nicole come in and, you know, pretty much within 6 months, you know, help us pull our budget together, I think, while it had its challenges, that's a huge lift for somebody coming into a new position to have to do, and for many other folks in the other departments as well, especially given the new landscape we're working with and the challenges that we're continually trying to navigate. And, you know, coming into this budget year, for me, I was really hoping that we could figure out how to maintain jobs, maintain services with the idea that, and knowing that we're continuing to move into unpredictable territory, and next year things are going to get potentially a lot worse. There's a lot of hope that maybe we'll see some shifts at the federal level during November after the election. That may provide some relief, but if we continue down this current path, we're going to need more in order to support ourselves. And my big hope is that moving into this next year, as I've expressed through this budget process as we saw today, my hope is that we can avoid surprises that really jar our community. I think that some of these conversations around if we're reducing budgets to certain programs or we're going to bring certain things in-house, if we have those conversations earlier, I think it's really going to help people in the community understand why we have to make these decisions and what that means for us moving forward in terms of, are we going to still provide those services? Are they just going to be eliminated? And what other ways that we can help support our partners in the community? And how can we do it in a more efficient way? I mean, what I've been hearing in some of these conversations is that, we have nonprofits, for example, who are signing people up for eligibility. Those rules have changed. We now need to do that in-house. And for me, it's like, what's going to be more efficient? Do we have people bringing in applications that our staff need to review, again, to make sure there's no errors? Or can we send people from the county out to our community partners so that they're meeting people where they're at? And so I think it's really important that we're getting creative. And I really want to just emphasize opening up these discussions with our staff from all the different bargaining units, because one of the things that we heard this year is that they want to be involved and they have some creative solutions. They know where their members are and what their members might be willing to sacrifice, and some of that can lead to huge cost savings. And so my hope is that as we move through this process, we're starting early to let people know, like, here's the reality of what we're going to be facing, and what would you all be willing to sacrifice in order to help us, meet this deficit that we're going to be having in the next budget. So, and then I guess I'll just speak a little bit to, the kind of concerns around just Mother Nature in general. I mean, we cannot predict what Mother Nature's going to do. We can do our best to get a forecast. We can do our best to try to understand what might happen, but until something actually happens, we really don't know. And it's really challenging to plan for that, plus the fact that we now have a federal government that is supposed to provide emergency support, and that's really kind of walking completely away from doing that. It's really hard to understand how we're going to be made whole. And so regardless if we saved 10 million, 15, 20 million for that, there's no way for us to have any idea of what can actually happen in the future. We may not be impacted at all. We didn't really have that big of an impact this summer. This winter. We didn't really have any disasters. So it's really unclear. But what we can do in the meantime is just try to learn from, the work we've done in the past, continue to support people in our community, and to the best extent we can, try to protect ourselves. And maintaining good relationships with our community partners is the way that we're going to be able to also, in these times of the disasters, be able to lean on one another to provide the greatest amount of support. So I'm supportive of our budget, and I just think that we need to be absolutely clear that this is going to be probably one of our biggest priorities moving into next year. I think that we need to be having these conversations more frequently, given that we have, $67 million projected deficit. How much of that's HR1 versus how much of that's actually structural? Because, if we need to declare a fiscal emergency, we need to make sure it's clear to folks, like what is based on the federal impact, what is just based on our own budgeting, so that as we're coming up with solutions to how we're going to address these issues, it's clear to the community understands why we're making the decisions we're making, and that we can bring them along as best possible so that we don't have a packed room with people who are freaking out. It's best that if we're going to have to make big cuts and make difficult decisions, that we have people who are at least understanding as to why we're doing them, so that when we move forward, we can try to continue to work with them and demonstrate that we're doing the best we can under unfortunate circumstances. So thank you all for all your help and support this year. As we said a few years ago, we're all in this together. So my hope is that we can continue to work as best we can to make the most benefit for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cummings. I will start by making some comments, and then I also have a couple parts of additional direction that I'd like to add to the motion at the end of that. But I do want to start just by saying that I'm incredibly proud to be a part of Santa Cruz County today. I want to extend my deep gratitude to our county staff, our department leaders, our labor partners, and community members who helped us to shape this budget that we're passing today. Developing a budget during a period of uncertainty, it's never going to be easy. And I very much appreciate the thoughtfulness, the transparency, and the creativity that helped us to get here. Like my colleagues, I do want to recognize the leadership of CEO Coburn for getting through your first budget cycle. CEO Coburn inherited significant fiscal challenges, structural deficit, uncertainty at the state and federal level, and you've approached this process with collaboration, with transparency, and a willingness to engage in difficult discussions. And I appreciate your commitment to balancing our fiscal responsibility with our community values and our long-term priorities. So thank you for that. I do believe that there's a lot to be proud of in this budget. We are adopting a budget that protects our core services. We were able to avoid layoffs. We were able to ensure that our families know that the services that they depend on will continue to be there for at least one more year. Our investment in health and human services and the well-being of our community, it supports our seniors, our children and families, folks who are experiencing behavioral health challenges, and, those who are under attack, our immigrant community, our LGBTQ plus community, and those who are being marginalized across the board. And these investments, they do reflect our values here in Santa Cruz County. And we've been able to recognize that prevention, treatment, and basic supports are essential to a healthy community. At the same time, I'm proud that we're not losing sight of the challenges that our community faces as it relates to climate change, Mother Nature, and the disasters that we faced. Through Measure Q and the tremendous work that happened there, we are making investments to strengthen our emergency preparedness, maintain infrastructure, helping our communities become more resilient. And these investments, they have to start somewhere, and we took an important step in that direction this year. It is incredibly important to the mountain communities that I represent that any bit of investment in resiliency will pay off in the long run. So it might not be everything that we want, but we are taking steps in that direction, and there hasn't been a hard discussion or a hard decision that hasn't addressed the realities of climate change and the potential of another natural disaster. I think that nobody up here on the dais thinks that our work is done. This budget is balanced, but as we all know, it relies on one-time solutions and reserves, and we have additional pressures on the horizon, including uncertainty around our federal funding, our healthcare programs, and our costs that currently outpace our revenues. So while I'm incredibly proud to pass this budget today, I also see it as a call to action, that we bought ourselves time, but we must use that time wisely to continue to modernize our services, pursue new revenue opportunities, strengthen our partnerships, and continue to make thoughtful decisions that prioritize the programs that our community depends on and the programs that will make our county stronger. But for today, I do think it's worth acknowledging the incredible accomplishment that we have done to bring this budget forward. It's an extraordinarily difficult year, but we protected people, we preserved our services, and we continued investing in the future of Santa Cruz County. And so I do think that's something worth recognizing. So as I'm going to be supporting the recommended actions today, with the exception of the parks budget, And I'd also like to add 2 pieces of additional direction that are related to some of the district-specific discretionary funding that District 5 has. I'd like to add additional direction that assigns $100,000 of my district-specific Measure K funding for extending the free Green Waste Days program for District 5 residents at the Ben Lomond Transfer Station. We've received a lot of really great feedback about this program, and the data shows that it really is facilitating people cleaning up their yards and reducing green waste, and it helps to build a more resilient community. And I know that we're going to be hearing from county staff about potentially making this a county-wide program in the next year, but since that wasn't in this year's budget, I'm going to continue to prioritize it out of my district funding. And the second part of my additional direction is to designate 90,000 of my district-specific Measure Q funding to backfill the reduction that was made in the Santa Cruz Long-Term Recovery Group Measure Q application. So as a reminder, this was an application that supported low-income residents to harden their homes, particularly in the zone 0, kind of that first 5 feet from their homes area where homes can be destroyed by a moving wildfire. It will help low-income residents to harden their homes in that space. And we heard from the Long-Term Recovery Group, which is a great partner to District 5, that they aren't able to do the program without this funding. So I will be using some of my discretionary funds to backfill that as well. So with those 2 pieces of additional direction, I'd be happy to support the motion. Any further comments? You good with those?
Well, I'm sorry to be annoying, but I'm using Measure K, the Measure K allocation to our districts for parks. I mean, you're directing it to be spent on a green waste program. I mean, that seems like maybe more Measure Q applicable, but I mean, it's just in violation of the resolution that this board passed for that money to be spent on, for that allocation to be coming out of the parks part of the money we.
Well, Measure K, I don't believe has that specific designation, and it's what we used last year to fund the program, so I feel confident.
Yeah,
that
the Measure K money, the legal restriction that we've been concerned with is just that it needs to be spent in the unincorporated area on unincorporated area issues.
Right. I understand it's not part of the legal language, okay, but this board did pass a resolution saying that we wanted to spend $1 million on parks, and that $1 million is evenly distributed as $200,000 to each of our districts. And so that's, I mean, again, if you're wondering why parks is getting shortchanged, even though people keep voting for it at the ballot box, this just might be one of the reasons.
I don't know, Supervisor Koenig, I think there might be some confusion about that allocation of funding.
I would also add, we expanded it to environmental and parks programs or services. So I think the nexus there has to do with our landscape environment and making sure that, she's providing a service to residents to clean up their lands.
Can I comment?
Sure.
Yeah, I'll just say, having led that effort, part of the reason why I believe we changed that language early on was because Measure Q didn't exist, and we knew that resiliency and disaster resiliency was something that was important for taxpayers, and so we really tried to broaden that $1 million so that it wasn't just parks, that it was parks and environment, because we know that in some districts, yes, you may have a lot of parks. In other districts, you may have to do wildfire prevention or you want to do environmental improvements. And so that was my understanding when we put that on the ballot, and as we campaigned for that specific part, it wasn't specific to just parks. So I think that, to your point, that does seem like an appropriate allocation. Now, as we discussed earlier, we're going to come back, we're going to have conversations with our Parks Department on how we can help shore up their budget. And, we have $200,000 each for parks. And so for District 5, $100,000, that means they still have $100,000 left. They may put that towards parks. But I think that's why today we landed on, let's continue to have discussions with our Parks Department to figure out how we can help shore up their budget. So I feel confident in the recommendation that's before us today. And again, we all, the discretionary funds is something that allows us to help respond to the needs of the people within our areas. And so, for example, I am likely going to be spending a good chunk of, a bunch of money on supporting Richard Charter, who's been leading the effort to help us fight against offshore oil. And I'm willing to take that money out of my budget, which will actually provide that service for the entire county, right? So I think that we're all trying to do things to help each other out here. And I just want to say that I think that the use of the funds for District 5 is consistent with how we've been spending these funds over the past 4 years.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Supervisor Cummings. And as I said earlier, the demand on each supervisor for their discretionary funds is incredibly intense. And I feel like it's my job to listen deeply to the residents of District 5 about what's most important to them. And I've heard loud and clear that this Greenwise program is become beloved and is actually making a huge difference. So it is something that I'm going to continue to contribute my funds to, as well as the long-term recovery group, which will support all 5 districts if she's able to make that program happen, as opposed to having to cancel their grant application. And so, again, just like Supervisor Cummings said, we're all doing our part to try to meet the needs within our district, given that there's so many competing demands. So with that, I'll turn to the clerk to call the roll.
Supervisor DeSerpa?
Aye.
Koenig?
As a vote of confidence in our CEO and her team, aye.
Hernandez?
Aye.
Cummings?
Aye.
And Martinez?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Once again, congratulations to our CEO and all the department heads. We appreciate the budget that you brought before us. Look forward to the new year. So that concludes our agenda for today. I will be adjourning our meeting, and our next meeting will be next Tuesday, June 30th at 9 a.m. here in the chambers. And I've gotten a preview of that agenda, and it's very large, so plan for a full day. See you then.
Maybe we'll have lunch, yeah. I was going to go to San Jose, to San Pedro Square, but...
Recording.